and welcome to the Festival of Speed here at Goodwood. Now, 31 years ago, at the very first Festival of Speed, every car and every motorcycle that went up the hill was powered by an internal combustion engine. Today, we have electric-powered racing cars, we have hybrid Formula One cars, we even have vehicles powered by hydrogen. This year's theme is Horseless to Hybrid, Revolutions in Power, and it celebrates the constant progress and the inventiveness of motorsport. Here to join me to celebrate and enjoy this incredible 4 days ahead, I have Harry Benjamin and David Green, and boy, it is good to be back, isn't it?
It really is, isn't it? Sun out already, and even on day one, fans streaming in for what's going to be a proper celebration of all things cars and motorsport. 130 years since the first motor race in Paris. We've got a lot to get stuck into.
Yes, everybody's smiling, and England are in the final of the Euros. If you like cars, you like bikes, any motor vehicles, this is the best place to be in the country, in the world this weekend, the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Well said, well said. Plenty to see, plenty to do, and plenty to celebrate this weekend. Right, this is all the information you need today. We have a timetable for you for today's runs. Manufacturer Batch 1, get us underway at 9 o'clock this morning. Batch 1 main theme 1890 to 1960 is from 9:40. Batch 5, first glance and road bikes at 10:30. We have the Goodwood Action and Sports warm-up show at 10:30 as well. Batch 6 is the supercars from 11:10. The red arrows will be above you in the skies from 11:45. Manufacturer Batch 2 from 12:15, and another Goodwood Action and Sports show this time from 12:30. Also, Batch 3, Drift, Joest, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz from 12:55. Manufacturers Batch 3 at 1:40. The MG moment, we're celebrating, of course, 100 years of MG at 2 o'clock. Batch 4, F1, Isle of Man TT and the dirt bikes from 2:20. We have another Goodwood Action and Sports show at 3. 3:10, Batch 5, first glance and road bikes. Batch 6, the supercars at 3:50. And road bikes at 10:30. Batch 2, main theme, 1970 up to the present day from 5:20. And finally, the Goodwood Action and Sports competition from 5:30 this evening. So much to see, so much to do, but also we have a lot of celebrations going on here this year. I mentioned it just now, sculpture outside the house, MG, 100 years, a personal connection too to this place.
Absolutely. In the always excellent Jerry Judah central display this year, we have an east-west theme. On the west, we have a Mark 1 MGB, a car we all love and know. And on the east, under the new ownership of MG, of course, we have the all-electric MG Cyberster Roadster. On track, we'll also be seeing some MG competition cars, not least the 1929 C-Type that was owned and raced by Freddie March, the current Duke of Richmond's grandfather, and he'll be here to take the car up the hill to open the track.
It'll be an emotional moment, I'm sure, as well. And also we're paying tribute to Niki Lauda on the year that would have been his 75th birthday.
Absolutely, the three-time champion, 50 years since that first win in Spain, 40 years since that epic title fight with his teammate Alain Prost, stole the championship by half a point right at the very end. We've got his BRM, the Ferrari and the McLaren all running up the hill. And as you say, 5 years on since his passing, can hardly believe that, but paying tribute this weekend, it's going to be a special celebration.
Also, we spent some time in David's company yesterday and he was very, very excited about this next topic, the car launches. Tell us what we're going to see this weekend.
Well, of course, we've got cars. We've got lots of cars and lots of unveils and dynamic debuts here at the Festival of Speed. I mean, highlights, there are many. Obviously, the Red Bull hypercar, the Adrian Newey car, is going to be unveiled here, celebrating Red Bull's 20 years. Everybody's going to want to see that car. We have Aston Martin Valiant, Fernando Alonso's almost personal commission. They're going to make 38 of these cars He's going to be here this weekend, as will the car going up the hill. Other, well, icons, you have to say. And actually celebrating the hybrid time we're moving towards is the M5, the Super Saloon. We'll see the latest 7th generation of the M5, and of course the iconic 911 here in brand new GTS hybrid form. And if you're looking for the car that's probably going to get pictured the most selfies, you've got to say the Tesla Cybertruck. Everyone wants to see that making its debut here at the Festival of Speed.
Well, if we lose David at all this weekend, you know where you will find him. Right, it is, of course, the Festival of Speed here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Let's hear a little bit more now from our host this weekend.
My grandfather, Freddie March, is the reason why I became interested in motorsport. He founded the circuit at Goodwood in 1948 and used to take me to watch the racing as a young boy. Those early experiences cemented my lifelong passion for the sport. He had always been fascinated by engineering, everything from model making to aviation, and discovered motorsport in the late 1920s. Having graduated from speed trials to circuit racing as a driver, he formed his own team, just as MG was releasing its latest racing car. He was particularly drawn to clever, lightweight engineering, so the new MG C-Type was a natural fit. His team, the very first Works MG team, combined the MG's inherent pace with his own attention to detail, and was hugely successful. With co-driver Chris Staniland, he won the legendary Double 12 at Brooklands in 1931, and there were further victories at that year's Irish Grand Prix and the Tourist Trophy at Ulster, all against much bigger opposition. Freddie would ultimately become more well known for founding the circuit here at Goodwood, but that might never have happened without his own experiences in racing. MG returning to Goodwood to celebrate its centenary feels like a very fitting reunion.
And I'm very pleased to say that His Grace joins me now. Thank you so much for having us in your garden again this year.
It's an absolute pleasure and great to have you all here on such a lovely day.
It just seems to get bigger and better every year. You must be so pleased when you look out and see just how many manufacturers, how many people want to bring their cars here, put them on display, and how many people want to get involved.
It's great. No, it's I guess it's become a very particular place, and there's nowhere in the world really now to show these cars. There are very few motor shows left in the world, and this is really it, and we can see them also actually in action dynamically on the hill.
And a special connection this year, MG celebrating 100 years, and I know it's a personal connection to Goodwood as well.
Absolutely. So my grandfather, Freddie, who built the circuit in 1948, and all this is really because of him, I guess. He won his most famous race, 1931 Double 12 in an MG. He was the first owner of a Works MG team, actually, and one of those little cars is here today, and I shall be driving it. I will be driving it very shortly.
You must be very excited.
I am. No, it's a lovely car, and it's a great connection between Goodwood and MG, and it's fabulous for us to be celebrating their centenary this year, and I know he'd be thrilled.
I have a little story for you. This morning I was waiting to leave my hotel, and there was an American gentleman at breakfast, and I overheard him talking about the fact that he owns one of John Surtees' Ferrari Formula One cars, and he's brought it here this year. Hearing stories like that, you must be incredibly proud that you're bringing together not only the cars, but the people as well from all around the world.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see everybody kind of come together. It's a great convening moment for the automobile world, both past, present and future. We have these various seminars going on throughout the weekend as well, all about the future of connectivity and the future of mobility. There's one happening right now with Bank of America. So all of that's very exciting, and to have everyone here all in one place together, all really because we love cars.
And a huge collection of the Red Bull Formula One cars. We're celebrating 20 years of them in the sport of F1.
Exactly, yes. So 20 years of Red Bull, every car, every driver here on Sunday.
And also, we've got some celebrations. We've got a tribute to Niki Lauda as well this weekend, which is very special.
Yeah, Niki was a great hero of us all, of course, and fabulous having so many of his cars here, and we're looking forward to really relishing that tribute.
Right, let's get you in the MG and up the hill, shall we? Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Where is the car? Can someone point me to the car? And we will take the Duke. Here we go. Down here to find the MG and to go up the hill for the first run of this year's Festival of Speed. Plenty of celebrations going on this weekend, tributes as well, but this will be a very special moment. Right, going to lead all the cars out. Now, don't forget, we have plenty of moments for you to mark on your timetables this weekend. We will have the first batch of cars going up very shortly, but we want to start with His Grace going up the hill. Now, Harry and David are going to come back and join me now. We're just going to discuss a couple of other things to look forward to this weekend as well, because I know that we have a NASCAR legend here this weekend, David, who I know you're very keen to talk to and celebrate.
Absolutely. Well, we always have the Duke here at the weekend, but this weekend we have the King. Representing the good old boys of NASCAR, we have Richard Petty. He's going to be here with the Plymouth Superbird, and his son Carl's going to be driving the car up the hill. So a great celebration of such a legend, really, in the sport.
And we've got a Mercedes celebration this weekend as well.
Absolutely. Well, 130 years of Mercedes-Benz in motorsport. We've got the very first silver arrow here, as well as the first Formula One car that Fangio drove to a world championship, all on display. Mercedes reserve drivers Fred Vesti and Mick Schumacher in action up the hill as well. So much to get stuck into for Mercedes-Benz, but a big F1 celebration in general.
Well, I was going to say, the Red Bull celebration is huge. We have a lot of the Red Bull drivers turning up here on Sunday to drive the cars up the hill. Yeah,
well, I think we've got a guy called Max Verstappen. Don't know if you've heard of him or not. We've also got his teammate Sergio Perez is going to be here. Daniel Ricciardo, Christian Horner also driving all up the hill. 18 Red Bull cars all here, some on display, some heading up the hill, all the way from the very first RB1, the first Red Bull car, back from when it morphed into the team, where some energy drinks company decided to buy a Jaguar Formula One team and convert it into what we know today. 6 constructors' titles to their name, all the way through up into the 2021 machine as well. So much to look out for.
Bikes as well, David. So much for everyone to get involved with this weekend. What are you most looking forward to?
Actually, I have to say the shootout. It's the highlight of Festival of Speed, and we've got everything this year. We've got Travis Pastrana coming back in that Subaru Huckster. And for White Van Man out there, we have Ford bringing the Super Van. And this is no ordinary van. 1,400 horsepower. That will be going for the title of fastest up the hill.
All right, well, lots to get stuck into then. But let's go and join our commentary team for the first time for this first session today. It is Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones.
Thank you, guys. Well, it's so much to look forward to today. It is an absolutely beautiful day, and so many fans already coming into Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. Bruce, it was always a very special weekend and 4 days that we're looking forward to, and some of the first cars that we will see, and some of the most legendary as well.
Well, we've had this concept horseless to hybrid. We're going through the ages. Some cars and evolutions didn't work. They were cul-de-sacs, but that's the history, the rich history, and the leaps where we went forward in motor racing terms, in road car terms. But there really is something for everyone, which is the very essence of the Festival of Speed. So I'm really looking forward to it. A lot of manufacturer machinery this morning going to be going up the hill, and cars that have never been seen before first glance. That's such an enormous element to the Festival of Speed.
Absolutely right. And the Bonhams Cars auctions as well going on, which over the course of the weekend. So that's going to be pretty amazing too.
Yes, it's an enormous event. You can clock up a fair mileage as you walk around the circuit, and it's not the circuit, the hill climb course. There's so much to see, so we hope everyone plans their days. We'll take the sunshine with both hands, and I'm really looking forward to seeing His Grace coming up in that epic C-Type MG, and of course such a mark that was so particular to his grandfather, and that set the whole ball rolling. But it's going to be action all day on the hill, and it really is a case of bring it on.
It is, absolutely. And it's a big celebration of MGs this weekend. The central areas showing the modern MG and the MGB, which was of course such a classic, and showing from west to east. I quite like the way they've done that. They've put them one side to the other. Of course, MG owned by a Chinese company now, but they're really moving on using a lot of the history of MG. We're looking at some of the other cars. We walked around this area yesterday.
Yeah, the Cartier Style Lux lawn with just a phenomenal spread of cars from, you know, the original Lamborghini Countach to the Mark I VW Polo. It's not only the Exotica that gets celebrated, which gives it a touch that just draws everyone in, but that is always a very special area. It's just alongside the house, but over the course of the weekend we'll get the cameras down around there, but it's the mixtures of cars, and there really, really is something around around this enormous site. Goodwood House, almost dwarfed by the structure on the left-hand side of the screen. The bottom of the screen, it shows you where a lot of the Formula One cars and the Group C cars and the hypercars are tucked away. You can get to walk around there, get up close, talk to the riders, the drivers, and that is why it's a very, very personal meeting.
It is,
Speed.
Absolutely. We have some superstar drivers here, but I have to say they're always very relaxed and cool and calm on these weekends, because they're just joining many drivers that they might have raced against. They've become friends for the weekend rather than rivals, and it's a very different atmosphere.
Some drivers, top drivers, world champions, know to come here just incognito to walk around and see. But also, if you're a bike rider, racer, you like the cars, and vice versa. But we're all so busy in our own little environments, we don't always get a chance to share. But then a lot of them, they'll go to the ball on Saturday night and share a table with people they've never met before, but they've got that common interest, and that is what draws us all together.
Well, there we are. There is the MG C-Type from the early 1930s. This is the car that His Grace is going to be driving up for the first run, and this is part of the history of Goodwood, as he was telling us earlier. His grandfather racing very successfully, amazing success every time pretty much he went out there, didn't he?
Yes, phenomenal. Took victory in 1931, the Brooklands Double 12, and of course Brooklands no longer with us in its entirety, but you can go to that circuit in Surrey. There's still the famous banking in existence and a museum. So, but look, just cars were so tiny back then. It was very much the ethos: small, light, nimble. And then, of course, people did it the other way around, which is part of the horseless to hybrid thing. They got larger and larger. But that is always going to be a dynamic car to drive.
Check out the size of the tyres, for example. Just as you say, they're small and light, but very, very narrow tyres. That was part and parcel of cars in the 1930s. More like a motorbike tyre than a current road car tyre.
No, exactly so. And it was all about precision and carrying the momentum. We didn't have enormous amount of horsepower in these early cars, and so you had to just keep that flow going. But it would have been great fun. Of course, why a driver and a passenger in a car? For a sports car racing, that was de rigueur, effectively carrying on the ethos of the riding mechanic who used to ride alongside the driver. But again, it looks great. The little aero screens protecting the face, if not the hairstyle, as people will go on up the hill. But to celebrate MG, this 31st Festival of Speed is very special indeed.
It is. MG was created in the 1920s by Cecil Kimber. Modified Morris cars originally, set up by William Morris. And it was originally called Morris Garages, and then it became the MG Car Company, created in 1930. And had a lot of ownership changes, of course, over the many, many years. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, first car heading up the hill climb here at the Festival of Speed. It is His Grace who is taking the MG up the hill, and you'll get that lovely sound from this 1930s C-Type, a car that had so much success as part of his family. And there we go. Through the sun, into the sunshine. It's rather shadowed down where they start off, but now into the sunshine as it starts to climb up the hill.
And it's safe to say the pilot there, His Grace, knows this hill climb very well indeed, going past his office window effectively as he goes past the house. But just a chance for him to check all those banners are straight around the outside. There is the giant MG structure in front of the house. But we will take the sunshine here. Who knows what this weekend is going to bring weather-wise? Northern Europe's had a truly awful summer. Almost every top event has had large safety car periods, including the Le Mans 24 hours because of too much rain, the Nürburgring 24 hours, fog stop play for a mere 15 hours during the race. But from ancient, if you will, to modern, and a Cyberster, one of many, many of these MG drop heads in the paddock.
Absolutely. The Cyberster is the electric version, and it's a sort of modern version, if you like, of the MG. This is, of course, the company nowadays, as I say, run by the Chinese company, state-owned SAIC. It was acquired back in 2007, and they've really built the company up now. And, of course, this is... they're referring to it as a GT car, really, so it really is something to watch out for. Some of them are two-wheel drive electric, some of them are four-wheel drive, and then we've got some lovely other heritage as well. MG Metro, one of the great rally cars.
We were joking about this yesterday. It's as wide as it is long. It's the most peculiar square format, but super effective in those Group B rally days. Incredibly dynamic car. But again, part of the rich history, and you put together the decades, there is so much to celebrate. But it effectively started with these very early races from the early 1930s, and success on Sunday did sell on Monday.
Absolutely. We just saw the MGA going through, and then the MGB, which of course is one of the great classics. That was right up at the front of the list. That was launched in 1962. monocoque chassis for MG for the first time, the MGB. And of course, it was raced very, very successfully by huge numbers of top racing drivers. Paddy Hopkirk, for example, was a great racer of the MGB. Actually raced at Le Mans in 1964. Just missed out on a class win, the second of those two just coming through now there, the 699F of the MGB. Lovely to see, but we've got modern versions as well coming up the hill, and how it is being seen. We're seeing this little bunch of the latest Cyberster machinery as well in different colors, slightly different models, as I mentioned. Some of them, the most hyper one is the sort of four-wheel drive, super powerful. I believe they're going to be doing a bit of running on the Goodwood circuit as well, a bit of sort of experimental running out there too. So it's lovely to see them. And of course, then the more sort of standard MG road cars that are being sold and are doing very, very well over the course of this period. And there, at the background, there's the HS, the bigger SUV, which is another new one to the list.
Yeah, it's again, one of the elements of the Goodwood Festival of Speed is the first glance element. A lot of these cars have never been seen before. So in a way, everybody here on the Thursday is going to be witnessing some history. Some of the first glance will be running on Friday, so we'll keep on going through the weekend, but the rate at which new car models are coming at us is thick and fast. But again, it's about seeing them in a dynamic fashion. And as we have a bit of Lamborghini time coming up through the chicane, which is in place before Moulcombe at the moment, but kicking up the dust as it goes around Moulcombe Corner. That will be cleared. We've had a lot of rain recently, so there is dust on the circuit, but what better than a bright orange Lamborghini to burn that away.
Absolutely. We've got a few other cars that are about to come up the hill from different manufacturers as well, and it's lovely to see a bit of opportunity for many people to have a bit of a run. McLaren Artura is the next machine coming up, and if you get the chance to be a passenger, well, you've done very well.
Yeah, you certainly have. And it's about, you know, motor shows almost seem to be a thing of the past, but what is better is not looking at a car in a great big exhibition hall. It's seeing it outside, it's seeing how dynamic it is, and it's hearing it. That is such a visceral element of buying a car. And McLaren, they just bring out models super, super fast. Everyone seems to be a little bit more refined or a little bit programmed per purpose than the one before. So anybody on board, very lucky. Going through the chicane, which is ahead of Moulcombe Corner, accelerating into the corner. The latest Artura, this one without a roof.
Yep, high-performance hybrid supercar, and as you say, the latest version, very, very rapid machine. It'll be doing it can do 0 to 60 in around 3 seconds, and yeah, it's a beautiful coupe heading up the hill towards the line right now. So the McLaren Artura, one of the many beautiful cars that we're going to be seeing, and it's such a collection, such an amazing list of cars that we'll be going through, and some of them brand new, of course, some of them being launched today and tomorrow, which is just going to be wonderful to watch. McLaren will have a lot of history here over the course of the weekend as well, with other aspects that we'll be celebrating. Some of their Formula 1 cars will be here, of course, and we'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, McLaren have been staunch supporters of the Festival of Speed for decades, and it's great to see not just the modern, but also what you suddenly look back and realise is 10 years old, 20 years old, and many years beyond. Lotus also have put a lot of effort into being here across the decades, but it's just the sheer pace with which new models are created, brought out. You can look at them side by side, think they're identical, but as you mentioned with the MG Cybersters, you can have different drivetrains, different ways of delivering power, and so the choice is all yours. So it is phenomenal times in the motor industry.
Yeah, this is the Lotus Electra now, so this is the hyper SUV heading up the hill, and they have earlier this year they announced the pricing of its electric hyper SUV, and it's become something now very, very important. They call it the perfect companion for every adventure. Apparently, that's what they call it, and it is one of the most powerful SUVs, the bigger vehicles, one of the most powerful in the world, in fact. So it is very much got that Lotus heritage of lots of performance and sports, but it has also got the space as well.
Yes, I mean, the SUV market was what it was, and then I think the first of the big players to get a high-performance SUV was probably Lamborghini with the Urus, and the drivers who got on board were thinking, oh, it's an SUV, and they got out of the car afterwards going, that really, really is quite something. So some of these cars have phenomenal performance, but also, can you when was the last Lotus produced without performance? It's very much been the ethos of the company from the first road cars built by Colin Chapman, so that effectively the marque could go racing, and of course, what an illustrious history they've had since.
Absolutely, yes, and it's continuing extremely effectively at the moment. And yeah, I think they'll be very, very happy with the way it's all being put on show at the moment. And this is the other Lotus. This is the Emira going out now. So we've got the Emea appearing later, but this is the Emira going out. So this is very much a classic kind of Lotus sports car. This is sort of what we tend to expect from the Lotus Elan days and future.
Well, nimble with performance. There hasn't been a Lotus that hasn't handled well, and you know, that is the ethos of the marque. And I like the fact each manufacturer has a different ethos, but keep it small, keep it light. But actually unusual among Lotus is this one with actually has a really raunchy, torquey sort of engine note that you don't always get, because before they've had you know, peaky little engines that have worked very well indeed. But this is a bit of a meteor sound as it goes up the hill, up towards the flint wall, into the shade, and then that sharp. Oh, the wall almost appears square across the hill as you go up it, but when you get close, if you know it, if you trust it, you'll find a line.
So it's effectively the final petrol-powered performance car from Lotus, and it's lovely to see it. It's the last hurrah, as it were, of that particular kind of machinery that Lotus created for many, many years. And it's lovely to see it coming up. It follows in the background, as I said, of sort of things like the Elan, the Elise, the Exige, but this is a sort of more built-up version up against some of the more supercar kind of competitors. So that was Lotus. Now we've got Renault coming out on track. This is one of the bigger Renaults. The Scenic just coming out onto the circuit, and we will be seeing plenty more. In fact, we've got a lot of Renault heritage here this weekend. I'm looking forward to. We've got the first ever turbocharged Formula 1 car, the RS10. Oh, it's not the first one, but it was the first race winner. That's going to be coming out a little bit later on.
Yeah, it was great fun looking at some of these cars being unloaded yesterday, and every time a truck opened its tailgate, there was something even more special coming out onto the hill. A lot of the manufacturers bringing their cars. They've got their own area down towards the start line. People can go down and take a look at the vehicles there. They really are super, super special. And of course, there's Future Tech in the middle, where we're looking at all the technologies coming our way. But a proud place to exhibit these cars, and putting on quite a show already.
Yeah, this is full electric, 220 horsepower. It's got a range of about 380 miles with its electric tower and a lot of boot capacity. Of course, it's a big machine, 545 litre boot capacity. So you've got plenty of space. You've got plenty of electrical power as well. And it's rated by Renault, or put out by Renault, as very much the 100% electric family car. That's what they've established it as, and that's what they're taking up the hill right now. Now, BYD is next out. So this is another of the Chinese manufacturers that are really picking up throughout the world at the moment.
At a real pace. And sometimes these manufacturers, you haven't heard their name until the last year or so, and they suddenly have a full production range of cars. And again, very, very effective in the electric car markets. And BYD with the Dolphin, go out the hill, and minis, every shape and size of mini. This is one of their electric model minis, and walking around the paddock is the Mini Cooper Electric SE exclusive. It certainly is exclusive, and looks very, very tidy as well. Of course, if you're carrying the Cooper name, you really do have to have a car that handles.
Absolutely. We were walking around the paddock yesterday, and we saw quite a big collection of little minis, didn't we? It was lovely to see, and the bigger versions as well, some of the little SUV versions. They really are building it up a lot, because there was a sort of pause in mini life, and our family has had a mini for some years, but the way it has now moved on, they're really sort of moving on everything with a lot of hybrid electric, and you know, they're still keeping a bit of petrol power as well.
Yes, and I think they've looked at what the market desires, and they then create to call it. It's a bit like you do a sort of investigation on the market preference, and they've said, right, we need an estate, right, we've got one of those, we need a tall one, a short one, electric one, and of course with a Mini and a Cooper, it has to have a performance one as well. But that comes from the electric ones and from those still normally aspirated.
Absolutely. So we'll also be seeing some of the other ones, the all-electric Mini Aceman and the all-electric Mini Countryman, also part of the weekend here. And there is a big collection of them. And don't forget, on the inner part of the hill climb, there's an opportunity to walk around and take a look at some of those beautiful cars. And now, of course, a Ferrari. Always lovely to see a Ferrari out there.
A Ferrari glinting in the morning light, going up the hill climb at the Goodwood Festival of Speed? I think so. They don't all have to be red, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but again, the great sound comes up the slope, past the house, braking for the chicane. That isn't always there. That is just this morning, today, and then when the competition machinery goes, that of course will be removed. But looking magnificent.
Yeah,
the Spider.
Yeah, this is the open-top version. So this is good to see, the open-top version of the Ferrari Roma. So mid-front engined, 2+ coupe, and lots of refined proportions and timeless design. And in a way, they've put it up as very much a way that characterized Rome in the 1950s and 60s, hence the name, the Roma, the Ferrari Roma. And yeah, just heading up right now towards the last part. This is part of many, many Ferraris we'll be seeing over the weekend, I have to say.
Oh, there will be plenty, but to me, I was delighted with the launch of the Roma. It brought the elegance back, and as you say, tapping into that, feeling the essence of the elegant life in Italy, but notably in Rome in the 50s and 60s, gets a tick from me.
Lovely to see. Well, Polestar out as well, and Polestar have a bunch of revised machines coming in this weekend, so this is a very important part for them, of course. Polestar developing all the electric side of top road cars at the moment, and we will be seeing plenty from them. The Polestar 4, the Polestar 2 and the Polestar 3 being launched as well, so plenty to look forward to. And then we've got this rather fun Ford Transit van.
Ford Transit van, it has eBay on the side. This was built up with parts sourced from eBay in its entirety. And it's amazing inside because if you get a chance to look in the window, look in the back, it's like the deck of a boat inside there, caulking, underfloor lighting in the back, and an amazing space, and that'll be going up and down the hill. So it would take quite a while to get all your parts from eBay, but they've certainly done it, and this very, very early Ford Transit van, the van that sort of kept Britain moving throughout the 60s and 70s and 80s, is just something to enjoy and look at. You'll find it in the paddock, and the people driving up also enjoying the experience.
And it's TV house presenter George Clark who's driving it. I did see him actually taking lots of photos of other cars just before he decided to go out. He was taking lots of pictures. He's obviously thinking, what car do I fancy? He was taking some pictures of other cars that were heading up here, but he's actually driving this up the hill, I believe.
That also explains the exquisite interior from the relatively plain outside, but with the eBay colours on the flank. So he's coming past, giving wave. He's almost hanging out of the windows at the moment. As he comes into Morecambe, not in top gear, thank goodness, but enjoying the experience. And again, if you like your architecture and changing things to suit personal taste, George is your man with his fantastic array of television shows.
Absolutely, yes. The amazing spaces and that sort of thing. A recent one about some of the smallest properties as well. That's always been fun to watch. But he's obviously a car fan too, and he's obviously enjoying taking this up the hill. So give him a wave if you're out there at the moment, and appreciate what it is to see. We're going to be seeing another sort of Ford Transit-based idea with some Red Bull colouring on it over the course of the weekend, aren't we?
Yeah, Supervan. It's a concept they've had since the 1970s when they put a Ford Cosworth DFV aboard, but the latest iteration is better than last year's. That's the whole essence of the Festival of Speed. It's more power, more performance. We'll come to that later, but it's space age in comparison to this very early eBay Transit with the side awnings. I like that as well.
And I love the twin rear wheels too. Yes, that was something that Ford Transit vans always used to carry. Well, not all of them, but the big ones, the heavier ones, would do that. Now, why is he pulled over there? Is that part of the plan or not? I don't think it normally is.
He's asking for directions, I think. It'd be quite handy if the tail end of that car, the van is moved, because behind it we've got an array of BMW M5s. That's stopped. The red flag is being waved in the background, which means all cars on the hill will have to stop. So clearly he's not just stopping for a little chat. Something has gone awry. So everybody else will be slowing down and stopping on the hill.
So George Clark, always a star of television, has made it again by bringing his van to a halt. About three-quarters actually no, even more than three-quarters, about 7/8 of the way up the hill. But it hasn't quite got to the line.
No, but it just emphasises how narrow the hill is. You can't have stuff going up if you've got the tail end of a transit van sitting across the course. So for everybody else there, it wasn't going to be a fast run for a lot of the drivers today, but Ben, as we walked around the paddock yesterday, we were looking at a group of glorious BMW M5s. The sort of more of that later in terms of the very latest, but it was a real history of just one particular brand of road car.
Absolutely right, and we will see plenty of the BMW M5s from the different eras. There you are. Look, we were just talking about that. There's one of the early BMW M5s, and we've got a little collection of the M5s here. This is because the new M5 is being launched, isn't it?
I was trying not to steal its thunder, but yes, exactly so. The performance version of the BMW 5 Series, and actually some of the very greatest road cars, particularly of the 1980s, I would suggest when they were launched, and just the sort of performance that quite a few cars have now, but back in the 1980s, a car that could do 150 miles an hour was very, very unusual indeed. And again, with all that BMW history in motor racing, their ability to develop a chassis, which did make them real drivers' cars.
The launch is going to be around 10:30 this morning, and there is the BMW trackside. This is actually very near our commentary box, funnily enough, and you can see already plenty of people around having a look, whether it's a hypercar, Le Mans style car, or Le Mans type car at the background. In the background there, we were both at Le Mans, Bruce, and we saw the hypercars providing an incredibly close race. BMW didn't have the best weekend at Le Mans, but it's a beautiful car and is very competitive. But then you've got all the other modern road cars there to enjoy as well.
And I think looking down at the BMW stand, people on top having a very above average day there, waving in the sunshine with their coffee or maybe something a little stronger. But it's the fact that it's just so much to see, and the manufacturers put such an enormous amount of effort into building interesting stands to show, to entertain their guests and to celebrate what I love here at the Festival of Speed, they celebrate the history of their marque as well. So to see these BMW M5s from across the ages, we'll have them up the hill again later, while right now it's all about clearing that transit van, which is still sitting there. There's George Clark at the front, wishing he put a bit more fuel on board, maybe, or whatever it was that's caused it to come to a halt. Maybe it's the sheer weight of the wooden decking inside the back that's put up that fuel consumption. Hopefully it's something that could be fixed. If not, George will just spend his day wandering around the paddock, just like a member of the public, in the loveliest way of looking at all that is on offer. But as you can see, the tail of that van is making it very, very difficult for the other cars tucked in behind to squeeze their way past. Wing mirrors in. Yep, they've managed to get through.
Yeah, so the BMW M division just coming past the M5s of these various different eras, which is lovely to see. The M division was actually created for racing, wasn't it, originally in the early 1970s? But then they decided to create M versions for special sporty road cars.
Yes, so started with the M1, still one of the most exquisite cars ever built. To my eye.
That's still a bit of a dream to me as well. Yeah.
It does, and then really the car that was the big success in the range was the launch of the BMW M3. Hugely successful on track, but just a fantastic road car too. And then it spread. The M5 came, and so on and so forth. But again, a marque that is very, very close to its motorsport history.
Yeah, the M535i arrived in 1979, very much high-profile version of the 5 Series saloon. And went on to great success. And the E30 M3 in the late 80s, early 90s, that was one of the most remarkable. We saw them in touring cars. We saw them in just about every form of motorsport, and we'll see some of that actually going up the hill this weekend.
Yeah, one of the cars coming up in the celebrations is the Demon Tweets liveried M3 that we just lost Alan Minshaw a short while ago, a few months ago, but his family element in motor racing with their Demon Tweets Empire still so strong, and Roland Ratzenberger raced that car. Again, the phrase, if it looks right, it probably is right, and that really has been the case with BMW M3s.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you say, the first ever one made was the M1, which was very much a specific kind of sports car that was used by some top drivers for an interesting race event. Meanwhile, the Ford Transit, it will be towed out of the way fairly quickly, I think now. Won't take too long. Actually are they using a Rolls-Royce to tow the Ford Transit?
Probably not as a tow vehicle. That's actually our course car. We do things very, very well at the Festival of Speed. That's the Rolls-Royce Black Badge, Cullinan, pay attention at the back, Series 2.
Well done. Nice to know. So I love the fact that we've got these track vehicles which are as fancy as anything, a Porsche and a Rolls-Royce, and I did wonder if it was going to tow, but I'm not sure. They've connected to something. Or
well, it would certainly have the horsepower to do that, but it's not often you see a Cullinan with a light bar on the roof. So, you can imagine a race circuit when you follow the safety car around, and the lights go out on the roof bar, and that's going to pull off. But right now, it's just as it's going through the shade, they can work it out. But hold on a second, it does look as though the tension is now starting to go on that tow rope. Is it attached to the back of the Rolls-Royce? Yes, it appears to be. That is really fantastic. Talk about a multi-purpose vehicle. And it's not just any vehicle it's towing, it's a rather heavy Ford Transit van. Good job.
Absolutely. Imagine the value of it being getting a tow from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but it's all working beautifully well, and off goes George, having got 7/8 of the way up the hill. George Clark driving that Ford Transit is still giving a wave to people, although he's saying slow down, which I can quite understand, because when you're being towed and you're being scared of running into the car in front of you, I've been in that situation where it can be very, very nerve-wracking, but hopefully they can deal with that.
Now, at this point in the course, you go into darkness between the trees at the top of the hill, between those tall straw bales on either side. In fact, crossing the finish line under the bridge up there, and then the long tow out to the top paddock where the vehicle can then be brought down an access road back to base, or if they can fix whatever it is wrong, it will turn round and come back down the hill. But we're clearing the hill again because we're running through this manufacturer batch, and on the tail of that we'll have the earliest cars from the horseless to hybrid concept, the program header here at the 31st Festival of Speed.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a bit of a fun start in a way to have that. The Cullinan towing the Ford Transit along. The Cullinan's been around since 2018 now, four-wheel drive. So, of course, even if they get onto the wet mud, it'll be fine. We have all seen that it's been a bit wet in this part of the world until this weekend. There is quite a lot of mud around still, so I hope everyone's wearing some good shoes around here because but it's drying out and it's absolutely gorgeous today. They have been cleaning the hill climb a bit, but I have to say it's still looking a little bit muddy in places. Dry, it is dry, but it will clean up as we go through the course of the next couple of days.
Yeah, if it stays dry, that will just be brushed off by the cars as they go up, and plenty of hill action and more cars lining up on the start line. Another of the MGs waiting to go on up the course, but we will have every car and vehicle of every shape and size coming up again. That is part of the beauty of this sort of rolling show of exotica and of machinery that has not yet been seen in public.
Yeah, always part and parcel of everything that's going on here over the course of the weekend. We've got this first batch going on, batch one. We've got the main theme. Some of the historic cars will be coming along, as well as some of these more classic machines. So it's always fun to see a real mixture of cars that are going to be heading up the hill here. This is the BYD Seal. We saw one of the BYDs earlier on, and this is the Chinese machine that is certainly producing some very, very creative work at the moment and being very successful worldwide. We're going to be seeing more of them taking part in being sold here in the UK very soon. So it's all happening right now. They're still waiting to get the all clear. Now we've got the all clear, and the BYD Seal is on the way. This is capable of 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. This type of machine, high battery capacity, so it is very much what it's doing. And they call it the Ocean Aesthetics Design. So it's got a very distinctive look to it. And we'll be seeing a few more of these, I think, over the course of the weekend.
And of course, when you look at the front end of a lot of the electric vehicles, they don't really have a grille in the traditional sense. You don't need all the cooling with an EV that you did when you had a great engine on the front. But again, this is a car that is running in the first glance. So this is the first glance of the BYD Seal. This is a global debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Yeah, lovely to see. And inside, they've got this panoramic sunroof as well, so they'll be getting lots of sunshine through that. That'll be rather nice. It'll be a perfect car heading up the hill, giving yourself a little bit of extra light. And they've got quite an interesting rotatable touchscreen on the inside as well for the driver to play with and see what they can get out of the car. All these modern parts, all part of BYD Seal now. And as I say, becoming a very successful one. Another of these major Chinese companies putting things out. As we mentioned, MG, the other modern version, but we'll be seeing others as well over the line. So nice clear run up the hill now. So we haven't got anything parked to the side, so everybody can get up there nice and safely. Yeah, the red flag's taken away. And if this is your first time looking at the hill at the Festival of Speed, it's not very wide. It's literally 2 vehicle widths wide, unless you're driving, what was it we saw yesterday, the Bugatti Mistral, which is almost wide enough to fill it all on its own, the latest Bugatti supercar. But there is the view out from in front of Goodwood House, the structure by Jerry Judah. Each year we have a treat. This year it's MG as the celebration. And on the right-hand side of the screen is the MGB, the car that really was a commercial total success. And on the Cyberster from today on the other side. So we're just having a look at some of the highlights from this first run up the hill. And of course, it was lovely to see His Grace taking that first run in the MGC from the 1930s. That was competed by his grandfather and got that whole involvement with MG and Goodwood in many, many years ago. Lots of other star cars, the McLaren Artura heading up the hill. There are lots of lucky passengers getting a fun ride up in some beautiful cars as well. And we'll be seeing much more of this as we go throughout the course of the day. And when you've got sunshine, it's lovely to have the roof off. Yeah, the latest Spider model. Lamborghini bring more and more different shapes. Slowed slightly today, of course, by a chicane just once you pass the house, and Lotus, always such staunch supporters. The Emira looking and sounding fantastic up the hill.
And the Elettra as well, the bigger SUV, super powerful. This is it's competing with the likes of Porsche with the big SUVs with that.
Yeah, with of course the electric engine, the sheer performance, the acceleration, figures that even the supercars couldn't manage back in the 1960s, now a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, fun to see. That chicane, as you say, that's only in for today. Once we get into the event tomorrow, and particularly when we start looking at speeds up the hill for the shootout over the course of the weekend, they will not have that chicane as well. Lovely to see the collection of BMW M5s. And if you do want to go and have a look at BMW, remember they've got the great trackside show just right next to the hill climb. There are some wonderful places to walk around and see these cars as close as you can and really absorb how they look, how they sense to you. And of course, it's lovely hearing them when they're heading up the hill, pushing a little harder. We'll get that a bit more as we go through the weekend.
It will come, the hill will dry out. Hopefully we'll have dry weather for the remainder of this meeting, but today we'll take the sunshine.
Hi everyone. Well, I have to say, I wasn't expecting a Mark 1 Transit, then I wasn't expecting a Mr. George Clark to step out of it, but you made quite the entrance.
You probably didn't expect it to be pulled by a Rolls-Royce vehicle either, to be honest with you.
Well, you got a bit of an upgrade halfway up the hill by the sounds of things.
Yeah, we did. I mean, it is a 1975 Mark 1 Ford Transit. We've only just finished the work on it all, and the accelerator pedal just went bang like that and hit the floor as I was coming up the hill, which is where I needed the most acceleration.
We were just thinking you were looking for attention.
We definitely got that. Do you know what the sweet thing is? I mean, look, it's a bit of fun, and we've converted this into a lounge, and it's a great vehicle, actually. It's got a lot of character, and it was brilliant at the bottom of the hill. Everyone's kind of smiling and laughing a little bit as well, which I didn't really mind. Because, you've got a lot of serious vehicles here, haven't you? Very serious.
Well, we've got Lamborghinis, McLarens, Ferraris, and then a Ford Transit.
And then a Ford Transit from 1975. Yeah, I'm not surprised it didn't quite make it.
Was it something to do with the weight? Is all the extra customization?
What, you're saying I've put some beef on? No, we've worked out all the weight and everything else, mate. The accelerator pedal just dropped. That's it. There's nothing about the design. It's just the mechanics of the old engine.
Well, joking aside, it's a wonderful looking vehicle, and being your vehicle, I'm sure it is an amazing space inside, is it?
Yeah, it is. We've converted the whole thing into a lovely lounge, and look, I've made amazing spaces for many years. And whenever anyone converts any projects, they're buying stuff off eBay, they're trying to find authentic bits of kit to get it looking vintage again. So, yeah, it's been a joy and a privilege to do it, but it's been a lot of fun along the way as well. It puts a smile on people's faces and a lot of laughs.
And you're going to be here all weekend?
No, I'm just here today, unfortunately. I wish I could be here all weekend. I'm filming again tomorrow, so I'll be leaving this afternoon, but not in this.
Well, at least if it does break down, you've got somewhere nice to sit and wait for the breakdown van.
Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. Thanks for being so positive. I love you for that.
Absolutely. You made quite the entrance.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Take care. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the
pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, there we go. So much to look forward to, and some wonderful kit out there for the wacky races here to look forward to, and they'll be wandering around. See if you can catch up with them.
Yeah, one of the great things, we have troops of actors doing extraordinary things, but wacky racers we've had the cars here for about a good 20 years now. You can see some of those recreations in the background, and again, there is something for everyone here at the Festival of Speed. Do give them a wave, and you'll be slipping back to the 1970s when Wacky Racers was on the television.
Absolutely, lovely to see. So a wonderful day here to look forward to. We've had the first little run, but what is this little hill climb like? What is it like to drive? Well, let's find out from Karun Chandhok.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of those iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM through the boulevard of trees, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture at the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Moulcombe, a tricky left-hander. And as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the Flint Wall looms ahead. Round the Flint Wall, give it a wide berth. Be nice and safe. This car comes from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. A fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood, up the hill, and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Africa Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess. She's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back-turn Deval on the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
We are enjoying the early stages of the 2024 Festival of Speed. As you look at the central feature, once again, we'll be seeing plenty of this, of course, as we go through the rest of the weekend with the MG backing, the celebration of 100 years of MGs. And lovely to see so many fans here over the course of the weekend, and it'll get bigger and bigger as we go through the course of this weekend. But there are so many aspects to explore when you are here at Goodwood, and if you're watching online with us as well, where it's great to have you with us to show so many different types of machinery. We are very much into this looking forward process of horseless to hybrid, and it's something that we're going to be looking into a little bit more very soon with some of the early vehicles. The pioneers of propulsion will be heading up the hill pretty soon, and we're taking machinery from the very late 1800s initially, because we're celebrating 130 years since the very first race, the Paris-Rouen race, and applying to that.
The concept of that first race, a city-to-city race, driving through towns and villages where people had never even seen a car before, and there they had the very, very early cars racing down their roads, scattering grannies and chickens, as a friend once said. But again, we went forward in great leaps through motoring technology. Didn't all work, but horseless to hybrid is the concept of the entirety of this Festival of Speed, and we are going to take you through the ages.
During the early years of the car, the height of technical achievement was in fact the steam locomotive, so it's no surprise that many automotive pioneers decided to use the same means of propulsion. Instead of the temperamental early combustion engines to operate a piston, using steam generated from a boiler was often simpler and more reliable. Once the boiler was stoked up, it could deliver huge performance over brief periods. During the 1894 Paris-Rouen event, sometimes described as the world's first competitive motor race, 9 steam-powered cars entered, with the de Dion-Bouton first across the finish line. And in 1906, a steam-powered Stanley, loaded with a 1000 psi boiler, raised the land speed record to 127.66 miles per hour in Ormond Beach, Florida. Steam had its disadvantages though. The weight of the boiler and time it took to raise temperature meant it eventually became unviable. In the 1920s, the electric starter motor made petrol power a much more convenient option.
So there we are, looking to some of the developments as we go through the course of this weekend, starting from the very beginning with steam power and then building up from there. And that's what's rather fun as we go through the course of this weekend, is seeing those changes. And of course, as we all know, modern electric is very much the latest thing. It's not the only thing, of course, because there's efficiency in all sorts of other areas as well.
I like the way you said modern electric there, because of course a century ago they did try electric power in early days, and there's an element of motoring technology that has been tried and doesn't always work at the first attempt. And this whole element of hydrogen cars, I mean, they did look at them about 40 years ago. Didn't have the technology to make it work, but those fertile minds are always there looking for ways to improve things. Of course, we've got climatic situations now that encourage us to be as clean as possible, and I think motorsport in particular really helps us develop those. It's a moving laboratory, and it always has been, motorsport, and you will see that through the course of this horseless to hybrid grid of vehicles that are going to come up, from cars with propellers to those without.
Yeah, this is wonderful to see, the propeller machine, because this was powered effectively by the propeller. This was an idea that was taken on. Would it work in terms of making a road car like this? Well, of course, it was experimented with, and it actually had quite a lot of speed to it, but it had four wheels, and it created a slightly different way of driving it around. Let's take a little look at an explainer of the propeller.
One of the biggest issues facing car engineers in the early 20th century was how to convert engine power into movement. In wheel-driven cars, this had to be done with crude, unsynchronized gearboxes. However, by using a rotating propeller, it removed the issue, as traction was carved from the air itself, allowing the car to be simpler, lighter, and potentially much more efficient. The Helica, also known as the plane without wings, was created by French inventor Marcel Layat. He took inspiration from contemporary aircraft by using a plywood monocoque structure with passengers sat behind each other. The vehicle had rear-wheel steering, and the giant propeller was powered by an 8 brake horsepower Scorpion engine. With a weight of just 250 kilograms, it was dangerously fast, and in 1927 a Helica reached a speed of 106 miles per hour on France's Montlhéry circuit.
So all part of the fun and games of different methods of making road cars work, and going from the days when horses really were the way to get around, whether it was on the horse or on a cart, from that to the various different methods, whether it was steam or using this kind of propeller, very different methods used. And of course, we've seen in motor racing, and we will see as we go throughout the course of this weekend, Bruce, propellers being used at the other end of the vehicle.
Exactly so, but actually I really love a car with a propeller because it's very clear visually what is going on, and so much of the early cars you could see everything from the outside. In fact, when we had the Duke of Richmond and Gordon going up in that MGC type from the early 1930s, you could see precisely what he was doing in the cockpit. So a very visual age. And then of course large engines at the front of two-seater cars was very much in the mix.
That's one of the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy. This was a little collection of cars that still exists. It's one of the oldest collection of cars actually that competed in the TT at the Isle of Man, that still exists as a little collection of cars. Amazing, really.
Yeah, Kenelm Lee Guinness had a huge amount of success, and there's the beautiful Sunbeam Tiger again following similar lines. But just touching on that Isle of Man TT, the circuit was just a mere 37.7 miles around per lap, and of course they had to do more than one lap. In fact, they did 16 laps, so that's about 50 kilometres times 16. You can do the maths on that.
This one's got a V12 supercharged 4-litre engine. So when this one goes up the hill, you'll be hearing this pretty amazing machine. They actually basically put two of the Sunbeam's 2-litre 6-cylinder engines together with one crankshaft. Bugatti. Now, the Bugatti is one of people's favourite looks from the 1930s, and it was one of the most successful cars of that entire period.
OK, let's give you the figure here. It's slightly vague, but it was more than 1,000 race wins for Bugatti Type 35s. Of course, there were races all around Europe. You know, pretty much every seaside town wanted to have some racing on their doorstep. And then the Beast of Turin, the Fiat S76. Huge engine, incredibly for shorter drivers. They need a leg up to get in the cockpit. You're sitting so high, but look at the controls, absolute simplicity. And the importance of the bodywork is when the engine starts flaming out the sides, out of those stub exhausts, it keeps you just out of being charcoaled.
Yeah, it's one of our favourites, whether we're here or at the circuit, because it does circuit racing as well. And it's often driven, I bet it's been driven here on the road, actually. It's often driven here on the road.
Yeah, comes up from the West Country of England and it stops. I think he's got it down to just under 20 stops. That's a lot of Mars bars bought at the petrol stations. But imagine being on a motorway, and that, which was a land speed record car, it was the fastest car in the world in period back in the very early, it was 1911 it was built. It was just from another planet.
Absolutely lovely to see, and it's wonderful seeing this little mixture of machinery that we've got out there, and always very challenging from those early days.
And I talked about bodywork on the Fiat. There is no bodywork at all on Mark Walker's Darracq. What you see is what you get, and Mark drives that with incredible degree of dynamism, all arms and elbows, and leaning with the car around the corners.
He didn't quite win at the members meeting this year. He did the year before, didn't he? But it was actually Julian Majoud managed to beat him this time.
Yeah, they've got an ongoing and very healthy degree of bodywork with them. But I think I should hand to Ben for this one. Ben, this car's rather special to you, isn't it?
It is, the Napier Railton. There is a little bit, not much, but a bit of Railton history in my family. So actually that is the most famous Napier Railton, because that created the lap record that would live forever at Brooklands. So it's always very special to see that vehicle out, and it's often packed away in the museum, but it's lovely to see it. And it did have that speed record at Brooklands leading up to the Second World War, when sadly Brooklands circuit was completely changed. They couldn't rebuild it, and it was part of the inspiration for Goodwood then taking on racing post-World War II.
It was indeed, and if you've never seen images of cars racing around the banking at that circuit in Surrey, at certain points the very fastest used to take off all four wheels off the deck because it was bumpy. It might have been banked, but it was bumpy too. Those were very brave racers.
Yeah, so we're going to see the first vehicles heading up the hill any moment now, and you are seeing a remarkable collection of these very early cars from the late 1800s, early 1900s. That's really what we're looking at. And we've got this propeller machine about to head up the hill. Just listen to that. Very different sound to most cars.
It's like a quiet generator or a gentle lawnmower, but in fact it might blow a bit of the dust off the hill as it goes up. So if you're seeing this for the first time, and quite permissible that is, the Layat Helica, and a propeller at the front. And as we heard, it was capable of more than 105 miles an hour, so they were brave individuals.
It's amazing when it's only a 1-litre twin-cylinder engine, and you can hear it's a pretty little motor, and yet they managed to get some pretty impressive speed out of it. Here it goes. It's very little light thing. It's incredibly light, and that's part of it, of course. The construction of it, you can see the chassis tubes are very thin. It's built very light, tiny, narrow tyres, which of course was part and parcel of those early days anyway. Quite a narrow rear end compared to the front end, and off it goes. So it starts quite gently, and then it's just a question of seeing how fast it can go, I suppose.
I think momentum would be absolutely everything, but you can see the aviation influence, not just in terms of having a propeller, but the fact that you've got that long tapering tail. They were probably on top of aerodynamics almost without realising it.
I wonder what it's like when you're driving that in the rain. That must be quite challenging, wasn't it?
I think muscle memory, only drive on roads you know, but right. Where are the wings, you may ask? It's not a plane, it's a car, but the propellers at the front, the Layat Helica, very special indeed. And you're quite right, look at that narrow rear track. It sort of just follows the front, almost as though the front does the business and the tail is just an afterthought, but light, nimble. They've removed the chicanes, which is very good news, because I think getting this one through the chicane before Balkan would be rather tricky, but all full speed ahead.
Total weight apparently of 250 kilograms. It's amazing that they could make it that light. They used a plywood monocoque structure, and it's powered by, as I mentioned, that little engine. It's a Scorpion engine, only 8 horsepower. So I'm amazed that it was recorded as doing 106 miles an hour on the Montlhéry circuit, apparently. And yeah, well, there it is, just heading up the hill. There were 30 of them built. Layat sold 23, and they reckon that a couple of them have survived to this day. So we're pretty lucky to be able to see this heading up the hill.
Yeah, built in 1921. Let's go a little bit further back in time. Some of the very early front runners, the Panhard de Levasseur, Roi des Belges, 1901.
Yeah, lovely to see that heading up the hill as well.
Again, doing it in a different way. This is a much larger engine. It's a 5-litre 4-cylinder engine, but if the their Helica was aerodynamic, this is absolutely the opposite. Bluff-fronted, sit up high. In fact, you don't sit in the panhard here, you sit upon. And very elegant. But as Ben pointed out, some of these early cars, if it was raining, you wore the rain.
Absolutely. I'm surprised they haven't actually filled the back end with it with some extra passengers, actually, because it's a rather lovely thing to be sitting in the back of.
Exactly. Getting a sighter up the hill. Of course, it's relatively flat in this early stage, but when they come further up the hill, then it gets an awful lot steeper. Now, is he about to be waved off the hill? That's
Yes,
enough.
That's it. I think that with those cars, they were just doing a short version, weren't they? Now, the Toyota Yaris heading out. Now, this is going to be fun to see because there are some special versions for some of the special drivers that are on offer here this weekend, and that is lovely to see them out there.
This is the hydrogen-powered one.
Yeah.
We saw it last year. Very, very impressive. Rowan Atkinson is slated to get himself behind the wheel this year. We'll wait to see if he's on board. Absolutely massive motorsport and automotive fan.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely great to see it is out there. We gather Rowan Atkinson is actually passenger in this at the moment. So he will be enjoying the ride up the hill right now. So, yeah, this one is the sharing its hydrogen fuel tanks and refueling process with Toyota's road-going Mirai. So this GR Yaris, it's got an internal combustion engine, but it also uses hydrogen as the fuel. So this is lovely to see. So this is, in some ways, we've been talking about this switch from horseless to hybrid, but also hydrogen, of course, a major part of some of the development work that is going on right now, and that's something Toyota are working on.
To be honest, I think we're at a time as dynamic in terms of automotive engineering as we were in those very early days when we're doing more different things now. For a long time, we went down one route in terms of how cars were powered, but now we're looking at all sorts of different angles, different fueling, different drivetrain, and I'm really a firm believer in the way of hydrogen. Le Mans 24 Hours, they're very, very keen, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, to get that to happen as the race cars of the future. But it's good to have these elements now. Rowan Atkinson, we hear, is pulled rank and moved across from what we thought was the passenger seat to the driver's seat. He drove it last year. He will be loving this.
Yeah, I would imagine Rowan's driving it because, yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. It's his helmet. So Rowan Atkinson is driving it up the hill. He's got lots of experience of driving here at Goodwood and lots of race experience. We've both seen him over the years at many races when he was competing in mainly saloon cars. It's been this thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but also, of course, at the Goodwood Revival and the members' meeting, he goes out in his giant late 1950s Jaguar Mark 7, sliding across on the leather seat at the front. But now, very dynamic into Moulcombe. He goes, pitches in, slightly cautious. As you can see, the dust is being kicked up. That's a case of being quite wise because it's still slippery this morning.
Yeah, as I was saying, they had the sweepers out there, sweeper trucks going up and down here to clean it up, but it has got pretty dusty from the creation of everything around here. So this will clean up quite a lot as we go through the course of the day, and some of these vehicles are the ones that are doing it. But lovely to see Rowan Atkinson taking the hydrogen-powered Toyota Yaris up the hill, and we're going to be seeing some more of the Yaris rally versions as well heading up the hill shortly. There we go, look, some rally time, and this is where you get a very different noise and a very different behaviour.
You certainly do. This is clearly a driver losing his way without the co-driver going up the hill, but the performance of the hybrid rally cars is just quite phenomenal, incredibly dynamic, and also the cars the smaller model is favoured, they're more nimble, and it really works. This is the 245 is the number of its entry, and it's a contemporary Toyota GR Yaris Rally 1.
Yeah, it is. So very contemporary drivers such as Sebastian Ogier and Kalle Rovanperä, and we are seeing them here over the course of the weekend as well. So it's lovely. We've got some of the very, very top rally drivers who will be playing a part in all of this. Of course, there is a completely separate rally part to the Festival of Speed further up the hill, and I recommend that if you get the chance to go up there and have a look at that as well, if you're into rallying, it's a wonderful thing to enjoy. Yet another aspect of the Festival of Speed weekend.
Now we go from rally cars to the absolutely mighty all off-road vehicles coming up the hill as well. And just take a look at these donuts. This isn't just carelessness, this is absolute precision. Look at that slide, rear wheel still turning away, front tyres smoking, getting it straight in front of the house. So entertainment as well as sheer performance. Absolutely magical driving. And then if you want it sideways, you look to the rally drivers. They know how to do it. We'll have the drift drivers coming up later, but hanging the tail out is just second nature to these showmen.
Yeah, and of course Toyota have had a huge amount of success over the years with over the last few years with the Yaris winning titles, back to manufacturers' titles and drivers' titles, with Kalle Rovanperä, who of course has dropped out of full rallying this year, but he's been doing some pretty impressive stuff with racing as well, so he's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, he really has. I love it when drivers move from one format of the sport to another, and you know they study it before they jump aboard and take their skills with them, and they look and they learn. But if you're a top rally driver, to my eye, you can drive anything.
So now we turn our head back to some of the really early machines again, which is from this early period when petrol was definitely the main form of power, and a lot of them were using sort of aero-based engines, although as we mentioned, some of them got bigger and bigger and bigger, but then they went into supercharging, and you can see supercharger on the front. That was a way of making the energy power so much more efficient. Supercharging came in a lot before turbocharging. We'll be seeing plenty of turbo-powered cars as we go through the weekend as well.
This is a Bentley Birkin single-seater, and Bentley was the primary exponent of making superchargers work, and they had the glorious period in the late 20s when Le Mans was their happy hunting ground. Now, for people of a certain age, the Lancia Stratos still makes them weak at the knee. This was a car that looked exquisite, Ferrari engine in the back, but just super nimble. You look at that, you look at the livery, think Sandro Minari dancing around the Col de Torini on the Monte Carlo rally.
Yeah, I have to say the Lancia Stratos was, when I was growing up, watching some of these in the world of rallying was awesome. And the fact that it was a two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, mid-engined machine, and yet it could perform so brilliantly in rallying. It was in the days before four-wheel drive really became a factor, to be fair. Four-wheel drive came in with the Audi Quattro and then just took off, of course. But the Lancia Stratos, a superb machine. That was a great rally car.
I was treated to watching in the 1970s some onboard footage, which was rare back then, and it was looking down in the footwell, looking at Sandro Minari's feet, dancing from pedal to pedal on the snow, the ice, the constant adjustment. Forget just adjusting the steering. That was magical. Little grip, but just that feeling of balance all top motorsport competitors have.
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful car, the Lancia Stratos. It's worth a lot of money these days, of course, because pretty rare, but beautifully done, and had incredible success in the world of rallying for quite a while. So that was lovely to see, and yeah, really lovely to have them here this weekend. Lots of rally cars that we will be able to enjoy, there's no doubt about it.
So, now, one of the greatest
BRM
sounds in motor racing, the BRM 16-cylinder engine, everyone working incredibly hard. This is the Type 15 BRM. It wasn't a success in period, it sounded brilliant, but it broke all the time. However,
yes, it didn't quite have the reliability, but a V16 engine, I mean, it was very early days for a V16 engine, and very difficult to make it work well. Only 1.5 litres, so you can imagine the cylinder size is pretty small to make it work.
yeah, now 3 of these have been built up recently by Hall & Hall, those are exquisite preparers of historic cars, and each one, listen in at the back, using around 20,000 original drawings to get it right.
And it is such a wonderful sound, and I hope if you are here at Goodwood this weekend, you've had a chance to hear that, because it is such a special noise, and as we hear it on the microphones as well, absolutely glorious. The V16 BRM just being taken up the hill. Rob Hall, very experienced and very rapid as well. Lovely to see that out there. So one of the Alphas heading back out onto heading up the hill now, the 8C 2900, and this is James Wood in the vehicle right now. So this is a supercharged straight 8, just under 3 litres. Very pretty. It was nicknamed the Bellina. And this was an experimental Alfa Romeo with that straight 8 and a very streamlined bodywork. That was, in those days, streamlining rather than downforce. They weren't really into downforce at that point. They were into making it go through the air as fast as possible.
I think that's incredibly rude to call it the whale. I think if there was a class called Formula Elegance, that would be right at the top. But James Wood just shifting down, turning into a beautiful smooth line. But the tail still wants to come around a little bit, not just because the track is slippery and dusty still, at Moulcombe, but that's sort of how the car wanted to drive. But great sounding engine as he takes that glorious 8C 2900B, the Spider. Well, I need to say not, we have no roof, so it is a Spider, but looks great. And for one of the glories of the Festival of Speed, you see cars you've never seen before. Each year you see new things, always learning as we go.
Yeah, making it all the way to the top. It's been beautifully prepared as well, isn't it? Gorgeous. The colour, the shine on it is absolutely delightful. And the Alfa Romeo just coming over the line now to complete the run up the hill, being followed up the hill right now by the Cefac Parallel 8. That's actually heading up right now. There it is, just heading up. This is from 1930. Well, in the 1930s, it was basically put together, and a very, very effective machine that was basically built by a French team determined to take on the Silver Arrows, the German Silver Arrows, Mercedes and Auto Union in its day.
But I mean, we have V16s, we just had them come up the hill. We have straight 8s. This is 2 4-cylinder engines side by side, doing things differently.
Rear right wheel's wobbling around a bit. I wonder if that's just there's a bit of looseness in the bearing, or whether it does look at that. But then, you know, running up the hill here, getting a decent run for a while. I wonder if they've done much with it so far. Staying on there, it's not falling off. We'll just keep an eye on that a little bit.
Yes, I was wondering if it was the way the light was catching it, but driver will be conversant, but it definitely does appear, not just in the dappled light, to be moving a little bit.
Yeah, so let's hope that that's all okay as it comes up the hill. Very much with that streamlining design as well. This long tail section was something that was very much developed. Now, moving on to another Alfa Romeo. Now, this is one of the most famous Alfa Romeo types, the P3 Tipo B, because, Bruce, this, and in its period, this was one of the most successful. This was before the German Auto Unions and Mercedes started winning everything. This was the car that was winning before that.
No, exactly so, and there's a famous victory in the German Grand Prix for Tazio Nuvolari. He took on the Silver Arrows. Beating them was one thing, beating them on their home ground, they weren't enormously happy. So they spent a bit more and made their Silver Arrows even faster. But just look how dynamic this Alfa Romeo P3 is. It's being driven absolutely superbly here. But again, drive at the top rather than in the car.
But it was early days for single-seater, wasn't it? Because sort of leading up to this period, they were often two-seater machinery. Then they got rid of mechanics, of course. That had already come. But they then went to this beautiful, very single-seater modification. So yeah, it's a lovely design. And it was, as you say, extremely successful. This is Annette Wiesmann, who is in this one today. So, and now we'll just take, oh, look at this. This is lovely to see. This is the Lancia Delta, the S4 from 1985. One of the key parts of that rally period in the 1980s. This was one of the fastest too.
It absolutely was, and again, if you get a chance to look at it in the paddock, you realise there's bodywork, but not much within, apart from the engine, where they could get the centre of balance right. The Delta was a great car. The Delta S4 was something completely else, but Group B rallying, only recently we got cars as dynamic as they were back in the 1980s. The Ford RS2000 was in there competing as well, the MG Metro 6R4. But Lancia, particularly in the Martini liveries, just was delivering year in, year out in the category. Great to see that here.
Ian Gwynn is in the car at the moment and celebrating what it is, as you say, such an amazing machine. That combination of turbo and supercharger and all the power that it had. So tragic, of course, that we lost one of the great drivers through the accident, which then led on to the end of Group B in rallying. They moved on for safety reasons, but the period at the time was wonderful.
Cars coming at us thick and fast. Renault took victory at Le Mans. Of course, we'd had Batra winning, but the glory of one French manufacturer needed to be toppled by another. And Renault came out to play, threw a lot of money, had the very top drivers on board. And this Alpine A442B, of course, it's great to have Renault and Alpine back again. Alpine sort of disappeared, but they came back and they have an exquisite range of road cars, and of course, competing in Formula 1 as well now.
I used to have a poster with one of this in my bedroom, actually, funnily enough. The family was a bit of a Renault family at the time, and so when this won Le Mans 1978, went up on the board. It won in 1978 with Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Josseau. taking a popular win 4 laps ahead of everybody else. They had lost out, Alpine, several times to Porsche, hadn't they, before that?
Yeah, but you look at what it took for Ford to win them all. You don't go and win it first attempt. Oh, apart from Ferrari last year when they came back. But now we're going to the world of Formula One, and Lotus in that black and gold John Player special livery. Great to have that. Also that engine note, that DFB car. Turbocharging something that really came and went. We saw that with the Renaults, but this little BMW 2002 TIK Turbo 1969, and it's got BMW royalty on board. Poldi, or Prince Leopold von Bayern, at the wheel. He raced constantly through the 80s, but small, light, well handling. That really was the story of BMW back in the day. The 2002 sold by the drove, and I do love that work livery. White, the national German racing colour, with flanks of blue. It looks clean, crisp, and it sounds fantastic as well, even now.
Absolutely right, yeah. Turbocharging the 2002 was such a major factor that worked very well, and this was early days. Of course, Porsche were doing turbocharging then before 911s, but turbocharging had become a key part, and for the 2002, this became one of the great race cars of that period of the late 1960s, early 1970s. They would race in things like the Spa 24-hour race, etc., and it provided great results as well, and also became one of the favourite road cars in this country, didn't they? They were worth good money at the time.
Yeah, used to go to the school in BMW 2002 Touring.
Yes, actually,
sloping back.
My brother had a 2002 Touring. Yes, that's right, and it was that was a lovely machine. Didn't have the turbocharged engine though, so it wasn't quite as rapid as this thing, I have to say.
Yes. Some of those early turbo cars, you couldn't tell they were turbocharged for a while after pressing the pedal, then suddenly it would arrive. Obviously, it was finessed as turbocharging became more developed across the years.
So we got one of the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy cars that we saw one earlier. This is Nicholas Pellet's one. Nicholas does a lot here at Goodwood, whether it's at the circuit or Festival of Speed, always very, very successful. And this is going back to that Isle of Man Tourist Trophy event where they entered a bunch of these Sunbeams, and one of them did take the victory. In fact, several of them were forced to retire, but thankfully one of them did very well.
Yeah, now one of the elements about it's not just a hard, tricky course in terms of driving, the topography of the track. Also, on the Isle of Man, you've got some topography to cover, and sometimes you get mist hanging over the upper parts of the course, which just added a little frisson of excitement to what was already a fairly terrifying course. Now back to that Bugatti Type 35B. Small, nimble, very, very artistic, the Bugatti family. And Ben, that front-on shot showing the toe-in. There's nothing wrong with that car. That is how it was set up to achieve its performance, get its cornering. It looks as though someone's just got it wrong, but they got it very, very right indeed with those early Bugattis.
Absolutely, and it's lovely to see Julien Mazout, who is always very, very rapid. He's been doing historic racing for many, many years, and actually he took the win, didn't he? The Bugatti, they had a Bugatti collection of 35s at the members' meeting earlier this year, and he was the one that took the victory against all of them. And he's often quick in the SF Edge Trophy race in a different car as well. So he has a tremendous little collection, but he's a very rapid driver. I love the positive camber on the front wheels as well. That they really stick with the top out, bottom in, which is not something you sort of expect in modern racing.
No, but what you're seeing here is someone who's actually really, really pressing on. I don't think Julien has 2 speeds. He gets in a car. You see the external gear change leading out of the cockpit, just changing with his right hand. He's going right to the edge of the hill because he's picking up the dust that the others haven't reached. Now, we talked earlier about the BMW M3 in racing. We talked of Demon Sweets, the late Alan Minshaw. This is his car, and he shared it with a really popular Austrian, Roland Ratzenberg, a good friend of mine back in the day. This was the days of the European Touring Car Championship, but this one was racing in the British Series.
And it is Jason Minshaw who's driving it for them. So it is lovely to see, yes, built as an homologation special for Group A touring rules, and competed so effectively, this model of car, in touring cars between 1987 and 1991, with car championships being won in Germany, in the UK as well, European and world titles. It really was dominant force.
And some of the great battles they had with the Ford Sierra Cosworth, and then later the RS 500, they were epic days, brilliant battles in the Spa 24 hours, but yeah, raced all around the continent, in fact, all around the world. You'd have seen the M3 winning the Macau gear race between barrier and stone walls. Immaculate out in the Far East.
Absolutely, and a really lovely sound as well from that 2.3 litre 4-cylinder engine, very characteristic.
And like all racing models, they had evolution versions. Moors was added, but more has not been added to the Darracq. It's one of the very earliest cars here. That's Mark Walker.
Yeah.
That's number 103, a 25.4 litre V8. I didn't get that wrong. You can see it. It's sitting there at the front of the Darracq. And again, the driver wholly exposed. The passenger alongside just saying their prayers, I think.
Yeah, no, this is the Darracq. This is the one that always goes so well on the circuit after it's got off the line, because it was built for land speed records originally, which means it wasn't built for accelerating from a standing start. So when we see that starting at Goodwood, it always starts incredibly slowly. It hasn't got a low first gear. So he always starts on the front row after a quick qualifying, ends up in the middle of the pack, and then tries to fight his way through. Last year, he managed to win. This year, he didn't quite manage it on the last lap.
Spectacle every time he gets aboard that fabulous Darracq 200 horsepower car. I love seeing that. Even more dynamic when it gets to the circuit. Now, we're talking about moving through technology, horseless to hybrid, and there were different ways of doing things. Some worked, some didn't. This is the Howmet. And that was approaching it differently. Gas turbine.
Yeah, listen. Let's just listen. That is a unique sound of the gas turbine. There's just a bit more up here. Wonderful, wonderful. Hearing the gas turbine, and actually this was built slightly later than some of the gas turbines. They all wanted to come along. They actually managed to get a race victory, didn't they, out of this one?
Yeah, they did. And I just want to say one little factor: 57,000 RPM. Do things differently with gas turbine. And of course, we had vehicles with helicopter engines in the back as well, and all sorts of things. So Howmet, an American manufacturer, in the end, not as successful as they wanted, but again, it was experimenting, and that's what the history of motorsport is all about.
Again, you're getting that sound. Remarkable, isn't it, for a racing car to have that sound? And it's got a very typical Ford rear lights, I noticed, from back in the day.
Yeah, Mark I Ford Cortina,
yeah.
ban the bomb, as they were later called.
So they obviously pinched them off a Cortina.
Well, you can spend the development money on other developments, most simply, but the Howmet, yes, took that one win, and it sounded like nothing else. Looked fairly similar, apart from the great big air intake above the top of the car.
I gather it had a few non-finishes in its racing days, and it actually was raced in America, then came to the UK, then went back to the States, and actually it was back in the States that it took a win. So they did well with it, but it never. We'll see some other gas turbine machinery here this weekend. For example, there is a Lotus. They actually tried to play with the Lotus F1 car as well, but it never quite worked. So now this is the other very, very characteristic Fiat S76 that we often see. Duncan Pittaway at the wheel once again, and just listen and watch this one, because the fire that tends to come out, we'll see how much of it comes out this time. Very different noise to the one we just heard go up the hill.
Yes, whenever it's fired up, the marshals work out they don't want it close to the straw bales when they fire it up, because they could get them alight. Duncan Pittaway, the yellow and black, the Buzzy Bee helmet, and the lucky passenger roasting chestnuts on the other flank of the car.
It is so tall, that bonnet, as you said. It would be over top of my head. Might be not over top of yours, Bruce, but it's around 2 meters high, isn't it? It's just such a massive engine. And this was at a time when engines were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it was really after this that the manufacturers all decided, OK, actually, the biggest is not always the best.
Well, trying to package a 28-litre engine is never an easy thing. That is why that is so unbelievably tall, high up. Gives Duncan a fantastic view. Now we're moving from racing back to manufacturer cars.
This is the Yangwang U9. So this is a very modern machine. Very different, of course, to what we would be seeing just a moment ago. We're updating things in a slightly different way here. And the Yangwang heading its way up onto the hill now as well. Beautiful style, and very much in that sort of sports car style.
Well, you can't miss it with its massive rear wing, and again, some of the performance figures that modern supercars achieve. And the EV versions, of course, have phenomenal acceleration. It's something that's really hard to get your head around, that a normal road car can be quicker than racing cars of enormous success just off the line. But again, made for purpose. Yangwang, the U9, yes. Tick that one off in your I Spy book of cars.
Absolutely. This Yangwang is the high-end brand of BYD. We saw BYD vehicle out earlier. Yangwang is their sort of updated version, first electric supercar model, yeah, worth a lot of money. They're starting to put it out this year. In fact, coming out for the first time. Gets to speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour, so it's a pretty rapid machine. Apparently 0 to 60 in about 2.3 seconds. So with that electric power, it can do anything. I don't think it's going to be doing, I'm not sure it's entered for the shootout. It could have been quite something for that, couldn't it?
Well, you know, maybe early days, they'll save it for next year, but again, one of the many cars that are seen for the first time. That's one from our supercar run. But we have the first glance for things that are absolutely brand spanking new, but great to see this amazing array of cars coming up the hill. I think we're getting towards the end of the batch, and it's a big day for BMW here. They're launching the new M5.
Yeah, that's one of the track cars, I think, just heading up actually as well, isn't it? So, yeah, we've got through that little run, and it's rather lovely that we've had that mixture of some of the very earliest vehicles and some, as we've seen, some of the most recent as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then from these early runs up the hill, and particularly with the propeller launching the first machine. That was entertaining stuff.
That was the Helica. They don't make cars like that anymore, but right back, as Ben said, to the very beginning of time, celebrating horseless to hybrid, Hydrogen 2, and we had that going up the hill. And then the rally cars, they really started to entertain. They slid, they spun, they were quick.
So yes, some lovely sliding here, some lovely control. We'll see plenty more of this. We've got some great drift guys here as well, and they will be having some fun and games out on the Festival of Speed hill climb. They always do it extremely well. Beautiful views, beautiful sound, and some amazing machinery. And most of it all ran up the hill very, very smoothly. It was only the Ford Transit that had that little problem earlier.
Just the one. We had Sunbeams, we had Alfa Romeos, we had the Helica, and we have single-seaters preparing to come and join us later. We also had Le Mans winning Renaults and the first turbocharged BMW, the 2002 from 1969.
Yeah, some remarkable machinery with great history, right back from the early 1900s to some of the latest vehicles, some of the super electric vehicles that we've got, and some of the lovely touring cars, as you mentioned, the E30 BMW, sounding wonderful, and then going right back to those early days with an engine completely on view and the valves popping up and down as they deliver the power up the hill. Sunbeam from the 1930s that had such success, and this one the more powerful engined one, and then the gas turbine powered, that sounded so wonderful, that whistle as it headed up the hill.
Heat being generated from the mighty beast of Turin, the Fiat S76, 28.4 litres of soar-away fun. Duncan Pittaway was the pilot.
Yes, and then some of the more modern machinery as well, providing us with a very different look. This is the Yangwang U9, all modern, all electric, very, very rapid. So all fun to see these early cars coming out. Entertaining stuff.
Ron, well, it's not all what it seems with this GR Yaris, is it?
No, it's hydrogen powered. Yeah, it's got some H2 in the back, and I drove a hydrogen car, GR Yaris. I mean, the GR Yaris, you know, one of my favourite cars of the moment anyway. But they've devised this way of using hydrogen, but with a combustion engine. So it's not a fuel cell, it's not a hydrogen fuel cell, it's hydrogen as fuel going, you know, directly into a piston engine, and it works really well. And this is the sort of new improved version, more European version, I'm told, rather than a Japanese version, more developed because Toyota have this vision, which I think is a wise one, of using hydrogen in motorsport. It's slightly problematic in road cars because of the infrastructure and logistics, but in competition, you know, there is a lot of potential, and I think they're going to use it in a Le Mans car at some point, whether that's this year, next year.
That's the target, yes.
Yeah.
And I see you brought a pretty handy navigator.
My co-driver here, who I don't think has ever co-driven in his life, because normally he's the driver.
Yeah, Sebastian, you're in the wrong side of the car, surely.
Definitely. It was a bit unusual, but it was an experience. I think we took it a bit steady today, and the car, I think it's interesting, to see that Toyota is really pushing for new technology. I've seen that you learn very nicely. You made the briefing better than anyone at Toyota, I would say. So you're the best. Maybe they should give you a small contract as a representative.
And any driving tips for him on the way up the hill?
No, I think coming here on such a short track, not knowing the car, it's a bit. It's a bit crazy then to try to push and prove anything. So.
Yeah, that's what.
And more importantly, did you get good left and right 2, 3 on the way up?
Left and right 2, 3. What are you talking about? It was. It was. It was. I mean, the good thing about it is that it feels sort of like a petrol-fueled vehicle. I mean, there are some eccentricities, but not many. And every time that I've driven, the hydrogen car, that it improves. So that's all you can hope.
And you've got a petrol one of these, have you?
Yeah. I've got a GI Yaris, which I adore. It is such a fantastic car. It's a fantastic thing to drive every day, and then to take to a track. As a track day car, it's fantastic. And compared to, I went on a hefty track day when myself and a couple of friends were driving the GI Yaris here at Goodwood, and we must have done 35 hot laps, and then I drove the car home, and the car felt exactly the same when I drove it home as when I drove it here. Now, in the 1980s and 90s, if you took a hot hatch, for a track day, and you did 20 hot laps, the thing would be creaking and rattling and knocking all the way home, because they simply were not built for track use, whereas the GI Yaris, from the foundation stone of development, has been developed as a track car, even though it's a very usable road car.
We have to say we've been pushing it. Like us rally driver, we got the target from Akio Toyota to really push the limit as hard as we could, and the car have been even developed on rally stages. So it was really pushed to the limit, and yeah, we have to say I must agree. Yeah, it's a very funny little car, and especially on the slippy surface, it's so fun to drive and hard to beat. I would say if you put it on snow or gravel track, it's as a standard car, it's very effective.
Well, it was a little bit dusty on the hill this morning, but it's clear. Will we see you guys the rest of the weekend? Maybe we'll be swapping seats?
No, I'm off home. Thank you very much indeed.
In the Yaris?
What am I in today? No, I'm not. I won't say what I'm in today. But anyway, I'm not in the Yaris today.
No, for me it's also today only here. But it's always a pleasure anyway. And we have the sunshine, so we're going to enjoy this day.
Yeah, exactly. We've enjoyed the dryness of the day. I have enjoyed the dryness of my run very much. So thank you, weather.
Well, lovely speaking to you both.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
To hear them start and then
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Right now is a BMW launch about to take, well in fact it's already taking place. Let's go and join what's going on next door.
With a lot of different models on the M4, including the CS, also the M2, and especially also on the motorsport part. We came back to Le Mans after 25 years with the BMW M Hybrid V8, which is actually on display over there, and also we'll do the hill climb throughout the whole festival.
So a very busy year already, and we're only in July. Now, the Festival of Speed is, of course, a super special event, and it has just grown enormously since the first one in 1993. But what is it about the festival that made you want to come here today?
Well, I think the Festival of Speed is just such a special event. I mean, it's all about a passionate community of people that are celebrating cars and motorsports, and that's so close to our heart at BMW M. So I'm sure that we will, with this crowd, we will have a great party celebrating the 2 new models here at this stand here at Goodwood. And I couldn't imagine a better place in the world to be than right here.
Oh, great. So that's lovely to hear. Thank you. So let us now find out what is in store for July 2024 and reveal the first of our 2 models. So, Frank, over to you.
Yeah, well, I think let's take a look at the first one, which is actually right next to us. It's the all-new BMW X3 M50 X-Drive. Let's take a look.
Oh, it is always so thrilling to see a new car in the metal for the first time. And to understand a little bit more about this one, please welcome the UK product manager for X3. It's James Costin.
Thank you, Vicky. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what's the first reaction? Good, I think. Good, I think.
Looks good, great. Yeah.
Well, this is the range-topping X3 M50 X-Drive, and it actually features the most powerful 6-cylinder inline petrol engine that we've ever fitted to an M Performance model. The maximum output of this car is 398 horsepower. The new BMW X3 is also available with a 4-cylinder petrol and diesel engine, as well as a new plug-in hybrid with an enhanced fully electric range of 56 miles WLTP. As you can see, the exterior's had a major update, a really bold design language coming to this car now. We call it monolithic, in fact. And if I point out a few notable features, a really distinctive double kidney grille now on the X3, a new L-shaped LED headlight design too. The new car is slightly longer and also slightly wider than its predecessor. We've also lowered the roof height slightly, which gives it a really sporty profile. M-specific design features on this car include an M kidney grille. It also has iconic glow contour lighting, which we'll try and get working for you. And other notable features include the M mirror caps, and of course at the back, if we can capture that on camera, please, the unmissable quad exhaust pipes at the back. At the back, cameraman, please. The inside has also had a major update. It's been fully modernised and refreshed, and now includes standard fitted sport seats, the new BMW curved display, featuring the latest BMW operating system too.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much indeed, James. A round of applause then for the X3. So you will be able to get close and personal with this car in a few moments' time. But Frank, where have you gone? Now, I have a feeling that everyone here is particularly keen to see our next world premiere. Are you ready?
Definitely. I'd say let's start the countdown.
Welcome to the all-new 7th generation BMW M5. And of course, we have two very special guests on board. They are the Global Product Manager for M5, Daniela Schmidt, and His Grace, the Duke of Richmond. Daniela, if I may start with you first. Now, you have the joyous job of putting your racing license to the test for the next 4 days and taking this up the hill. It must be so rewarding for you to finally let this out and about.
Yeah, it's a huge honor after so many years of work to show the car for the first time and to drive it up the hill. So thank you for having us.
Oh, well, thank you for being there. We look forward to it going up there. I know you're going to get ready for your first one, so thank you indeed, Daniela. And Your Grace, thank you so much for being part of the world premiere here today. Could I just ask your brief first impressions of the car in your very short commute to the stage?
Well, I didn't see it in there, so I'm seeing it now. I just got straight into it. For the first time, no, I've always been a huge M fan. Obviously, I've had a few M5s too. I was just saying to Danielle that they always thought they were the craziest cars, so any time, any speed, everywhere, flat out. But anyway, not meant to say that, I'm sure. I think it looks fantastic. Super muscly. I think it looks absolutely fabulous. And of course, having the M hybrid electrification system in it as well as a whole new world. Over 700 horsepower?
727.
727 horsepower.
17, I think, but it's...
Anyway, yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. And, we're just so honoured to have the launch here and to have such a close relationship with BMW, with M, and to be involved in these great global moments.
How much of an easy yes was it when BMW said, could we please have a couple of world premieres here?
I said, if I can have the cars afterwards, it's fine.
And they said?
Of course.
No comment. No comment.
Oh, love it. And I know you are a super busy man, so thank you so much indeed for your time and have a wonderful Festival of Speed.
Oh, thank you all so much for coming. It's great to have you here. And thank you to BMW and to M for giving us this fabulous car today.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, His Grace.
Well, lovely to hear from Vicky Butler-Henderson there, as we've been looking at the new BMWs being launched, and we'll be seeing much more of them, of course, as we go over the course of the rest of the weekend, and a lot of hill climb action going on too. Now, it's Ben Edwards here, just being joined right now by two others who are going to be part and parcel of the next little group of machinery that's coming up the hill. Alice Powell, racer, and now very much a commentator, presenter on all forms of motorsport. Alice, we've worked together quite a lot over the last couple of years, and it's a lovely mix here that we've got at the Festival of Speed that we're looking forward to, isn't it?
It is, and it's great to be working with you again. Of course, Ben, always a highlight of the year, not just working with you, but of course, Goodwood Festival of Speed, the array of cars that we've already seen, and we're going to be treated to some bikes as well.
And I'm very glad to say we've got James Hayden back with us, star racer himself. And James, it's lovely to have you to talk us through some of these bikes.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to be here. The weather's come out to join us as well, which is fantastic. We're having a little look at the 2024 Aprilia RS660. They've got a new class for these in BSB this year. It's actually leading the championship with Edoardo Colombi, the Italian. Really nice sort of lightweight sort of bike, like a little mini RS V4, if you like, lightweight, compact, sleek. And yeah, really nice. The top speed of about 240 k's, 0 to 100 in about 4.8, and yeah, lovely to see the Aprilias really coming on. We've not had those in the British Championship for a long while, and they had such a good weekend last weekend at Snetterton. They in fact raced for the lead, and he just missed out on the win there by 0.06 of a second. So that was pretty cool. Now what have we got here? We've got the Triumph. Now this is an absolute beast. It's got the biggest engine of any production motorcycle ever. It's got a 2.4 litre engine, which is ridiculous. 0 to 60 in about 2.7 seconds. 166 pounds of torque, would you believe? 180 brake horsepower. It's a real animal. Look at that size of that massive rear tyre. I was just
going to say, it is a hugely wide rear tyre. We were looking at some early old cars just now with much narrower tyres, and the rear tyre on that is huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a super cool kind of laid-back cruiser, yeah, but it's also an absolute brute. As I say, look at that engine. I mean, it really is quite an animal. This is a Aprilia RS V4, one of my favourite motorcycles. And again, at the weekend at Snetterton, it led till the very last lap, and Aprilia never won a BSB race in the hands of Lewis Rollo it was, and you know, he just went out. You can see it's a real little replica of their MotoGP bike with all the latest aerodynamics, the little winglets on the front. You know, they come standard with just under 220 brake horsepower. A real weapon, and just a beautiful thing. It's one of my favourite sports bikes. It really shrinks when you ride it. You know, it's got this gorgeous V4 engine, revs to about 13,500. It does nearly 200 mile an hour. That little 65-degree V4 is just a gem, and it kind of shrinks around you. It feels almost like a 250 with a great big superbike engine. It really is a lovely thing to ride, and obviously Aprilia having a real comeback in MotoGP at the moment. They're doing superbly.
It's a beautiful day for riding the bikes up here as well, isn't it? Because the fact that we've got this sunshine here, we've seen how wet it has been around here. We've all been walking through lots of mud, but actually beautiful conditions. Okay, if you've got a bike that then can go off-road as well, that's always fun. But yeah, we get a real mixture of machinery around here, there's no doubt about it. 468, that's the Royal Enfield Interceptor 650 twin, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. This is the Wildfire Desert Racer, inspired by the era of the big twin rallying. They've only made 2 of these Royal Enfield, and it's made by their in-house motorsports team. Got that sort of real custom livery, unique bodywork, all fabricated by the factory racing department. It's got a Harris tubular subframe, monocoque suspension, and it really is that sort of classic, you know, Paris-Dakar look. And it'll be, you know, something like that up here as well with the big white bars. Will be a great thing to hustle up.
Yeah, it's fantastic livery, the way they've done all this as well. It makes it fun with the way they've combined both the bike and the rider's kit with this livery. It certainly comes across well. Royal Enfield heading up with that very different sound as well.
Yeah, it is. It's you know, an 865cc engine, and it's Death Spray custom sort of designed all that paintwork, and As I say, it really is you've never seen a Royal Enfield look quite like that, have you?
No, not quite like that, I have to say. Very, very different. So nice to see some bikes up there. We've still got the MGs, of course, being celebrated on this glorious weekend here at Goodwood. I'm not sure how many bikes we've got going up right now. We've got a real selection of bikes, though, coming up throughout the course of the weekend, haven't we, James? Just talk us through a little bit of some of the fun we're going to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're celebrating 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycle racing, and it's not just the motorcycles. We've got some of the biggest names, the biggest stars in motorcycling, from Jaco Agostini, one of the most famous motorcycle racers ever, 15 world championships to his name, Mick Doohan, an absolute legend, Kenny Roberts, another legend, Freddie Spencer, Randy Mamola, it really is a who's who of motorcycling. And we've got, the bikes to match Casey Stoner, these multiple world champions, from the very highest echelons of the sport, and so to have them all gathered in one spot is almost unique and such a pleasure. I can't wait to see them ride.
Well, thanks very much, James. It'll be really, really good to enjoy some more of the bikes as we go through the course of the weekend. Looks like we're into some of the cars now, Alice, and looking forward to seeing some of the action in this next one. And for Toyota, of course, we are looking forward to enjoying the first runs of the GR Yaris Special Editions. We've got the 547 car out at the moment. I think Kalle Rovanperä and we saw Sebastian Ogier out earlier as well. Key part of the Toyota aspect. This is the Ogier edition, indeed.
Yes, and there's many different modes that you can go into when you take foot into a Yaris, but in these special editions here, for example, the Seb Ogier, French rally driver, of course, with 60 World Rally victories, 102 podiums. You can change the control modes, and there's a button in this car, and it says Push Seb, and that will alter all the sort of the modes in the car. And we will see the Rovanperä edition as well, which has a Push Kalle button, and it also comes, this car that we're just seeing going up the hill now, with a donut mode. Of course, Kalle excels in his drifting. Another World Rally driver, Finnish rally driver, 23 years old, 13 World Rally victories to his name, 23 podiums. So we've got some beautiful Toyota special editions that we're really treated to here.
Yeah, it is great to see, there's no doubt about it. And also seeing Aston Martin heading up the hill now as well. So Aston Martin, the DBX 707, Andy Tokley is driving this one, and Aston Martin, of course, with tremendous history here. It is very much a luxury SUV, supercar of SUVs. We're seeing a few of them, aren't we, now, because we had the Lotus SUV up there earlier on. This one's capable of just under 200 miles an hour. It's a 4-litre twin-turbo V8, front mid-mounted engine, so that engine is pushed back into the chassis a little bit to give you that better balance. And Andy Tokley giving us a rather lovely display and kicking up a bit of the dust.
I was just about to say, still a lot of dust out there on circuit at the moment, but this is a car that you will see often in Formula One. It's the Formula One medical car, so any of you that are keen eyes out there will recognise this car, and of course the Formula One, which follows Formula One and their support races at the back of the field.
Yeah, we've got lots of Formula One to talk about over the course of this weekend as well, so that's going to be fun to see. Just heading out now is the other Aston Martin. Bentley. We're looking at the Bentley now, yes, coming out. And this is the Continental GTC Speed. So this is the fourth generation of the Continental GT, and now they have a hybrid powertrain. So it's nearly 800 horsepower. It's a 4-litre twin-turbo V8 and electric motor as well. So again, you're seeing, and it's being hustled up the hill quite nicely, I must admit. We're seeing a few vehicles being pushed up a little bit more. We're going to be enjoying the shootout, of course, Alice, as we go through the course of this weekend, when they really will be pushing very hard. This point of the day is much more about the display than it is about the lap time.
It is, but there's some drivers out there who want to show off their driving skills as well. But this beautiful Bentley, 0 to 60 miles per hour in 3.2 seconds, 50 miles of electric range as it crosses the finish line now. A beautiful demonstration there, and perfect day to have the roof down as well.
And then this is the Yangwang U8 now heading out. So this was the one that the Yangwang we mentioned is the prestige brand of BYD. They're not actually selling in Europe yet, but it is a launch that is important. Now this is important too. This is the Capri, the Ford Capri. So using the old Capri name, the legendary name of the Ford Capri, but it's making its debut in this new form. This is an SUV coupe, effectively, and this is what is the new Ford Capri, making its debut at Goodwood. So this really is fun to see going up the hill.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you're not going to miss it with the bright yellow colour there. The coupe is ready to inject some soul into the world of EVs as it blasts up the hill.
Yeah, the Ford Capri has such great history, doesn't it? A slightly different style when it was very much the sort of sporty car, but this is still sporty. It's just a modern version with the electric power and the sort of size that people really want to enjoy nowadays. The SUV has become, of course, across the board, one of the most popular forms of vehicle out there.
Yeah, it certainly has, and very popular brand in the world of motorsport as well, with many successes on track and rally as
we still
well.
Enjoy some of the historic ones competing, don't we?
We certainly do. The Ford Mustang race as well is a hugely popular one, especially at the members meeting.
So one of the Lotuses coming out now. This is the Lotus Emea, and this is the Emea S coming out. So this is their active aero version, and Lotus, of course, going forwards with very much with the technical side and going on electric as well, because this is how they feel that the whole future of motoring is, and so many manufacturers do. So we're seeing yet more vehicles coming out that are part and parcel of the future of road cars, and of course they'll no doubt convert into racing cars in some form or other as well.
Yeah, we'll have the Emea R as well at some point during the batch this weekend in the first glance, which goes 0 to 62 in 2.78 seconds. So hugely powerful, certainly shifts off the line when you need it.
And then one of the MGs coming out. This is fun to see as well. So this is the MG4, isn't it? Yeah, the MG4 EV Power.
Daniel Rowbottom behind the wheel. Touring car driver, of course, and successful all the way through his motorsport career in karting as well. And this is the fully electric hatchback that has up to 323 miles of electric range.
Yeah, it's nice that Dan Rowbottom's in it and giving us his experience. He's taking it reasonably quickly up the hill, but he's not going for a super quick lap, which he is perfectly capable of, or a super quick hill climb. But this is nice to see a new look of this type of MGs, and we're seeing all these updated MGs, the new vehicles coming through. This is, as I say, the MG4 EV X Power, as it's called, in a very strong green livery, which is very distinctive. The big white coloured wheels as well. So it's a fairly unusual livery in some ways. I love the rear. Look at the rear lights. That's rather fun too. The whole rear section. Certainly a little unique on the MG.
Certainly slick, isn't it? Very, very streamlined as it crosses the line now. We will get to catch another glance of this car later on.
It's lovely they're using the history of MG, and here we are looking at another of the MG models. This is the Cyberster Coupe, and we saw a bunch of them going out a little bit earlier on. Produces a lot of electrical power and lots of acceleration. Of course, the electric cars have that amazing ability to go from 0 to speed at massive power, because they have maximum torque right off the line.
Yeah, they certainly do. And this is a global debut for this car. Generates up to 375 kilowatts of power, which equates to around about 496 horsepower. It can go 0 to 62 in 3.2 seconds. Roof down as well. Perfect day for that. Some cameras attached there for MG to get some brilliant filming, and a nice crowd turning up to see the MG go up the hill too.
It is, yes. No, there's a great audience already here at Goodwood today, and lovely to see that build up as we go throughout the course of the weekend, with so many star drivers and amazing vehicles and bikes as well, as we've already seen some lovely bikes coming out just now that we were talking about, but a lot of the history of motor racing bikes that will be coming out a little bit later on as well. But the MG weekend that we are celebrating is absolutely crucial to what's going on at Goodwood this weekend, and we saw that very early 1930s MG race car being driven by the Duke of Richmond a little bit earlier to start the whole session off. But this, of course, is one of the very latest versions of the MG created by the Chinese company. And here we are with another one of the MGs. This is the HS, the MG HS, and this is actually a global debut. So this is the first time that this particular MG, this is an SUV, so a bigger vehicle, this is the first time that we've seen that. So if you're here at Goodwood this today or watching us online, then absorb what is yet another new machine entirely.
Yeah, this, like you said, Ben, global debut. This has never been seen before, so extremely fortunate to be able to witness this, as it's a beautiful car, very slick, heads up the hill. And if you get a chance to head to MG's stand across the weekend as well, you'll be able to see this car on display. They're going to also have the Cyber GTS concept there, which is actually created just for the Festival of Speed. Both of them are actually making, of course, this car and the Cyber GTS making their global debuts this weekend.
Yeah, so it's a big time for MG. There's no doubt they're making the most of this celebration of Goodwood and the anniversary, effectively, of 100 years of the MG name. But they're really using it in a way of developing and showing us off the new machinery. And this company now owned from China, but it's using a lot of that heritage, a lot of that background, and also, of course, creating modern vehicles that are going to be very popular amongst the market. And it's done well in the UK so far with a lot of its vehicles, and they're building up the assortment, the range of machinery that they are putting on show. So that is a chance this weekend to have a good look at them. As you say, the display vehicles will be out there as well, and for a chance for everybody to get up nice and close and see exactly what it's like. So Porsche, always very, very popular here at Goodwood as well. This is the Cayenne GTS, and the Cayenne heading up the hill right now too. So Porsche also went down that SUV kind of route quite early on with the Cayenne, and that has proved to be one of the most promising for the company, has really delivered extremely huge supply. James Wallace driving this one up the hill at the moment.
Yeah, we're very fortunate here at Goodwood to get plenty of global debuts. I think that's what adds to making Goodwood Festival of Speed so special. We really get to see these cars first-hand for the very first time being put through their paces up the hill. And the Cayenne GTS finishes its run now.
Yeah, absolutely nice and smooth. And we've got one of the minis coming out. We've got a good collection of minis here this weekend as well, and they obviously are playing with some electric, some of the power-driven versions of it.
It's the John Cooper Works version.
Yeah, and the John Cooper Works is certainly a very major part of Mini's background with the historic racing that they've done so well with over the years. And they've got both the electric version and the Works. This is the 532, isn't it, this one? So this is the non-electric version. I think we may, yes, you can hear it's not the electric version. We'll see the electric version coming up as part of this group as well. But they are combining ideas in both directions at the moment. So you've still got this power and speed and reliability from the petrol engines, but you've also, of course, got the modern world of electric, and that's being developed very, very big in Minis at this stage. So up the hill, coming to that last little section, and a rather distinctive livery, has to be said. Not going to miss that one too clearly, because that's come off extremely clean, and a very, very bright livery as well on the Minis. And there we are. Actually, this is now going to be, I think, the electric version that's coming up the hill. So this is the comparison. Yeah, and you can hear the difference. Hear the wheel spin, and not a lot of engine noise because it's electric.
No, certainly not. Silent and peaceful. Chris Fryer, at the wheel. The Bulldog Racing logo on the side there. You can just see the rear corner of the car. And what a difference. Nice and peaceful. We love noise here at Goodwood, but we also like to show off the future. The future is electric.
Yeah, it's really good to see how they've got this this hot hatch. I mean, it is very much a hot hatch, but it's electrically powered hot hatch. And it's it's got all of the power that they really need to deliver in electrical form, but it's still a very fun machine in which to drive. So this is technical specifications haven't really sort of been all fully released, but it's lovely to see it out there, and it's going to give typical driving enjoyment. That's what their idea of it being a John Cooper Works is. The whole point of that element of mini racing is fun to drive, entertaining, lots of performance, and we've seen the John Cooper styles in minis for many, many years, providing a lot of entertainment for people. So that is the new version, the electrical version, showing us the way up the hill.
Another electric car now making its way up the hill. You can hear from the sound, and that is the Polestar, the 6 prototype. So it's an electric roadster concept, Ben. Expected actually in 2026. So again, we're getting a first glance here of this car that still won't be available for anyone out there who would love to purchase this for another couple of years. A 2-door convertible, 0 to 100 kph in just 3.2 seconds with a top speed of 155 mile an hour, and it's also a dual motor powertrain.
Absolutely. So as you say, prototype right now, what you're seeing is not something that you're going to go out and be able to buy for a little while, but it is a prototype. They're obviously doing a lot of work on it, a lot of understanding of what works and what doesn't, and that's always a key part of any manufacturer. Create the prototypes, get them out there, show them off, find out if there are any highs and lows, and then readjust it for when you get into manufacturing. And as you say, in 2026, that will actually be a car available to buy.
Yeah, Polestar, real name now of electric. I actually have a couple of friends, local friends, that own a Polestar and always sing the praises of how beautiful they are to drive and to look at as well. So we'll keep an eye out for, in the future, a couple of years' time, where you'll be able to purchase the Polestar 6.
Absolutely. Now, this is the Xpeng heading up the hill now. This is the 552, so this is the Chinese brand. There you are, the Xpeng G6. And this is a completely new model to its European range, an electric ultra-smart coupe SUV. And that's fun to see. And now this is something a little bit different. This is the Tesla, isn't it? This is the Tesla Cybertruck coming up the hill, and this is really a bizarre looking machine. Do take a look now. More performance than a sports car, but they say better utility than a truck. Well, look at that.
Certainly. I wonder how much boot space is in the back of that. But Cybertruck is manufactured in Tesla's factory in Austin, and it's actually deliveries have already started of these in North America, not quite ready over here in Europe. Timescale for deliveries outside yet to be announced.
You've got that exterior shell, which is made from cold rolled stainless steel, protecting against dents and dings and long-term corrosion, and it is a fascinating thing. It sort of takes you back a little bit in the years of looking at a machine, and yet it is also incredibly modern and forward-going. So it's a real mixture, this Tesla Cybertruck.
And actually, it can shift 0 to 100 kph in just 2.7 seconds, while maintaining still high-speed stability.
Lawrence Koenig is currently at the wheel at the moment. They've been selling some of these in North America, but none of these are actually available in Europe as yet. So this is a really good chance for us to all have a look at it and take a look at it. Now, this is a fun new machine. This is the Alpine A290, based on the idea of the Renault 5. They have created an Alpine version, because Renault creating their electric version of the Renault 5, but the Alpine is their electric sort of performance model. And for those of you who maybe grew up with Renault 5s like I did, my brother had a Renault 5 and it was an absolutely gorgeous machine. It's lovely to see that look again. It's obviously a more modern version, but this is the electric powered Alpine modification effectively of this new Renault 5 called the A290.
Yeah, very recognisable look, isn't it? Making its debut on the hill, got the sort of the rally style headlights as well. 220 horsepower, 0 to 62, 6.4 seconds.
Yeah, Alpine really doing a great job at the moment, aren't they? I mean, their sports car, which has been the A110R, which is we will also be seeing over the course of this weekend, has been selling well for a number of years. But it's nice that they're moving on to slightly different aspects as well, into performance vehicles for people who are not necessarily out there for the top-end sports cars, but want something that's a bit of fun, but a bit practical at the same time. And this is what the Alpine A290 is all about.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bespoke Alpine motor underneath their short wheelbase.
And now on to BMW. This is the XM label, so this was being launched as well. More powerful, they say. It's also more exclusive and more extravagant. This is apparently the most powerful BMW M model ever made. When you think, that's an odd thing to think about, really, because M cars from BMW are always super powerful, and yet apparently this is the most powerful. It brings an M hybrid system with extra power and bespoke design accents that showcase its standout performance. So this is super powerful. It's a 4.4 litre V8 hybrid engine. So the power you're going to get out of this machine, if you were sitting in that right now, it would be pretty stunning, I think.
I think it would, certainly would. And if BMWs needed to get any faster, I don't think they did, but BMWs think, of course they do. As you said, Ben, 4.4 litre V8 hybrid engine. And of course, keeps the cutting edge M twin power turbo technology with it as well, which BMW tried to implement, and they implement it very nicely.
Yeah, they certainly do. That's a very impressive machine. That I would think that's the hill climb speed will be pretty good. I don't believe it's doing the shootout. We will check through the list later, but that is another vehicle that could indeed be pretty rapid, I would think, up the hill with that sheer amount of power that it enjoys, even though it's a pretty big machine as well. BMW are part of the course cars here at Goodwood as well, and that's what's going to be heading up the hill next. So lots to enjoy. We've seen some good runs up there from some of the first glance cars that we've got here at Goodwood this weekend. Some of the cars that many of us have not yet seen, that are being launched especially here at Goodwood, because Goodwood is not only a celebration of the background of motorsport and the background of motorbike history and the background of so many great riders and drivers, it's also about the future. It's about where technology is taking us, it's where the latest cars are going. It's all part and parcel of the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It certainly is, Ben, and there's plenty to see out and about. If you haven't got a programme, go and grab one, a fantastic map there, and head to Electric Avenue. Ben was talking about the future. Well, that is where you can see the future, down Electric Avenue. Some brilliant stands, and one that I'll be taking a wander around later on today.
Good stuff. Yeah, I think there's so much to look around here, and as you say, there are so many aspects to take a walk around, whether you want to watch, if you're here today by the side of the hill climb, or just go deep into some of the areas to look closely at some of these vehicles. You get wonderful views. If you're enjoying watching us online as well, I do hope you can absorb a little bit of everything that we're seeing, because there is so much different machinery, different styles of equipment and manufacturer here that we can hopefully enjoy every little different aspect of it. So last few cars on this particular run, plenty more runs to come, of course, coming up over the next part. We've got the supercars coming up pretty soon as part of batch 6. We've got an air display as well coming up in just a little while. But let's take a look at some of the highlights of what we've just been watching. So we had started off with some of the modern bikes, some of the latest bikes that are being represented here at Goodwood. And as James was telling us, there was some pretty stunning machinery, lots of power, lots of history as well in a lot of this, on a lot of these bikes. Lovely to see.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that big powerful Triumph, and then we saw obviously the Aprilia RSV4, gorgeous little thing. We saw some nice stuff coming up, some really interesting Royal Enfields, which was good to see. This is the Royal Enfield Wildfire, you know, the Paris-Dakar type look, and yeah, great to see some bikes going up on this beautiful day.
Yeah, thanks, James, and we're going to be having plenty more of you later on as well. And then we enjoyed some of these first glance machines as well, modern versions. Some of them are very updated, some of them brand new that we just hadn't seen before, Alice.
Yeah, and some that you can't even purchase yet until the future, but certainly a treat here at Goodwood, and one of the days to come to as well. Of course, all days, but certainly the first glance batch, we're treated to seeing some of these models for the very, very first time, including there on your screens, the MGHS, only launched today.
Yeah, absolutely. And then some of the special mini versions, the Polestar as well, a couple of different versions of the Polestar. And as you said, that's proving to be an extremely popular electric vehicle in this modern age. And we saw a couple of different versions. There is the prototype Polestar that we were looking at just a little while ago. It's in sort of prototype style as well, so we can't analyze anything. And then that bizarre Tesla as well, which certainly entertained us. And the little baby Alpine, which also was fun to watch. So that was all good stuff from the first batch. As I say, we've got some supercars that will be coming up in a little while, and plenty more later on as we go throughout the course of the day, the manufacturer batches, etc. So Ben Edwards with you right now, but I'm going to be handing over to Harry Benjamin in just a few moments' time.
It was an icon of its era, a ruler on the racetrack. It was every stuntman's stunt car of choice, a legend of its time. But you know what they say. Legends never die. They're not just reborn, they're rewired. The legend is back.
So Paul, you're confusing a few people today. Yeah, the badge on the front says Capri, but it's not two-door with a long bonnet.
No, it's not. This is as the designers felt it would have evolved over the 30 years that it was missing from the market. And yeah, this is what we're up to date now with electric, and it's very quick. I've driven the Mach-E GT up here in recent years, and yeah, we did the shootout a few years ago, and it's very, very similar sort of performance.
I remember my old Capri. There was a slight whiff of petrol. We don't have that with this one, do we?
No, it's absolutely beautiful. It's a real smooth ride, and no, I enjoyed it. And my passenger thought we were relatively quick, so that was good.
Well, fully electric, it's probably a bit quick by nature, hey?
It is, yeah. Certainly that 0 to 60, you always get the kickback in the seat up to the first corner, and then I was just hanging on from there.
Lots of people really excited to see this car this weekend. It's great to see it debuting here at Goodwood.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, what better place to bring it? This is, I think my first year here was 2003. This is 21 years now I've been coming to Goodwood, so to be in the latest machine here is an absolute privilege.
Subtle colour as well. I think you've complimented it with your racing.
And my helmet as well, yeah. So
no one's going to miss you this weekend.
No.
Well, enjoy the rest of your time.
Nice to see you.
Thanks, Paul.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Alpha Cup, Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Huntington from Backturn to Voward, the run towards the line. It's Huntington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Yeah. I can feel the momentum. I'm on a mission, burning through my lane. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention? Better know my name. Got the soul of a giant, the force of a titan, living in my blood. Ain't no way to deny it. My energy rising, I'm feeling fired up.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Now, fan cars have come a long way since the first iterations in 1970s, with new tech evolving all the time. And then McMurty came along 2 years ago here at Goodwood, setting the new hill climb record. And now they're back with their latest iteration. And joining me is their development driver, Max Chilton. 2 years on from that hill climb record, what have you brought with us this year?
So, very exciting for us. This is the McMurty Spearling Pure. This is our hyper track car, which we are selling. It's an iteration of the previous Spearling that we broke the record with. It's slightly more aggressive looking. It's got wider tyres, so you get these lovely flared arches, front and rear. And it just sits and has more of a presence than the previous car. And it's obviously got more of the changes and progress that we found with the old car put into this. And this now is such a finely tuned and amazing car to drive.
It's a real spectacle to get up close to. Honestly, the TV pictures never do anything real justice, but when you get to it, you can see just the precision of it. Talk us through the rear end as well, because this is where a lot of the work happens.
Yeah, it's a very tightly compact car. It's a 1960s footprint of a Formula One car, so it's very small. On camera, you don't really notice it. Once you're up close, you realise how short and narrow it is. But this car is quite unique because behind here we have 2 fans, one on either side, that suck air at such a force out the bottom of the car and throw it out the back here, out of these little flaps down here, which chuck the fine silt out the back and produces up to 2 tons of downforce. So at 0 miles an hour, we can have basically the weight of a 4x4 on our roof with 1,000 horsepower, rear-wheel drive only, and the traction control won't even kick in because we've got so much load going through the ground.
Wow.
So it's a very unique trick, clever thing which the engineers at McMurty came up with. And I think it's worked amazingly. It's a pleasure to drive. I've been driving a McMurty now for nearly 3 years, and every time I get in it, it shocks me.
Well, let's talk about that. So top speed, horsepower, what are we talking about here?
So it's 1,000 horsepower. This one's geared to 190 miles an hour. Obviously, the 190 miles an hour isn't the thing which we try and push that it's so amazing with this car, because it's not. It's the acceleration and mid-corner grip that this car is leaps and bounds ahead of everything. I've been lucky enough to race in Formula One, and there's a number of corners that we are 10 to 15 miles an hour quicker than a Formula One car because we just have so much downforce at a slow speed. So this hill climb course is perfect for us. It's great surface, and it's just a nice, tight, twisty track, which this car absolutely loves.
Well, we've had a look at the outside. Can we have a look inside in the cockpit?
So one of the other unusual designs on this is obviously the hatch. It's off-centered, which some people don't realise until you sort of notice it. But we've done that to allow more access in. And then if I come round and show you, you might have to hold the microphone for me so I get the wheel off. On the steering wheel, we have a fan in the middle, which is purely the driver's control. We can have anything from 10,000 RPM on the fan speed up to 23,000 RPM. 23,000 RPM is near enough 2 tons of downforce, and 10,000 RPM is about 400 or 500 kilos. And then we have the power, which is anything from a few hundred horsepower up to 1,000 horsepower. And literally within a switch of a dial, we can have basically a GT3 car to hyper Formula One pace. Literally that easy. There's no trick cooling or pre-warming or engine rebuilds. It's literally turn it on and go. And within a few seconds, you can literally have an F1 car or GT3 car. There is nothing else like it.
How much is this going to set me back? How many are there going to be in the world?
So we won't make any more than 100, and it's currently £950,000 plus taxes. You know, you compare that to a Formula One car with all the running costs and all the engineers, I think it's a bit of a bargain. But, you know, they're selling well, and I just can't wait to see the owners actually take them out on track days and race around with them.
Okay, well, we've clearly got a bit of negotiation to be doing. I hear it can fit a size of 6'7" in the cockpit, so I'm going to give that a go and feedback. But there's a huge buzz here around the supercar paddock, around this McMurty, and for very good reason too.
Would you recognise this? This, of course, is the Senna livery that ran on the McLaren Formula One car at Monaco this year. Absolutely stunning, and it looked fantastic around the streets of the Principality, didn't it? But look at this. This, to many, is the best McLaren livery that they ever had. Of course, this is the MP4 5B. This is on display here on a stand, looking absolutely beautiful. The MP4 6 will be going up the hill this weekend for McLaren. That is stunning, but then so is this. This is the Senna Sempre, the McLaren Automotive in the beautiful yellow, green and blue with the Senna emblem on the bonnet here as well on this McLaren stand. And then if you come across more from McLaren Automotive, this is the Artura. We'll see one of these going up the hill this weekend as well in that papaya orange, looking absolutely beautiful. Also, very special guests coming here this weekend too. Emerson Fittipaldi will be here this weekend and he will be going up the hill. They'll also have Bruno Senna on the stand later today and Jake Hughes from their Formula E team as well. Lots of guests, lots of fantastic cars. Beautiful stand here, right by the Drivers' Club. Make sure you pop down this weekend.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to
power the pros.
Welcome back to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the 31st edition, and what a first day for it as well. The sun coming out, and already so many of you here watching trackside and indeed watching around the world, wherever you are. Welcome back. Coming up next, we've got some supercars running up the hill, and we've had a change in the commentary booth as well. Pleasure to be joining you. My name is Harry Benjamin, and alongside me is Harry Metcalf. Harry, you're a man who certainly knows your cars, automotive journalist, and a pretty successful YouTube channel, I hear.
Well done. Yeah, you have the right information. I always love coming to Goodwood Festival of Speed and seeing the supercar run, because there's just cars you'll never see anywhere else. And looking down the list, there's some exceptional cars in this list. You almost need 1,000 horsepower to be classed as a supercar looking at this list.
You certainly do, don't you? And I mean, so many options on display for us over the course of the next run or so. We've got entries from Aston Martin, Bugatti, Ferrari. We've also got Porsche here, Rolls-Royce running too, and a boom really in a Chinese manufacturer as well, with the Yangwang U9 coming up later on. What catches your... There is the Yangwang U9 now, you can see it on your screen. What are some of the things that have really caught your eye in this batch?
Well, I do like the Bugattis. We're seeing the end of the Chiron line, and then we've got the Turbine, the new Bugatti here. But there are two 1,600 horsepower Bugattis here, and the Mistral just takes my heart. Roadster version. They said they'd never do a roadster version of the Chiron, and here it is.
It certainly is, and there though on screen now is the Yangwang U9, brand new Yangwang, the luxury brand of the Chinese manufacturer BYD. 960 kilowatt power output, 450 kilometers an hour it can get up to, with a range, I should say, 450 kilometer range, 0 to 100 in 2.36 seconds, and so mightily quick. And there really is a boom in these Chinese brands that are coming to the fore all of a sudden.
There are, aren't they? They want to, to emphasise their expertise in electric, and converting the kilowatts you just quoted into horsepower. That is 1,287 horsepower you're looking at there. Unfortunately, it just weighs slightly over 2 tons, but that won't worry with that amount of horsepower, and it's great to see it here. First run, here we go.
And you can tell it's got electric power because you can barely hear it off the line, and there it is, rushing through the first corner. Instant torque on that Yangwang U9. This the luxury version, or the luxury brand of BYD, who have been doing quite the launch at the moment, especially in the UK, and BYD here out in force as well. You'll see some of their cars a little later on. BYD, a brand that have been involved in China for many a year, and now launching the Yangwang U9. Not yet available here in the UK, but as a way of hopefully inspiring it to be available on the market in the UK, running here at the Festival of Speed as it makes its way up past the wall.
Well, it's really interesting to see Chinese manufacturers doing this. We thought all Chinese cars would be fairly faceless, they wouldn't emphasise the sort of Western design, but that is very definitely supercar, and shouts supercar. So I think it's great to see that Chinese are doing that type of car as well as the normal family cars.
Certainly is. And across the line for the Yangwang U9, that being driven and expertly negotiated up through the hill. But it's from Chinese manufacturers to, rather well-known ones in the form of Maserati making their way up the hill. This, the MC20 Icona edition. And, I mean, these have been out. There's a few editions now of the MC20, of course, celebrating 20 years of the MC12.
Well, as soon as I saw this, I thought when you said MC20 and I was shouting MC12, but no, it is. It's double and redone. I mean, the MC12 was, I'm guessing, about 2007-8 when it came out, and it was that colour combination made it so distinctive over the what we'd seen from Enzo as a car just gone past, which I've just handed back this weekend, the Aston Velar. But anyway, back to Maserati. I love the colours, and these heritage colours they're now doing their MC20. I think there's 3 here today. There's the Aston. Right, let's
But just hearing that as well, and the power that has got in it. There's a couple of Astons actually making their way out onto the batch. We've got Fernando Alonso's speciality here as well, making its way around the Valiant. And here, though, is the other Maserati, the MC20 Legenda. Only 20 worldwide available. And of course, as I said, celebrating that MC12, which was really like unlike any other Maserati.
Indeed. And they're emphasising that design with those colour schemes. No missing that one. Just to say, the people at the top of the hill will have the Aston Martin Victor coming up the hill, normally aspirated, 850 horsepower, about to arrive at the finish. But just beautiful, that Maserati, and they're emphasising their beautiful colours. They also do the Spider version of it, but these seem to be the coupe MC20s.
Jamie Unwin at the wheel of the MC20 Legenda, and then we also saw the Icona as well. Just 20 each of those as a new special series. Been around for a couple of years now, but marking homage to that MC12 from, well, the V12 Ferrari derived engine. A race car for the road, as they described it. Yep. Aston Martin out on track as well. And another Maserati for us to get involved with too. This is the MC20 Cello, created in a special blue Victory paint from their customization program. With the roof down, I think the passenger getting a pretty good video.
Yeah. Indeed, and he's chasing a beautiful Ferrari as well. But, yeah, nice. I thought they'd get the Spider version out on weather like this. It's the one you want to see.
It certainly is, looking absolutely splendid in the sunshine as it plunges into the shade. Andrew Bentley driving that Maserati, who I suppose returned to motorsport as well a couple of years, single-seat motorsport, entering in their Formula E program and very much going down the electrification route. And we're seeing that more and more in supercars, aren't we? First with hybrid technology, and also more and more going to that full electric power.
They are, and we're going to see a full electric version of that MC20 coming out soon. But out on track, what I'm looking at on screen is the Pagani Utopia. This is Horacio's latest car, and it's just hitting customers at the moment. He does a fully painted version, and they also do a full carbon version. This is obviously the fully painted one. V12 again from AMG. If you can hear any noise in the background, that is the Ryra R going up, normally aspirated, but this is his new car. It's got active aero on it. I believe it's about 850 horsepower and about 1250 kilos. But we're going to see lots of generations of this Utopia, and there's bound to be a Spider version in the works as well.
V12 engine built by AMG according to Pagani's specifications. This Pagani Utopia, simplicity, lightness, all about driving pleasure being the foundation of that Utopia project as it comes across the line. We've already seen a couple of Aston Martins out on track, and we are about to get another one, and this is by order of Fernando Alonso. You might have heard of him, the Formula One driver, the two-time Formula One champion. The Aston Martin Valiant out on track. The most extreme front-engine car ever is what they describe it as.
Yeah, I was lucky to enjoy the version of this, the less sporting version over this weekend. Glorious car, V12, twin turbo, 5.2 litre, 730 horsepower with this one. And you can recognise Alonso's car because it's got a bigger rear wing and 4 exhaust pipes instead of the 3 on the standard car. But a glorious hooligan car, and the best thing about it, it's a manual. It's a 6-speed manual, and that's why it's so expensive. You're looking at a £2 million Aston Martin car.
And this is a driver's car. This is essentially everything that a Fernando Alonso, a Formula One driver, wants in a car, all bolted up together by Aston Martin.
Absolutely. There are no lap times quoted on this car. They don't even quote performance on it. It's just for driving, and that's what makes it so special. It's a 6-speed gearbox.
Fernando Alonso here this weekend as well, so watch out for him. And from Aston Martins, we go to Ferraris, just taking off there from the start. The Ferrari Roma SA Coupe, which most recently been driven up the hill this time last year, heading up. That'll be the Ferrari next see up on the hill, making its way around. But now on the start line is this. We have the Koenigsegg CC850, mate, about to set up from the start line.
Very special car, this one. It's done for Christian's 50th birthday present, they say, and it's 1385 kilos and 1385 horsepower. So 1 kilo per horsepower. It's quite quick.
The story I saw and heard was that they made 50 for his 50th birthday, but by popular demand they had to up it to 20.
Yeah, it's a nice
24.
problem to have, isn't it? And I also ought to say the full horsepower only comes if you use it on E85 fuel, which is something Koenigsegg do. They like this ethanol fuel. It's not available everywhere, but it is in Scandinavia, and it's much higher octane rating, and you get more horsepower from it. Hence, Christian always quotes the high horsepower using E85 fuel.
Couple of Koenigsegg's in the running order as well, which will be heading up the hill. This, though, the Koenigsegg CC850 from 2022. Just 50 of these around the world. Initially, for Christian Koenigsegg's 50th birthday, before demand saw 20 more required to be built. V8 twin-turbo engine, mid-engine.
And you can see the manual gearbox in there as well. The other thing about them, they are all convertibles, these early CC Koenigsegg. So the roof panel comes off, as you can see, as it there, and then it fits in the front boot, which I always think is a really novel thing, all going all the way back. And it's just great to see one open. You don't often see them in that form.
No, we've got a couple of Koenigseggs out there, or about to go out there as well. Got the Jesko Attack and the Absolute, also ones to watch out for. But there it goes, off the start line then, the Koenigsegg CC850. And just have a listen to this. If you're at the track, I'm not sure if you can even hear us over that. Absolutely phenomenal sound for the CC850 from 2022, making its way up the hill.
There it goes. Yeah, it's just gone past us. It looks quite lively. I think there's still a little bit of dust down on the track, and see how much they're kicking up. But I'm sure by Sunday they'll be getting very quick going up this hill. But lovely to see.
Getting up to some decent speed as well as it roars past the wall and up towards the finish line, nearly scraping a hay bale. It's quite a wide car, isn't it? Quite a wide base Pagani.
He actually just touched his mirroring. He actually just touched the bale, and the mirror's just tucked in on the outside.
We've also got this out there right now. Bruno Senna is actually lighting up our timing screens right now in the McLaren Senna, the Formula One driver, WEC champion, and of course the nephew of the legendary Formula One driver Ayrton Senna in this bespoke McLaren Senna, which you can find in your programs under the 650 mid-engine, 4-litre twin turbocharged V8 with a double diffuser. You saw the wing as well, that adjustable rear wing.
Yeah, it's got
active
aerodynamics on this, so you can see when he comes into braking, you'll see it flip down, and when he actually goes full pelt, it will go least drag, so DRS on your Senna. Love to see.
Lightweight as well for what it is, less than 2,000 kilograms with that active aero as well. And from McLaren we go to Lamborghini and the Revuelto out on track, and listen to the wheel spin on that. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, this is the new generation from Lamborghini. It's just been announced and sold out for years. V12, but with a very clever hybrid system. So a very small battery in it. I want to say around 1.5, 2 kilowatt battery, and it's just to infill. It's normally aspirated. We feared that would go, the V12 normally aspirated engine, but no, here it is in their latest model.
Yeah, I mean, this marks really the first electrified Lamborghini. It's 350 kilometers an hour max speed, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a serious bit of kit. Oh, well, now we've got the Strato, which I just loved. I had this for a week, and I just couldn't help but take it around the farm as well. It just sort of told me that you had to go just check the field. As you'll see with the off-road tyres, it hasn't got the amount of grip that you might get in a modern performance tyre, and that makes it quite lively, but you just get to hear the V10 sing. I know lots of people with these cars, they never expected they'd use them like they do. They're using them every day. I'm just looking what's on screen now.
Oh, well, from Lamborghini, we go to something incredibly different. This is the McMurty Spearling Pure. This is the track-only evolution of that record-holding car from 2022 at the hands of Max Chilton, the former Formula One driver. I mean, fan cars have come a long way from the 1970s to this is what we get in 2024. There is a huge amount of power in here, running it up the hill. In fact, both McMurtries are here, but this one better cooling, downforce on demand fan as well, slightly wider tyres compared to the previous McMurty.
Right.
What a
thing to see, and he's done everyone a huge favour by cleaning up the track, you know, with all that dust behind it. Over 1,000, and that's the customer version. And I just saw a flash of a 2,000 horsepower Lotus Evija just coming up the hill. This is set an amazing time at the Nürburgring. I think it's 6:34. I think it's just done. And it's trying to go, I think it's going to do time runs this weekend up the hill. So it's going to be great to see the first 2,000 horsepower Lotus. First time I've actually seen it run.
$2.3 million, that'll set you back. Scott Maxwell very carefully driving that up the hill, 218 miles per hour, the top speed. Not a road legal car, that, but certainly made for high spec running.
Wow, very special Bugatti here. This is a track-only car, Andy Wallace at the wheel. Now they've got the weight of this car down to 1,495 kilos, which is about half a ton lighter than a standard car. And of course, they've upped the horsepower as well. 1,600 horsepower. There was a concept version that was slightly more, but it's the first time I've seen one of these running. What a design that is. And it's free, because it's track only, it just allows the engineers to free up sort of exhaust sounds and don't have to have all the safety equipment on it, hence it's so much lighter. Wonderful design.
Yeah, last of the Bugattis with their 8-litre W16 turbocharged 4-litre engine. And just looking how much of the dust it also kicks up as well. Only 40 of these being built as it absolutely flashes across the finish line.
I think that's definitely one pricing application, as was this one.
Next up is
the Mistral.
The Mistral.
So this is their roadster version. I know several people in the queue, if he ever made a convertible Chiron, they'd buy one, and they kept denying it. And then right at the end, what do? They do this Mistral. This is a roadster version, so it doesn't actually have a roof. It's always open, as I understand it. And it was part of the structure of the Chiron that made it very tricky to do an open version. But I think enough customers asked, they wanted one, and there it is. And I think we're very lucky to see it here.
Yeah, 99 of these pre-sold at around about €5 million each. Mid-engine 2-seater. So I'll see what change I've got in the bank.
Yeah, well, you're too late anyway, and I haven't ever seen one for sale. But yeah, I'll join you in the queue.
The Bugatti Mistral, fastest roadster in the world, mid-engine 2-seater, making its way up the hill and towards the finish line and setting off to an absolute roar.
Wow.
This machine here, driven, I think Dario Franchitti. Oh no, it's Gilles Martin's at the wheel.
I think he's got a number of cars here. Yeah. Gordon Murray, the T50. This one we've seen a few times. I think they've got the Niki Lauda version of this, the track-only version of this. But this is just sensational. The sound of this car, we're getting the road tests now on this car, and it's living up to all the hope. Customers just love them.
World's lightest, most driver-focused supercar, bespoke Cosworth 3.9-litre V12 engine, revs to just over 12,000 RPM, 6-speed manual transmission, fan-assisted aerodynamics, and another brilliant, ingenious design from Gordon Murray. And sort of the last great analog supercar ever built is how they're terming it.
Oh, Niki Lauda's just going past our commentary box. A lot louder, and in in between's a T33. Yeah, I think Gordon Murray is just having a ball. He hoped to get one more supercar out, and then the demand was there. They're only producing 100 examples of these cars, and he's just loving the customer experience. He's meeting all the customers, and they all wanted money. We actually did a automatic version of it, but no one ordered it. They all wanted the manual version. That was part of the experience, the T50.
And now from Gordon Murray goes to the Zenvo TSR GT. Alberto Solera at the wheel. And this is an upgrade on a previous version of the Zenvo. New low drag with power being boosted up to 1,360 brake horsepower.
It's amazing, isn't it, the horsepower? But this one doesn't have the active wing. Whenever I think of Zenvo, I always remember that active wing that we saw coming up here. So now, interestingly, this one, low drag, probably going for high speed, and all that horsepower will probably achieve it too.
Yeah, top speed 424 kilometers an hour. Full focus on the downforce and the top speed from Zenvo when designing and building that machine, making its way up on the line as the something very different comes out, heads towards the finish line. This was the Remac Navara making its way, limited edition Remac this. 15th anniversary special edition exclusively here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. For 15 years they've been making waves in the supercar and automotive business, and continuing to do so with that anniversary edition making its way up the hill and towards the finish line. A fantastic display there, Harry.
Yeah. We haven't seen as many Ferraris as we had on the list. There was one Ferrari we wanted to see, but
I wanted that 499p.
We did.
Modificata. That's crucially the Modificata.
The Modificata, a client version of the Le Mans winning Ferrari. And it was very special to see it here. I understand it's hiding with the F1 cars, and therefore is a logistics nightmare to get down to the start when they're doing the supercar. But yeah, lovely to see those cars in run. That Remac was a surprise. I saw the Navara, the standard one, going up. I didn't realise there was a special version as well as going to be here, and the two Bugattis, just lovely.
Yeah, so much on offer, and there will be more throughout the day and throughout the weekend as well, all the way till Sunday. And of course, Sunday afternoon, seeing the finale of the shootout as well, those doing the timed runs up the hill.
And if you see the Rolls-Royce Spectre on the list, the way that was being driven up the hill, that is definitely one to catch. You've got it's at 10 tenths, if not a little bit more, going up the hill, and this is a Thursday, so by Sunday, oh my goodness.
Well, let's leave us for the moment and head down to Rachel Brooks, who's with Mark Webber.
I am indeed, and there's a very special reason I'm here with Mark Webber right now, because this, we're being told, is the most important Porsche 911 for 2 generations, Mark, and you're about to drive it.
Yeah, absolutely very special. The icon continues with the 911, all hybrid. So we've got 3 generations in front of us here with the GT3 hybrid, which was launched in 2010. The 918 in front of us, again hybrid, and this is the first hybrid 911. So pretty exciting tech. I've done a lot with hybrid with the brand as well, with the 919, very successful Le Mans winning car. So it's good to be here at Goodwood.
0 to 62 in 3 seconds. Are you going to get that going off the start line?
I might give it a little go, but I want to be able to see where I'm going as well. So we're going to be quite cute with this cover here. So maybe the next run.
I'll take the cover off and we'll see it. Thanks very much, Mark. Let's have a closer look then at this brand new Porsche 911 GTS Hybrid.
Well, we're looking forward to this next run. Just having a chat there with the 9-time Formula One Grand Prix winner, Mark Webber, of course, taking a title in the FIA World Endurance Championship with Porsche, and about to make his way up the hill in that brand new Porsche 911. How excited has that Porsche got you, Harry?
Worried when we heard they were going to go hybrid, but they've done typical Porsche, being very clever how they've engineered it, and they actually have electric turbos on it as well, so they can gather energy even when the turbo is stopped spinning and don't have wastegates. This is something else.
And we've got quite a few, several Porsches heading up the hill and just waiting for the big reveal, really.
Yes.
They're teasing us. And some have already caught a glance of it this weekend, but
yeah, some have driven it as well, actually. So, but not at Goodwood, not in the UK. It was launched over in Spain, I understand.
And just waiting for that to be unveiled. But I suppose it's quite an exciting time for Porsche as a brand as well in moving forward with the 911. I mean, such an iconic car.
Very clever, and we've just seen two unusual. Oh, here it goes. It's got reveal. So this is the hybrid, the new hybrid going up the hill. We had the hybrid R just going up. Very interesting car. It has a flywheel by the passenger seat, and that was one way they thought they'd gather energy when he braked. But this one, completely different. Production car, GTS, quick. They say it's going to be as quick as the current turbo, this car.
Well, here it is, the Porsche 911 Carrera GTS at the hands of 9-time Formula One Grand Prix winner Mark Webber, 2015 World Endurance champion with Porsche, and since then has had a really close tie with the Porsche brand, showcasing this brand new 911. Probably one of the most iconic cars of all time. Is that an overstatement or an understatement, or just about right?
Well, it's lasted an awful long time and seems to continue. They thought it was going to die at the end of the 80s, early 928. They thought it was going to place in here. It still is in 2024, and you can see it mapped out to 2030. And with this hybrid version, then they said they're not going to go full electric, just hybrid.
Well, there it is, the brand new Porsche 911 across the line at the hands of Mark Webber. A little pause of the on-track action. Look to the skies next, because we have a fantastic display from the Red Arrows.
Good morning, Goodwood. I am squadron leader Graham Muscat. Red 10 with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows. Better to be late than never. The team has already displayed in our world-famous Diamond 9. And you'll see them now coming in from the left with the colourful smoke on for Phoenix.
Go.
Sorry for the late commentary, we've had a few technical difficulties. The team coming in from the left, as I said, in our Diamond 9 formation on our arrival. Because this year we are celebrating our 60th display season, our 60th anniversary, our Diamond display season. And of course, we're back to our world-famous Diamond 9. Those who saw us display last year, we were an 8, and previous year we were a 7. But back to our world-famous Diamond 9, doing what we do best. Leading the team this year, we have a new team leader. That's squadron leader John Bond, known as Bondy. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk, on the Tucano, and he was the Tucano display pilot in 2012. You now see Reds 8 and 9. They'll form two distinct rows with 6 and 7 towards the rear, coming in from the right for the chevron roll. On the front of that row, on the far left-hand side, is Red 5. He's new this year, first year in the team, former Typhoon pilot. On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, squadron leader Chris McCann, also first year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 pilot with the famous 617, the Dam Buster Squadron. And his opposite number on the left-hand side of Red 1 on that front row is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Also in his first year on the team, a former Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron. He was an instructor on 29 Squadron and also worked with the Test and Evaluation Squadron. That's 41 Squadron, all based at RAF Koenigsegg. It's great to be back here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. I've got a great view from the top of Goodwood House looking across the motor circuit, and it's great that we've got fantastic weather with us today. You now see Reds 7, 8 and 9 sitting on trail on the rest of the formation. For one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre that the team fly, we've kept it in for this year. Get your cameras ready for the colourful, the dynamic, it's Tornado! The aboard call is made by Reds 9 as Red 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation. Red 8 smoking blue and Red 9 smoking red as Red 1 brings them around to the left for the colour change.
A little bit left now.
In that particular mover, you may see the front section, they're flying with their air brakes out. That's a small door at the base of the aircraft towards the back. This has twofold effects. Initially, it makes the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, and thereby it produces a hotter engine gas temperature and makes the colours burn a lot more brightly. In addition to that, it disturbs the airflow outside the back of the aeroplane, and then makes the smoke billow a lot more fuller and enhances certain manoeuvres. And that's why in certain manoeuvres in the show, we'll fly with the air brakes out to enhance those manoeuvres in the show. There are 11 pilots in the Red Arrows, Reds 1 through 9, who you see displaying with you on the show today. That's myself, Red 10, team supervisor, former Tornado pilot, and flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. And of course, we are commanded by Officer Commanding Red Arrows, that's Wing Commander Adam Collins, who's also with me on Goodwood House. Former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. In from the right, for the final time in our world-famous Diamond 9, it's the Red Arrows! As we go into the second half, you'll now see a manoeuvre not flown since 2003. Get your cameras ready for the 5-4 split. The team will now break down into two distinct sections. You now have Reds 1 through 5 off to your right-hand side. They are known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's books. And Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9 to the left, known as Hannah, named after Squadron Leader Ray Hanna, one of the most famous aviators in RAF history. He was the only team leader to lead the team for 4 years. He took the team from a 7-ship to a 9-ship and formed our world-famous Diamond 9. Hannah from the left, Enid from the right for the 5-4 cross. Keep your eye on Enid to the left-hand side. The Red Arrows were formed in 1964 with our first public display in 1965, and we were actually formed from 3 different display teams. The Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, the arrows from the Black Arrows to give us our name, and we took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. And in tribute to that aircraft, Enid from the right, the smoke will come on for Nat. The Red Arrows flew the Nat right the way up until 1979, and in 1980 we took control of the Hawk T-Mark 1, which is what the aircraft is that we fly today. The Hawk itself is 50 years old this year. She's an extremely agile and well-performed aircraft, and a lot of the pilots that have flown her akin her to a very small, agile and very fun to fly sports car. And everyone that's flown her is one of our favourite aircraft to fly. From the front, you now see Reds 8 and 9 smoking blue rolling around rest of Hannah for the Hannah break. We had 7 and 8 off to the left-hand side. Red 6 and 9 off to the right-hand side. Hannah formation and the Synchro pair are led by the Synchro leader. That's Red 6 to your right, pulling up with the white smoke. That is actually Flight Lieutenant Stuart Roberts. Stu is in his 3rd and final year of the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot with 11 and 12 squadron at RAF Koenigsegg. Each aircraft will now dive down to only 200 to 300 feet above the circuit today. They'll have a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. Once again, get your cameras ready for the Hannah Pass. Reds 8 and 9 up and down over the top as Reds 6 and 7 stay flat. Red 6 off to your right-hand side, left-hand side. Red 7 off to your right-hand side. Red 7 is squad leader Tom Hansford. Second year on the team, former Typhoon pilot and former qualified weapons instructor. As the Synchro pair now turn towards each other for Cyclone. As the Synchro pair lead directly to our front, coming in from the left-hand side at 450 miles per hour is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is on his third and final year on the team, former Tornado GR4 pilot and former Typhoon pilot. He turns hard to the left and he lines up with Enid in the distance on the right for the Goose.
Little bit right now.
And you can see Red 9 climbing up into the sky, smoking the red, the white and the blue as he climbs, with Enid coming off to the left-hand side, smoking our famous red, white and blue. As I said, there are 11 pilots on the team, but the Red Arrows have a team of over 140 personnel, with over 120 there with the engineers, the technicians, the administrators, the public relations, known as the Blues due to the colour of their flying coveralls. And there are a number of Blues here today and our PR stand near the heliport, so please pop along and say hello. Looking directly to your front, you can see the Synchro pair pulling up with Red 7 in tango on Red 6. Get your cameras ready, the smoke comes on for the world famous Synchro Heart. And coming in from the top right is Red 8 as he spears the Heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker, second year on the team, former Harrier pilot, former Typhoon pilot and former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. But keep your eye on the Synchro pair as they start turn back towards the display line. They'll be down back again at only 300 feet, a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. At the last minute, they'll go unsighted, looking to pass each other with only 30 metres in a manoeuvre called the Opposition Barrel Rolls. As the Synchro pair complete their barrel rolls and move to our rear, coming in from the far left-hand side above the trees, you've got Enid formation. They're now joined by Reds 8 and 9. The colour comes on, 8 and 9 roll goes. Once again, Reds 8 and 9 roll around the red, white and blue in Enid in a manoeuvre called the Corkscrew. As I said, we have the Blues on the team, and inside those Blues there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft in between displays when we cannot take the full engineering complement. They are known as the Circus. And one individual with me at every display is Circus 10. He's also with me on top of Goodwood House. That's Corporal Phil Dye. And he's there to film the display for safety and debriefing purposes. He's also responsible for many of the images and pictures you'll see across social media, taken from the back of my aircraft. Synchro pair running back in, this time Red 6 from the left, Red 7 from the right. That each aircraft will perform a 360-degree aileron roll.
Okay.
roll, go is the call from Red 6 as each aircraft start to pull up at 5 to 6G. That means everything about them is now weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on top of the circuit. They reach a height of over 3,000 feet. They'll be inverted 60 degrees, nose down, before rolling the correct way up to complete the maneuver called the Boomerang.
Roll, good. And we're going rolling. Got it.
Coming in from the right-hand side above the stands, Enid once again smoking white. They change the colour to our famous red, white and blue as they leave a smoke-like, snake-like trail in the sky in the first part of the manoeuvre called the Serpent. And you can see our famous red, white and blue smoke only capable due to that smoke pod which is underneath the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each of the smoke colours is selected by its own individual button on the pilot's control column. Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 now move up, line and looking down their shoulders 90 degrees at red 1. An extremely hard manoeuvre to maintain whilst pulling the G as the smoke comes on for Tango. All the pilots must have at least one operational tour of over 1,000 hours fast jet and be assessed as above average in the air before they can even apply to join the team. They go through a rigorous selection process before those applicants get whittled down to the final 3 or 2, depending on how many we're taking for the year, before they join the team around about September and start their training for the subsequent year. Hannah once again coming in from the left-hand side. The smoke comes on. And Red 6 starts to ease up as he starts to perform an inverted barrel roll. Red 6 really walking hard against those negative G, up to -2, -3G. Working hard to prevent all the blood rushing to his head. As Red 7, 8 and 9 hold on to perform the mirror roll.
And 6 rolling out.
As Hannah leaves to the right from the left-hand side once again is Enid. 2 and 3 roll go as Reds 2 and 3 roll to the outside of the rest of the formation. Clear go as Reds 4 and 5 roll to the outside in one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots each year to master during winter training. This is the rollbacks.
Clear. Go.
As Enid lead to your right-hand slide, look directly to your front once again, looking for Hannah. That's Red 6, 7, 8 and 9. 2024 celebrates our 60th anniversary, and in celebration and pay tribute, Reds 8 and 9 drawing something wonderful in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, for our 60th anniversary, it's our 60 anniversary break. Once again, Red 6 and 7 braking, Red 7 off to the left, Red 6 off to the right. They'll pull up to approximately 1,000 feet before turning hard back towards the display line. They'll do their final manoeuvre, once again a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, looking to pass each other wingtip to wingtip by only 100 feet. For the dynamic, the colourful, it's the Synchro double rolls. as the Synchro pair leave to the rear. Look directly to your front over the trees. You'll see Enid joined by 8 and 9. Get your cameras ready for the Vixen break. But Goodwood, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2024 Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows! Red One just puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Bournemouth Airport, where we're operating out of today. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, of course, we're on the internet, Facebook and Instagram, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own. All the pilots have their own account. I'm RAF Red 10 on Instagram. Find me, you'll find the rest of the pilots. As I said, we have a PR tent down by the heliport. If you want to pop along, say hello to some of the Red Arrows Blues down there. I'll be hanging around for the rest of the day in about half an hour to 45 minutes. The rest of the Red Arrows will be helicoptered back to Goodwood. You'll see us walking around. We're going to be here all afternoon. We do have a public session signing in the family enclosure later on this afternoon, so please pop along to say hello. Have a rest of a great day. Please take plenty of water, lots of sunscreen. Hope to see you around the circuit. Please say hello, and I hope to see you all again in the future. Goodbye.
Well, let's take a look back at the Supercar run. Absolutely amazing machine. Yang Wang, Maserati with the MC20, what a looker. And Aston Martin with every single shape and size imaginable as they expand and extend their wings. And of course, the Valkyrie's still a car that just really makes people sit up and beg. Just phenomenal aerodynamic performance as well as all the power. It's great to see Maserati back in the saddle as well, and a lot of these cars being seen for the first time, and if you haven't seen them once already, you can see them all over again through this weekend. The SF90 Ferrari, Alice, definitely one of the favourites going up the hill.
It is. The Maserati there with the passenger enjoying catching some video footage. And this is the treat we get to see here at Goodwood. These brilliant supercars, these brand new supercars.
And just look, the Pagani out there looking ever more extreme. The elegant Ferraris, they've definitely moved back towards elegance along with all that power. And then the very special Aston Martin Valiant with Fernando Alonso's name on the flanks. Lotus back in the mix as well. A McLaren 2, the 750S, that's certainly got a long waiting list for that one. A lot of Spiders, quite suitable with the sunshine.
Yeah, and quite a few Lamborghinis out there as well, launching. The Hurricane, which you will also see out in race spec form, taking part in the shootout with the Iron Dames car.
Now the track was very dusty indeed, so when the McMurty Spearling went up with its fan underneath, it definitely blasted the surface clean. Bugatti, two absolutely extreme cars. Effectively, this one, the Mistral, is the Chiron with the top taken off. And Hispano Twitter, Spanish Mark back in the saddle and again looking extravagant and magnificent. And the extreme versions of Aston Martin, the Zenvo as well. And again, roofs off, roofs on, big wings. There was something for everyone in this supercar run. Some are hybrid, some are EV, and some have still got old-fashioned engines making those great, great sounds. So that was the supercar batch. They'll be back on the hill later today. But feast your eyes. And now let's head up to the top of the hill where we have David Green with Bruno Senna.
Bruno, nice to see you here, driving a car with your surname on it.
Always great to be here. This year, obviously, 30 years on from when Ayrton passed, and so many celebrations. McLaren has been doing an amazing job to remember Ayrton. You know, our stand is a full Senna Sempre theme since the Monaco Grand Prix. It's been going on, and honestly, it's been an amazing time. Today, very slippery up the hill, so nice and challenging. I think the passenger had a nice time. The drivers, maybe not so much, but yeah, it's always fun.
Quite wide-eyed, your passenger, when they got out of the car.
I mean, I think I was even worse, to be honest. It's very dusty, and yeah, we came sliding around all the way up the hill, so really fun.
But as you said, great to see the Senna out again, and on this stand you have a fantastic special edition. The color scheme on that car is incredible.
Yeah, that car is super special. I wish they would let me drive it up the hill, but they said no, it's too precious. You don't want to damage it. So fair enough. But the car is beautiful, amazing. Artwork and amazing craftsmanship from the guys at MSO to make the car like this. So really McLaren is killing it, and we're very happy for it.
You could be trusted to take it up the car and not damage it, can't you?
They let me drive it once. I don't know why they won't let me drive it again, but I'll keep nagging them. Maybe they put this one on the stand and I can drive the other one up.
What else will we see driving up this weekend?
Later on I'll be driving the MP4 6, so 1991 F1 car from Ayrton. Always a pleasure to drive those things, and today I'll definitely take it easy because I can see I already had a feel for how low the grip is, but you know, those cars are so special, and every time you get up to give the people here an opportunity to feel those things that are so special.
Well, it's a real crowd, please, and we look forward to seeing you across the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's take a look out across. This is the view from Goodwood House, looking past the giant structure this year dedicated to MG, the special manufacturer chosen to be celebrated here. And it's been the grounds of the house absolutely buzzing from the moment the gates were opened this morning.
Yeah, such a packed crowd you often see here at Goodwood Festival of Speed, whether it's lovely sunshine that we're experiencing today or some rain, where we had that unfortunate day called off last year, and Goodwood doing a great job to getting us all back and running on that day, after that day of being cancelled. And I was just about managed to get my car out of the car park, but it still attracts people in their thousands to come along whatever the weather. And it's such a unique event, isn't it, Bruce? Because you get to see race cars, you get to see road cars, and it doesn't matter what age you are, there is something here for everyone.
Yeah, one of the most exciting things to me is the Future Lab, in which we're going to have some of the craft from there coming up the hill in the next batch. And again, we're looking to the future, but I always wondered what we saw in Future Lab 10 years ago, how much of that technology is now extant, is now in use? An awful lot of it.
Extremely lots of it, and that's the beauty. So if you do get to go down to Future Lab, it's just by Electric Avenue. Make sure you do. But the technology and the future of electric as well is just progressing massively, and obviously with the help of FI Formula E World Championship, we've got one of the Jaguar Formula E cars that we'll be seeing at some point over the weekend, and even looking at, let's say, I'm using Formula E as an example, as a motor racing championship, how that has developed, and lots of manufacturers like Jaguar implementing that's things that they have learned from racing in Formula E to then put those on their road cars that we see on the road today, and some of them we'll be seeing going up the hill.
And you never know, they might be driven by the youngster sitting on his father's shoulder down there. And it really is a family event. And I must say, walking around, I nipped out between commentary sessions, the buzz down there, okay, it helps, it's bright sunshine, but there is so much to see and do. People do need to plan their day. But it's not just the sights of the cars and the tech spec, it's the sound as well when people come here. Of course, we've got the full range from enormously high performance EVs going up the hill with little more than a sort of bit of tyre roar to those still with a full throaty engine note.
No, exactly. And it's something here for everyone, sights and sounds. And what a beautiful view, camera view we've got there, looking over. Not too many people starting out with the ice creams yet. Can't see anyone there. maybe a few on the beers as we're just waiting for the next batch, which will be manufacturer batch 2 coming up the hill shortly.
And what we're looking at there is one of the toughest corners on the circuit. This is looking down to the exit of Molecombe Corner. On paper, it looks easy, but drivers don't do it on paper. They do it on real thing. And the track has been dusty after sort of mud and rain. It's drying out very, very quickly indeed. But one of the things, Alice, as the drivers go up the hill and the riders go up the hill, they go from sunshine into deep, deep dark shade and then out again, which is a bit unsettling.
Yeah, it's very tricky. I was able to drive up a couple of years ago for the very first time, and I was out very first thing of the day to the very last thing of the day, and the track did evolve, and we saw Bruno Senna there saying, oh no, I'm taking it a little bit easy at the moment because it's very dusty out there, and it certainly is, but it's a challenge, and that's what makes Max Chilton's world record, the speed record going up this hill, so impressive. Every time I see that piece of onboard footage, I just think, wow, because the speed that Max was taking that car up the hill was so incredible, and there's no room for error here going up the hill.
No, that was in the McMurty Spearling, which has 2 tons of downforce even when standing still. But again, looking out of the commentary box, they're in this very fortunate position on the outside of Molecombe. It looked as though the laws of physics had just been redefined. Absolutely astonishing.
And that just shows how incredible cars are. And we saw the fan car earlier on. You were doing the commentary there with Ben, and how now that's used in a slightly different way to break these records, breaking records all the time, and especially here at Goodwood.
Well, we're talking motor racing of pit stops. Lots of people taking their own pit stop between entertainments. The next batch of cars will be on the hill very shortly. It's a manufacturer's batch, and again we'll be having some special launches within that. We'll bring them to you as they happen. Already we've had the world launch, the latest, greatest BMW M5, but down on the start line it looks the shape of an Alpine A110, and it most certainly is. So Alpine very much alive and kicking. And of course, when the A110 was launched a few years ago, it echoes beautifully the car that was so successful in the late 60s, mid to late 60s, early 70s, particularly in rallying. But so many derivations now, lighter, faster, according to how much you want to pay for Alpine.
Yeah, so we got to see the A290 go up earlier on. This is now the A10R, 296 brake horsepower, 0 to 62 miles an hour in just 3.9 seconds.
And Alpine, of course, taking a rather special model to Pikes Peak this year to go up the, what one driver once described as the silly hill. It's not a silly hill. It has a bit of tarmac. It used to all be dirt, but that great hill climb event, mountain climb event in the States. Great to see more and more manufacturers going and having a crack at that. It's a bit like teams and manufacturers going to try and break the course record on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's one of those challenges. It's sort of Everest of motor racing, if you will, for them to go and crack it. And in the middle, you've got the A290 Alpine. We saw the advertisement for that. That's the little sort of modern iteration of a 5 GT Turbo. Fabulous car, so dynamic.
Yeah, it is. And it has a battery capacity of 52 kilowatts, and the range is around about 380 kilometres, which is about 236 miles. But a nice range. We saw last year, I think it was the Alpine Endstone edition here. So a wide range of Alpines making their way up the hill, also known in Formula One as well, with the Alpine Formula One team based in Endstone here in the UK, which was obviously a tribute there for the Endstone Alpine edition.
Right, now, your delivery van in your local area probably doesn't look like this. This is the Helix. This is one of the vehicles down in the Future Lab. Looks absolutely fantastic. Looks almost, it should be please don't take offence, in a comic. It's the way things should be designed, but it's all electric, and of course, in terms of delivery vans in urban areas, this is very much the way to go. Go this way, or maybe even go the hydrogen route, but this one, Alice, is something different.
Yeah, it certainly is. A low capacity of 2,100 litres. Helix there, move better, and certainly could see you driving this down your road, Bruce.
I don't think you drive it down the roads near me, too many potholes, I'm afraid, down in deepest Dorset. But again, an urban vehicle that just makes so much sense. And of course, the first electric vehicles, they tried them nearly a century ago, but of course, technology isn't always right for the ideas of the time. More attempts in the early 60s, but really the way that the EV market has moved. But particularly, from my point of view, if you're running a fleet of buses or delivery vehicles in an urban area, it is the answer.
Certainly can make your journey much more sustainable. Can the Helix? Parts, comfort and safety and efficiency all into one.
Now, solar cars, that you might think they wouldn't work in this Northern European summer because we've had an awful time, but this is a car the Durham University, the best brains from Durham University, developed this car for a solar challenge. Obviously, took it to an event, and 3,000 kilometres in 6 days. Clearly, the cloud cover didn't blow in.
No, certainly not. So powered, of course, by solar energy. It's actually set a British record at the 2023 World Solar Challenge. It's basically compete 3,000 kilometre journey in 6 days. So you can head down to Future Labs and find out a little bit more about this car. Meet the Durham University team as well. Nice streamlined and slick there.
Well, I was about to say the evolution of even of these cars in the Solar Challenge, it's something that's been going on for decades, but the refinement, and also you can see just how much computer and aerodynamic modelling has gone in, and they've worked out the shape that is going to have the least resistance, therefore you need the least power to propel it, and if they're going for those long distances, you do not want to be slowed at any particular point. Again, tiny narrow tyres, it's all about keeping the friction level down, but for the people who built the first Solar Challenge cars, they would love the tools and the design facilities that the people at Durham University and all across the world now have. But also, you can have those solar panels on your house, can't you?
You certainly can. You can see the driver sat there on the left-hand side is surrounded by a protective shell of Kevlar and carbon fibre composites. So that's as strong as steel, but lighter than the standard road vehicle. So incredible there. And the in-wheel electric motors use ultra-slim magnets and windings to improve efficiency by delivering more torque for less weight. So it's an incredibly impressive technology and composites going on there from the students down at Durham University.
Yeah, it's just when the materials used can change. Motor racing has been very, very good in that across the years. So motor racing technology being used in a different way to run these Solar Challenge cars, and what we see today is not what we'll see in another decade. But well done to the Durham University squad. 3,000 kilometres in 6 days without a drop of fuel. Now there's going to be a light pause on the hill, but let's go down to join Rachel Brooks, who's at McLaren.
Gary Wheeler celebrating 40 years service McLaren racing, and I'm with Gary right now because Gary, you're looking after this car, this MP46 that Bruno Senna is taking up the hill later, but you're also working on the heritage side of McLaren racing. Just tell me what your job involves.
I'm still a mechanic working with a whole team of mechanics that are exceptional in this era of cars, and we just oversee any problems, and I'll try and remember as much as I can about these old cars.
You worked with Senna, didn't you, back in the day?
I was very fortunate, very lucky that I was on Ayrton's car as a number 2 mechanic the whole time.
And what was he like?
Incredible, yeah. He's the fastest driver I've ever worked with, and an absolute pleasure to be with.
What did you learn from him, do you think?
Total commitment. He was very single-minded. It was just about winning, as he famously said in an interview once. And we always as committed as he was. So.
Do you think we've seen anyone like him since? Anyone with his talent since?
No, they're all different, but they all have that single-minded of winning, like Michael Schumacher, Max. All these guys. Second isn't even in the equation. It is just about winning.
I hope you write a book.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a look at this car a little bit more closely. What fascinates me about this is this steering wheel, Gary. It is so simple.
It is, you know, compared to today's standards, and that's how technology and Formula One and everything's moved on. You know, that was a technical steering wheel in its time, but compared to today, it's very straightforward.
Just talk me through the 4 buttons that are on there.
So one would be a mixture up lean and rich for the engine, and there was another one that was an overtake button where we could just quickly give it a big squirt of fuel and overtake somebody if needed it, and the other one's just a radio button.
Wow, so simple compared to today's. Is it an absolute pleasure looking after this car?
It is indeed, yes. I'm on my second lap with it now, but it's still an enjoyable experience.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see, as I say, Bruno Senna going up the hill in this a little later on. Thank you so much, Gary, and congratulations on your 40 years service. Come with me, because this is the 2023 McLaren. It's got the 2024 livery on it, but it's incredible. When you stand between these two cars and see the difference in size, you can totally understand why some people say Formula One cars are too big these days. When you see this and you think some of those old tracks were made for cars the likes of Senna's, and then we're driving these ones around now. This, however, is Emerson Fittipaldi's car from 1974. It's the M23. It's the one he won the drivers and constructors in for McLaren. And Emerson himself will be driving that up the hill this weekend. It's just beautiful. And then come down to this, because also in 1974, McLaren won their first Indy 500, and this is the car that won it for them, the M16. So McLaren celebrating 50 years since that Indy 500 victory, and Emerson Fittipaldi's drivers and the team's constructors championship. Lots going on down here at McLaren. Plenty more F1 teams, though, here this weekend, and we'll bring you a little bit more of them later on.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Ewan, tell us about this car.
So it's the Durham University Solar Car Dust 2023. It's 180 kilos, it's super aerodynamic, and essentially it's a super efficient tiny car.
Now this may be a dumb question, but do we need the sunshine to drive it?
We don't all the time, we have a battery here, but in our key race the battery pack only makes about 10% of our total energy, everything else is from the sun.
Tell us about the efficiency of this car. Where does it come from and what different parts of the car?
So the whole car has about the same aerodynamic drag as the wing mirrors on a conventional family car. Weighs 180 kilos. We have super low rolling resistance, Bridgestone tyres, and overall it's all just a kind of compilation of marginal gains.
Actually looks quite comfortable in there.
It's a lot more comfortable than our previous cars, which are considerably more cramped.
Well, you're doing a fine job. We'll let the canopy go back down, and it's a little bit of an easier ride down the hill.
Thank you very much.
So we're back looking out from Goodwood House across the magnificent grounds with the MG sculpture this year. There's been a slight pause on the hill, but the manufacturer batch will be restarting shortly. Some absolutely jaw-dropping cars, and then we will follow that with batch 3, which will be drift cars, celebrations of Reinhold Jost's incredible success in sports car racing. It's been 5 years. I cannot believe it's been that long. To celebrate Niki Lauda's career and Mercedes-Benz 130 years in motorsport. That is all on its way.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind. with pro contracts and sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Well, for many people here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Supercar run is one of the real highlights. And they're here at the top paddock. We have all the cars in probably one of the most expensive, biggest horsepower car parks you'll see anywhere in the world this weekend. McMurty Sperling there, Max Chilton in the new Pure. Obviously, record holder on this hill. Looks fantastic. And you've got all the great and the good of the supercar fraternity. Pagani Zondas, Koenigseggs, McLaren Artura Spider. Dynamic debut for this car here at the Festival of Speed. Absolutely fantastic car. Hybrid technology, super quick car. Obviously you've got the Ferraris here. You've got a McLaren Senna, driven by Bruno Senna. You see his helmet there in the driver's seat. And look at this Pagani's. Absolutely wonderful flat green color scheme on this car. The one-off Ferrari over there behind the... Don't bump into the cars. They don't cost that much. I think that one's about maybe 2 million. SF90XX car. Now this is a first winged Ferrari for about 20 years since the F50 really, this car. And then of course you have this glorious Maserati MC20s echoing that MC12 color schemes there. We have a few versions of this car. Before we get on to the Aston Martins, we've got the Victor, the Valkyrie, the Valiant, the Valor, all the V's here. And just over there, the Valiant in white is the car that's almost like a personal commission from Fernando Alonso. He'll be driving this car across the weekend, and it's an absolutely fantastic track-focused Aston Martin there. Only 38 of those cars will be built. And manual, V12, absolutely fantastic looking thing. So there you have it, the Supercar Paddock here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Not a bad car park.
So David Green just trying to choose what colour he would like and which manufacturer he shall collar for a discount.
I heard he's quite picky, so he's probably still there.
But it is astonishing. And again, it's a very good example of a good place to watch at Goodwood is at the top of the hill climb course. You can also then look at the rally stage up there. But we've got cars back about to continue this manufacturer batch, and an MG4 sitting on the line. The number of new models coming out of Chinese-owned MG is quite extraordinary. Every single style of car you want, from small to medium to large, from regular car, from MPV, almost up to SUV as well. And the MG HS making its waves here this weekend. But this, Alice, is the MG4.
Yeah, it gives you a driving range of up to 218 miles on a single charge. Also available in a long-range option, which extends that to 281 miles as it navigates the chicane nicely through there. And actually, you said, Bruce, we've got a wide range of MGs here this weekend. We've got the new MG HS, which makes its global debut here, which we saw in an earlier batch, first glance batch. And we've also got the nice MGs. If you do get to go down to Electric Avenue, which is where MG have their stand base, there's a whole range of MGs on there, including the new MG HS SUV. They've got the Cyber GTS concept up there as well.
Yeah, and a huge stand, and certainly very popular when I walked down. But a chance to get in close, but to the top of the hill, the MG4, followed up by a host of others, including the HS, the brand new model, the SUV that has just been discussed by Alice, but all electric and many shapes. And here is the MG3 on the start line, waiting to make its way up the hill. And again, the mix of cars, a McLaren tucked in behind, but this is the MG3.
Yeah, and that is also available to go and have a look at. We do have quite a few concepts here, and going back to the Cyber GTS concept, which was actually created for Goodwood. Both of the MGHS and the GTS concept both making their global debut. And the MG3 here as well. Coming up, still quite a lot of dust out on the circuit, and they put a chicane in here for many of the manufacturer runs, just to slow down those eager drivers heading into Moulcombe Corner.
Yeah, Moulcombe is a corner that really encourages you to go a little too deep, and then you're meeting the straw bales. But everyone driving beautifully, and almost all the manufacturers have professional standard drivers taking some of their guests up. Now, the Polestar 2 is drawing a lot of favourable looks down in the paddock, and again, yes, you can still see behind the Polestar 2 an array of dust being kicked up. The McMurty Spearling did a good job of blowing some of it away, but it also depends, Alice. The track is narrow, but we do have different lines around various corners, so if you go in one that's less travelled, you're going to be getting quite skittery.
You certainly will be, as it squeals through. Another Polestar behind that, squealing through Moulcombe Corner. And a little bit like the MG, the Polestar 2 comes in a range of single motor and long range dual motor as well. 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. A luxury SUV.
Well, I tell you what, just before another MG blasts off line, another MG3, go down to the Polestar stand, look at their concept car, the BST. So this is an MG3 this time. Well, we're going through the colour range. We're now moving to metallic blue. In fact, there are quite a few of the MGs on the stand in this colour. Clearly very popular back home in China. And again, that near silent passage as these EVs go up the hill. A little bit of tyre roar, but not much at all. So certainly a very different experience from 10 years ago or so, when an EV was almost unheard of. But MG has nailed its colours to the mast. EV is the way to go. And again, they're providing lots of opportunity for people in Europe to take a look at their designs.
Popular road cars, MG, but they've been around in competition for a very long time. Competitive. We've seen some of their race cars here go up the hill across the weekend. We've seen some racing at the members meeting and Revival as well, if you're lucky enough to have attended any of those. Revival, of course, coming up in September, a standout event for me. But the MG3 making its way. I actually quite like that colour. Very good colour.
There we are. They've done their market research well for you, Alice. So up through the straw bales, so the cars break out into the sunshine. We hopefully can say that all weekend. And then right at the top of the course, this long left-hander between the straw bales. And if you're sitting down low, these bales can seem absolutely enormous. Flash under the line. That, of course, is just notably the end of the course, but we will be having the shootout on Sunday, and then it's going to be really competitive. Another Polestar blasting off from the start line. And again, professional drivers on board and favoured guests. You just certainly know you've got your numbers right when you're told that you may be offered a chance to have a passenger ride in some of these cars. Not all going up with passengers, but what a way to experience a dynamic ride in a car like this. You find out so more than just standing, looking at it in a paddock or a motor show, and that's why it's been such a hit here in the past 15 years or so, since the manufacturers were coaxed to bringing their cars here. And even if you aren't thinking you might want a car of this particular sort, it's just great to see it and to hear it.
Polestar are also bringing a launch edition of the Polestar 3, which will be available from September. The Swedish brand, found in 1996, vehicles are now produced in China. But as you said, Bruce, they've got a wonderful stand down in Electric Avenue, along with lots of the other electric manufacturers. But a great stand from Polestar, and just seems to be growing and growing in the luxury SUV and world of electric, and hugely popular cars now are Polestar.
And today seems to be the day of the Spider. Many manufacturers with their Spider versions go up the hill. You don't get it. You get a couple of sunroofs if you've got them. Ineos, of course, this is the 5-seater model, and they've really broken new ground with a strong link to the Land Rover Defender that went out of production. And again, you can have the pickup version like this, but with 5-seater form. They even have, as well as this, they've got some special models that you can choose as well, as long as they come in 2 particular colours. One's called Magic Mushroom and the other one's very black.
Oh dear. Well, you can actually go to Goodwood's private quarry, and you can put one of the Ineos 4x4s through its paces. as an off-road test drive. To do this, visit Ineos's outpost to book. But there's plenty of Ineos's where we've got the regular Grenadier going up. We've all got Mick Schumacher and I think Fred Vesti who are getting behind one of these Ineos's at some point over the weekend.
The things they didn't think they'd be doing when they signed up to their single-seater racing careers. But Ineos here with the Grenadier, the Quartermaster, and as I said, one special model actually with a link to Belstaff, so very, very stylish on the inside as well. But still with some lovely little links to pass those external hinges on the door, but obviously rather more refined when it was bouncing around the hillside anywhere in the world when that river ruled the waves.
Do you know where they got the Grenadier name from?
Yes, a pub in Chelsea. I used to drink there.
I knew you would know. I knew you did. Good pub.
Certainly worked back then. So from light to dark, from EV, one manufacturer to another. Mini, they have many, many shapes and sizes. They've definitely done their market research. You've got the estate versions, you've got the electric, you've got the other, and you've got the Mini Cooper Works cars as well. And that is always such a strong thing. Here we go, this is the 5-door model.
I went down and had a little look just past the BMW stand there, and I saw there was the Mini you're seeing on screen had a little tent attached to the top of it. Yes. I mean, it didn't look like it could fit you. You're quite tall, Bruce. Whether you would fold up into that tent, I'm not sure, but perfect size for me.
Yeah, not even diagonally, but a lot of people. Now, BYD is one of the manufacturers that's really hitting the drum very hard for EVs, and they've got a whole host of cars. Again, another Chinese manufacturer displaying their wares. And they've brought their Dolphin, the Seal, the Denza, the Atto. I have been doing my research. I did go down and take a look, but so many new shapes and sizes.
Yeah, as you said, the Seal and the U8 as well here in the first glance section, as well as this manufacturer batch, the Seal 0 to 62 in 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, it's a 4-door sort of coupe style rear on that, so it's larger than the little Dolphin, but again, very, very potent in all its forms. And of course, BYD have another brand. They also have the Yangwang, which is their high performance up end of the market. The Seal is the car that just went up the hill. Now, today was the launch of the latest BMW M5, and we're celebrating the history of the M5 range with each of the previous models. From the first M5, which we're looking at now, absolutely luscious, and working through the years, through the decades, it's the performance car that if you don't squint, you don't know it's a performance car, but when you get on board, everything is taut and tight and BMW engineered.
The very first generation, one of the very first generation of those M5s that you just saw go through, such an iconic car and beautiful. And I love how BMW they've transitioned through, and as you said, Bruce, the new M5 has just launched today, but you can still see some of the old in the new. It's just absolutely fantastic.
But again, from 50 paces, unless you're paying attention, you might just think it's a regular 5 Series, but once you get on board, most certainly it is not. It is a true driver's car. Fantastic. And again, this is the very essence of the Festival of Speed at Goodwood. It's about linking the past to the present, but when you've got a bloodline like BMW with the M5 model, that is something very, very strong. And for a lot of people of whatever age here, there would be the one that was most applicable to the one. You always tend to like the cars when you were that you liked when you were a teenager, and it stays with you.
I know, I like all of these. I like all of these cars. I would take every single one of those BMWs you can see. And you can see just at the very back there is the brand new M5, the 7th generation of the M5 Saloon. It's a hybrid V8 drivetrain and a perfect mix really for everyday use. Drivability, extremely dynamic, and also extremely sporty as well.
And it hasn't been out long, 2 hours and 20 minutes since the launch was underway for the latest BMW M5, right next to our commentary box. So the car's led by the first iteration of the M5, looking exquisite in a deep, dark, metallic green, is now entering Moulcombe, and then blink, look, the next model comes through, etc., etc. But every single one a classic in its own way.
Certainly is. New M5, 727 brake horsepower, should I say. 0 to 62 miles an hour in 3.2 seconds and 1,000 Newton meters of torque. Absolutely incredible. And those nice flared wheel arches there as it makes its way up the hill.
Discreet performance, I think, has been the mark. And the fact you could take the whole family along for the run, if you so chose as well. Always one of the hallmarks of the BMW M5. So more history being created here. This is the first day of the 2024 Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it started with a real bang. But for BMW fans, it's a very special moment indeed.
I could just stare at that car all day. And our commentary box is actually right next to the BMW stand, which is always packed, really busy. They can also see their new M4 on the stand as well, and throughout the day we've also saw the new XM label as well, which is the most powerful car they have made. BMW, an SUV, as the M5 now comes to a close. And we've got the McLaren, the new McLaren Ultra going up the hill.
Again, a whole host of shapes from McLaren, and again, the queue is enormously long to ride up with their pro drivers up the hill, but it's just that moment where you can experience just such a dynamic ride. A lot of the McLaren drivers that take you up the hill have worked for the marque for a very long time. They're a very, very slick crew of individuals who go and do great tours around Europe. I think I just saw some images of a group of McLarens going around Europe with some of these drivers on board having a high time in the mountains of Austria. But this Artura looks fantastic, and it goes even better than it looks. Now, how do you like your performance, with or without a wing? Some of these cars, of course, have to go for the wing if they're going to stick to the road at the ultimate speed. So look, every different shape and size, but we're moving to Genesis, and we're going to have 3 brand new cars on display, and they're all down there on the start line. So these are something very, very special indeed. And again, it's one of the glories of coming to Goodwood, to have these special presentations. And Genesis have been making an increasing splash since they were introduced just a few years ago to the global market. So we're all set, and we're going to find out a little bit more about Genesis. So looking back down to the start line, arty images of the cars waiting to have a very, very dynamic run up the hill. So the cars moving away from the line. Alice, how much do you know about Genesis?
Well, probably nearly as much as you, but I know that they are presenting us with two very exciting global debuts here in the Goodwood Festival of Speed, a Korean brand, luxury vehicle division of Hyundai. It was only in May 2021 did they launch in the European market, and we've got some exciting cars here and some very new, some concept cars, but also a fantastic launch for the G70 Taxi Nordschleife there. So the GV60 driven by Jackie Ickx, the Magma concept, and we will actually get to see this compete in the shootout later on the weekend. But a lovely array, a lovely tribute for Genesis, who have brought an impressive stand to Goodwood Festival of Speed. And Jackie Ickx, of course, Le Mans winner, 6-time Le Mans winner, will be on the stand Thursday, so today, Friday and Saturday. And he is now a brand partner for Genesis.
And I have never met a cooler man in the world. Effortlessly stylish, unbelievably quick in the 60s and in single-seaters in Formula One, and then evoking his way through, and what a perfect brand ambassador for the Genesis brand. I noticed alongside him he had Martin Donnelly, former Lotus Formula One driver, in for the ride up the hill. The G70, if you notice, the car at the back of the group says taxi. It's not a taxi just anywhere, it's not one you could order, but well, in a way you can, because it performs around the Nordschleife, and it's something they're going to do amazing taxi rides around the 25-kilometre circuit in the Eiffel Forest.
Certainly want to try and hop in that and go around there. Maybe I'll let Jackie drive me around if he is doing any of the taxi laps. But that is such an icon. Look at how beautiful that car is there, the GV60. Genesis doing incredible things. And their Magma program was announced in New York earlier this year. And the sort of the brand's intent to enhance the essence of performance within the Genesis brand. And the Magma Dynamics almost sort of focuses on the refined, effortless and rewarding driving experience. And I'm sure you would get that in all of those cars on display now. And especially if you've been you're lucky enough to sit as a passenger at any point in the G70 around the Nordschleife.
Well, looking at the cars that went up earlier in this batch, and we started with the Alpines in many shapes and sizes. The Helix delivery van, did you see it? Yes. Did you hear it? No. Of course, an electric van. And then a car you also wouldn't really hear much at all, the Durham University record-setting solar challenge car, 3,000 kilometres in 6 days. MG have brought a whole array of cars from the MG4, the MG3 is here as well, and a whole lot more down on their stand. But the Cyberstar is a car that is really their modern version of the MGB. You'll see both on the giant structure in front of the house. Polestar here in a very big way as well. I said I could promise you an MG3. There is one in the blue. Porsche here with a selection of amazing Taycans, ever more power. And then the Electra, the SUV, ultra high performance Lotus. Very good to see here. That is filling its order book. If you like your Ferraris, they don't have to be red. I've always chosen blue.
Of course, we've got the new Mini Paceman here as well, S, and a whole array of Minis, even one that you can put your tent on top of. And a lovely showing of all different kinds of BYD there. We've got electric cars on display. And you can see still how quite dusty the track is. And then we go to the iconic M5.
Choose your M5, any shape you like, from not ancient, but from the oldest to modern. And how modern? One was launched only this morning, right here at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. So a rolling history lesson of the M5s. And they certainly were very popular. You can see a lot of people lusting after those over the straw bales onto the track. The hill absolutely full, but right, that's the penultimate model coming through. And the back of this pack is the all-new VM5. So a real treat here. And then we rounded out the batch with the amazing Genesis G70s and GV60 Magmas. It's something new, it's something special, it's something fast.
start an iconic movement. Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Presenting the new Pirelli P0e tires for electric cars. They're on a sustainable journey, just like you, thanks to more than 55% bio-based and recycled materials. They let you move with outstanding quality for everyday life, thanks to AAA class in rolling resistance, wet braking, and noise reduction. They let you keep driving even after a puncture, thanks to run-forward technology with a self-supporting tire structure. We call them contemporary performance tires. You can simply call them tires for contemporary humans.
It was an icon of its era, a ruler on the racetrack. It was every stuntman's stunt car of choice, a legend of its time. But you know what they say. Legends never die. They're not just reborn, they're rewired. The legend is back.
Well, we've come down here to an area I love to come to during the Festival of Speed. We're in the paddock and we are seeing up close and personal, Harry Benjamin, these cars that I've only ever seen on TV or on archive footage, and to be so close is incredible. I mean, this Ferrari, the 1976 Ferrari that Niki Lauda drove, standing this close, peering into the cockpit is incredible.
I mean, one of his most successful Ferraris as well, getting this up close and personal to the scarlet red Ferrari. They don't quite make it in this scarlet red anymore. But when you look at the design of this as well and think, how on earth is this working aerodynamically from the front wing all the way to look at the airbox and how it juts out on front. But yet that was the level they were at working at back in then. And this actually running across 1975 and 6 with modifications and upgrades. Championship winning years, this was Lauda at his very best.
And then after leaving Ferrari, of course, he drove for Brabham.
Yes, and here we have, well, this is the awesome fan car, really. Gordon Murray design, shared this with John Watson and managed to get one win, third in the constructors that year as well. But it is the rear of the car that really turned head. It is that gigantic fan out the back, which did turn a lot of heads. And Gordon Murray still designing to this day as well, with some beautiful designs. And what a way, though, to mark Niki Lauda here this weekend. Would have been 75 years old, 5 years on since his passing, and we cannot forget the impact that he had, not only on track, but off it as well, of course, in his later years with Mercedes.
Indeed. 50 years since his first win in Spain, of course, in 1974. 40 years since he drove the MP4 2B, which is down this paddock to my right, to a win in the Drivers' Championship by just half a point over Alain Prost, of course. Well, now to take a look back on the career of Niki Lauda is David Green.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas and Nicholas Lauda, they barely scratched the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions and 3 World Championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins, and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he implied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, my life is more important than another world championship, he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I have not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in 84. Although new teammate Alain Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even aged 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
Well, looking out over the Goodwood estate, very touching, that tribute to Niki Lauda. 5 years since the remarkable Austrian came to an end, but what a legacy he left behind. And everybody coming here and watching all around the world is going to be honoured to just see the great cars that he raced across the decades.
Yeah, and we are very lucky to be able to see some of those cars going up the hill very shortly, but a very fitting tribute to Niki Lauda there.
Obviously, he was the man who turned Ferrari around, and another man who made it really fly in the decade before has just driven up the hill. His name is Jackie Ickx.
Jackie, quick word. Is that you making this noise?
No. Again. Repetition.
It's very good sound. It is very unusual.
It's a lovely sound for an electric car.
Almost like a heartbeat. It's like the thing's alive.
You're absolutely. For people like me, it reminds me the old days.
And it's pretty quick?
It's pretty quick, yes, but that will be the surprise later on.
Obviously, this is the global debut of this car. It's a good place to launch a car, isn't it, the Festival of Speed?
Yes, it's a GV60, and it's the perfect place, as you say, because Goodwood, it's absolutely exceptional for that, because it's all about passion from the spectators, the collectors, and the manufacturers.
Well, it sounds good, it looks good, and I hope you're not scaring your passengers too much.
Yes, I do, and that's the point.
Good philosophy. I like it. Enjoy.
Jackie Ickx is still the man. I mean, he hit the scene running in the early 1960s and just was most incredible. So let's take a look. This is Jackie going up the hill. and doing great things as a brand partner in this array of the performance branch of Genesis, and it's certainly something new. It was launched in 2021, the Mark as the upmarket end of Hyundai, and that was all about luxury and doing things differently and the way they sell them. But now look, the Track Taxi Nordschleife. The Nordschleife, for those of you who don't know, 25.4 kilometers around the Eiffel Forest, the Nürburgring. And of course, this has been created to take people, but it says taxi on the door, hail it, and they will give you the lap of your life.
I mean, if a taxi turned up to pick me up and it was one of those G70, I'd quite happily book a very long journey in one of those. And yeah, I'd go all the way to the Nordschleife in it. That would be lovely. But Jackie driving the GV60, the Magna Concept, up the hill. And he, of course, an idol for many of us. Certainly you mentioned, Bruce, how much you idolise Jackie Ickx on track. But he is also lending his expertise to the Genesis Magma program, really to help refine the performance of the Genesis.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Well, it's been a fantastic morning so far at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Some are already thinking about their lunch, others standing hillside to see the next batch of cars coming up, and quite rightly so, because we've got the drift cars going to kick off this multifaceted batch of cars. A celebration of Joest Motorsport, huge success in sports cars. We just saw the video a short while ago of Niki Lauda's amazing career, celebrating that here, 5 years since his passing, and 130 years, yes, 130 years of Mercedes in competition from those very first city-to-city races across Europe. But right now, I think the fans are there because they know the drift cars are on their way. Alice, certainly something. We only saw it for the first time 10 years ago, and it was an instant hit, and it's got ever bigger ever since.
Hugely popular, the drift cars here at Goodwood. Get your ear defenders out. That is one thing I would advise. They will make such a noise as they will come up the hill. We are really going to be treated to a fantastic array of cars and drivers as well, showing off their incredible skills behind the wheel of a whole host of machinery, from a BMW Eurofighter M3 to a Nissan GTR to the Lexus, another BMW, a Mazda. The list could go on and on and on, as there you can see them now patiently waiting like animals in a cage to be released to head up this hill, getting ever so sideways as they do so.
Yeah, immense finesse among all the tyre smoke. It looks though Bagsy, Steve Baggioni, has got his Nissan GTR first on the line, but the one you need to block your ears for is the triple rotor engine McLaren, the Mad Mac and Mike Winner. But right now, Monster on the side, Monster behind the wheel. Here goes Bagsy. Oh dear, he's got no get up and go. Of course he has. It's all for the show. And he leaves those fantastic rubber trails behind him. And the car, Alice, these cars are never in a straight line for more than a nanosecond.
No, there you go, right on cue. Bagsy getting ever so sideways through the first corner and locking up those rear wheels. An impressive display of drift and control. Is he going to do a pirouette? Of course he is. It's Bagsy behind the wheel.
And he hasn't got much to play with at all. Just the 1,200 horsepower under the hood of that 7.4 litre V8 turbocharged Nissan engine, and he's absolutely making the most of that big V8 power. Garrett turbo, 1,200 horsepower. But yet, in a car that's as long as the track is wide, he can rotate it a little bit more tarmac in front of Goodwood House, sideways the wrong way, and then the right way into Molecombe he goes. But the fans loving the show, the wise ones who've been here before, know precisely where to stand to see these donuts.
Yeah, and if you're not going to get covered in smoke, you're going to get covered in dust. Of how dusty still we just saw Bagsy go through the Molecombe corner. And now, as we try and look through the smoke there at the next car, that is coming up the hill. And of course, the standard donut right in front of the house there. Perfect spot for many of us to watch these drift cars, as they always, pretty much always, stop there. And the Chevrolet Corvette gives us a great demonstration.
And you might be thinking, doesn't sound like a Corvette. That's because it hasn't got a V8, it's got a triple rotor Mazda engine in, the sort that Mad Mike Willett loves so much. So Axel Hildebrand does a fantastic show. These cars compete all around Europe. It's the main drifting centre. I mean, it was something that really started in Japan earlier, but it's been embraced in Europe. And the sounds they make, the amount of tyre smoke they kick up, they lightly abuse the grass on the very edge, but the precision with which these drivers keep on the tarmac is quite phenomenal. That's the Nissan Silvia being blasted up the hill by Kevin Quinn there.
900 horsepower underneath that pedal and making a hugely impressive noise. The screaming sound of the Nissan engine, and a great example of how to get sideways, demonstrate perfectly there by Kevin Quinn. This car was built in the year 2000. Now, another favourite here, the Toyota Stout, a 2.1 litre four-cylinder turbocharged engine built in 1966. Blasting now up the hill, 600 brake horsepower.
What I love is you can take any model. We've just had the Nissan with the Toyota engine, we've just had a Corvette with a Mazda engine, and then just using a shape you wouldn't expect to be going fast. And just come back from Japan, and they would have their tongues hanging out to see this. They'd have seen them in the flesh on the road. A little spin around there from Ryan Turk. So it's very, very far from its humble origins as a vehicle used to just pick up this and that from down the road. The Toyota Stout built or modelled on a 1966 model, but certainly driven in a way the farmers of Japan would not have driven them.
I could imagine if you were a farmer, that is exactly how you'd be driving, Bruce.
You see the straw bales at the side of the circuit? That's where I would be.
But brilliant job there. And now we get the famous Eurofighter ready to launch. Going to absolutely shred the rear tyres on the back of the car there. The BMW Eurofighter, 3-litre straight-six turbocharged, and it can rip through a set of the specialist ultra-sticky tyres in just 60 seconds.
Yes, they have small transporters and larger tyre trucks. The the crews performing here. And James Dean is the king of sideways. He's won so many European titles. Now you might think, okay, this is a BMW 320D. That's what it started life as, but I note that only the A, B and C pillars remain as original. Right, moving through the range, and car 390 on the entry list. It's a Toyota GR Supra Drift. Kalle Rovanperä, of course, hugely successful, double World Rally champion, and he's sort of branching out into other forms of the sport. And these guys who are amazing on any surface, of course, they're used to sideways, whether it's on snow, gravel, tarmac, ice, and here, sideways on the fabled drive here at Goodwood House.
Yeah, and Kalle, we saw him earlier on out in his special edition Toyota, available for you all Toyota fans out there, and really kicking up the dust. He really is one of the king of drifts, a pro rally driver, of course, racing the World Rally Championship.
Yeah, but he stepped across, he tried a first drift event in 2022, and then last year went over to a drift event in Japan and won it outright. So he's taking on people who are getting right to the world standard within a year. Phenomenal. Car number 386 is next. It's a Lexus RCF, but not the way you normally see them. This is one of many from Red Bull stable driver Ahmad Daham, and he was the first one to bring an RCF into drift. That was back in 2019. But it's had so many upgrades since then. In fact, the drivers now would look at what they were driving even 2 or 3 years ago and think, how short of horsepower was that car? But they learn, they entertain. My God, is they entertain. A lot of full Grand Prix circuits, they'll go and perform Alice in pairs. They have to do synchronised spinning, and they get to breathe each other's tyre smoke.
Lovely. I mean, it's a great smell, but I'm not sure how long I would like to be breathing that in, as again, we've got the 387 in your programme, the BMW M4. It's a 3-litre straight-six turbocharged, built in the year 2024. So this is your modern-day drift car that you're seeing here, hustling and drifting and sliding all the way through turn 1. And it's German brothers Elias and Jonas Hondenberg, known as the Red Bull Drift Brothers, and they collaborated with BMW back in 2021 and are continuously showing off their skills.
Yeah, Red Bull, they always look for things to make people spread their wings, and drift driving has just been phenomenal in terms of its growth. But we wondered when it was introduced here many moons back, would it be working in front of the traditional fans of motorsport? But it certainly has, and even the great Sterling Moss looked across and absolutely appreciated their skills. Next car on the line, another of the Red Bull crew. This is Connor Shanahan, who had a phenomenal year last year, won the European Drift Masters Championship. That was in a Toyota GT86, but he too has made changes now in one of the 2 BMW M4s, just so entertaining and loud.
Very loud, and we're about to hear the 1,000 brake horsepower of this BMW M4 scream all the way up the hill. And as you said, Bruce, Connor Shanahan, he is a bright young talent of the world of sport, the world of drifting, and actually started out in the drifting championship. Yes, you're going to hear this right, at just 9 years old. I mean, that is incredible. As an Irish amateur in the championships, and he last year capped his best season to date by winning the Drift Masters European Championship in a Toyota GT86. So he is getting behind a BMW this weekend. Comes to a halt. We're going to, of course, see some donuts.
Right in front of our commentary box, we can look down the roof of the car. Luckily, the smoke hasn't come through our window yet. Another of the excellent, disproportionate number of brilliant Irish drift drivers. James Dean, Connor Shanahan, et al. They've really, really taken it to their hearts. Looking for a change of shape. We're most definitely getting that. The Hyundai coming out to play. Drifting sideways. More of a rally car here. You've got it spot on. Of course, rally cars can drift as well.
They can. But just look how nimble it was turning into turn 2 there. And and how quickly it can spin its way round, go straight past the house under the Goodwood Bridge, making its way up towards Moulton Corner, slamming on the brakes. You can hear the turbo, and still kicking up smoke, dust, and all sorts for everyone that stood in the grandstand there at Moulton Corner.
And anyone looking down thinking, that's spectacular, I bet I could do that. I tell you what, I bet you can't. And the precision of these cars. And again, you can see under braking, the nose comes right down, the car unbalanced, but then immediately, being a top driver, the rally drivers always know about how to get the balance back in their car, when to feed the power in. And of course, now they're getting more and more horsepower to play with, but not as much as the regular drift cars. But again, a fantastic run up the hill from the Hyundai. Right, at the members' meeting, we were treated to an array, every single model of Shadow Can-Am car, and the Mark 1 prototype, absolutely crazy. Literally nowhere for the drivers to put their feet. They had to sit splayed out. Carl Tilley was involved with these cars at the members' meeting, has brought them back, and also in the celebration of Shadows, we've got the Formula 1 cars here as well, so it is very, very special indeed. A lot of us only ever saw these cars in racing movies. Do you like the little aero demo for braking? Up they go. Could you send your money to the team, please? Certainly Don Nichols was very keen. Right, up at the top, I don't expect the Shadow Can-Am to be doing this, but Daniel Sordo kicking his rally car around. He'll then go through a gate and then go around the rally stage at the top of the Goodwood Hills. So the fans up there getting a face full of dust, but loving it. They're paid for the privilege.
The Shadow's going to enter up there and think, what on earth is going on? How can I see where to park now? Right, look at this, another one that we saw take part in the Goodwood members meeting.
How did it work to start with? It was small and nimble. Then they thought, let's put on a bit of a rear wing. And in fact, if you look atop the rear wing, those are radiators up there. They wanted the front of the car to be low, but they needed downforce, so they stuck them on the top. It's still ridiculously small and low inside that, but what a treat just to have this full history. Moving very quickly through the shadows there. This is the Mark II. And that's being driven by Marino Franchitti. Oh, Marino's a lucky boy. He does get to drive some amazing cars, but this is a more traditional shape, much more the shape of the McLarens that were dominating that very, very lucrative North American sports car series. In fact, I would put my money on the fact that McLaren only continued and grew into Formula One because they had all the prize money coming back across the Atlantic, winning the title 4 years on the trot.
This car, though, did have quite a few reliability issues along the way in many of the races it participated. It was driven at one point by the two-time Le Mans 24-hour winner, Jackie Oliver, and did manage to score a podium, finishing third at the Edmont in the wet. And again, another car that we got to see at the members' meeting.
Now, the colours that Arrows carried on their Formula One cars, the traditional black, the Raza Sinister livery, but with these three stripes, yellow, orange and red, really picking out nicely. UOP, Universal Oil Products, or if you turn it upside down, it said Don, which was the name of the team founder. But again, that fantastic V8 rumble. This one not Chevrolet powered, which most of the cars in Can-Am were, but with a Dodge in the back. You talked of Jackie Oliver, and here is the driver who cleaned up in every round bar one in 1974. McLaren had moved on, but this is a DN4, and he did 2,000 miles of testing before that championship. One of that actually here in the UK at the Goodwood Circuit, so just down the hill. But it's just right to see the car and the driver reunited.
You took the words straight out of my mouth there, Bruce. He took victory in 4 out of 5 races in this car back in 1974, so had plenty of success with this DN4, and just the sound of it blasting up the hill. And it's a real challenger, wasn't it, back in its day?
Oh, it was phenomenal because McLaren had moved on. Porsche came in with a 91730, just outrageously powerful, and all that Porsche technology. But Shadow stood up to them, they resisted them, and Jackie took the title, pocketed some welcome prize money, but it was an era that had to come to an end. They all do at some stage. But from the mid-60s right through to the mid-70s, it was epic. Right, let's talk about their single-seaters as well, and just an array of exquisite cars. They raced in Formula 1 and Formula 5000 stateside, but it was in the World Championship that we had the unusual Shadows that had the Dodge engine in the back, but most of them obviously drove with the all near ubiquitous Ford Cosworth DFV. but that's the DN4B. Sorry, that's the DN6, I beg your pardon. Rick Newport is driving that. Jackie Oliver will give that a go later on. Of course, this was in the Formula 5000 Championship. They had the big Dodge V8 in the back. In Formula 1, the equivalent model had the Cosworth V6.
So this was actually the very first Shadow Formula 5000 chassis, making its debut back in June 1975, finishing third, again, of that hands of that man, Jackie Oliver, before it was being raced in Formula 1 at Watkins Glen.
Well, we're moving through the batches. This is not a drift car, very much not. You could if you chose, but this was the age of the Silver Arrows. We're celebrating 130 years of Mercedes in racing. What a phenomenal celebration of an illustrious company. 5.7 litre straight age, but supercharged. You can hear the power coming in there. And Martin Ada is driving this car from 1937, when it was Mercedes tête-à-tête, or Kopf with the outer unions as well, and they just had the jaws dropping. When these cars came over to race at Donington Park, the British teams put their entries out and looked like minnows in comparison to these absolute leviathans. Exquisite engineering.
It's just amazing where we're going to see plenty of these coming up the hill, but the engine size, now look at this. Archie and Ben Collins, we often see them racing at the Goodwood members meeting, Goodwood Revival, in plenty of classics with Mercedes 120 horsepower, and you can just hear, and it's not quite simple as your modern race car, is it? A whole host of things that the driver has to do behind the wheel of one of these.
Yeah, and Ben Collins just so cool, calm and collected. I love when you look through the visor of the passenger, eyes wide, just you can sense the smile as well. But Ben knows these cars, he helps prepare them. Enormous history with these Edwardian racers, but he keeps it super smooth, and that's again, we're talking engine side, just the mere 12.8 litres under the bonnet to be going with. This car is more than 100 years old. I tell you what, it's actually 115, 116 years old, and yet look at it, still purely dynamic. Narrow tyres, large steering wheel, gear lever outside the car. We have moved on. And we have moved to the Sauber Mercedes connection. Sauber was a Swiss sports car manufacturer and racer. Then he got Mercedes in the back, and they liked what he did, and the money started coming in. And the C9, this one is owned and raced by Kenny Atchison, who dabbled with Formula 1, but was absolutely mighty in the Sauber C9. There he is with he just was epic in that season, the Northern Irish racer, and this is his car. So you choose your favourite, you raced, and he certainly picked up this one.
Yeah, they got a finish, a 1-2 finish at Le Mans in 1989. So built to win, and it successfully achieved that. And you can just see we get this fantastic, we get really treated with this onboard shot, and you can see there Kenny's concentration going up the hill, but still extremely dusty, extremely slippy, even though we've had the drift cars go up. And you can just see how narrow it is from this onboard as well, how there's no room for error once you go up this hill, Bruce.
No, and again, it was an onboard shot looking into his helmet, and you could see the level of concentration from Kenny Atchison. He's got that run out of the way. Following up the hill is the C11, the car that was produced a year later by Sauber, again with a 5-litre V8 turbo engine. Now we're moving to the modern age, and this is a very, very special Mercedes AMG GT3 car. This is one that you sort of choose to be. There's a little bit of an art element with this. You go, it's a little more the sort of car you might see lined up outside Harrods in some ways. It's the special celebration of 130 years. It's an artistic interpretation. But one of the things about the Mercedes AMG racers, their engine note is just outstanding. Niki Lauda, what a career, 3 world titles, but the car that really put him on the map was when he had his debut with Ferrari. He'd raced a March, not with any success. He started winning when he became a BRM driver, but in 1974 and 75, in these really trim 312 Ferraris, he was magnificent. The 721X the unloved mark, so he had to keep on changing the design. This was so poor. That was followed a few races later by the 721G. The G was for joking at Guinness Book of Records. That's how fast they had to change this car, the one we're looking at, to something rather better, thus the G.
Just the sound of these absolute classics, Bruce, as they storm up the hill. They storm past our commentary box window, and we're looking there. Such a classic livery as well.
Yeah, Marlboro adorned first BRM, and then it moved on to McLaren with such illustrious results. It went right the way through to the age of Senna and Prost. But in those days, BRM, some Grand Prix weren't settled on 1 or 2 cars. They run up to 5. Now, still one of my favourite cars of all time. It just looks right. The BMW 3-litre CSL Batmobile. I like the CS, then the CSL became even more leery. A car that works but particularly in Jägermeister orange. And Niki got to race this the year before. He raced for Ford, even though he was driving Ferrari. He said, I need the money to pay my bills, so he raced in the European Touring Car Championships. First it was the Capri taking on the BMW. Then the following year he was in one of the BMWs, and this to me is one of my tick box cars in motor racing.
And he got a victory in this car as well, didn't he, Bruce? And he still managed to have an excursion on his way during the Nürburgring 24-hour, and still managed to set the lap record there at the time as well.
Reinhold Just, German sports car entry par excellence, and celebrating his successes, most notably at Le Mans, where he took actually 16 victories across the years. The 962C Porsche, just such an epic car. Alex Ames driving this one, and Just was given factory backing by Porsche, and it was the first 962 to be built for Weissach, and it won a lot of races, but great success with the 956, the predecessor. Talking 956, this is one of the 956B with which Reinhold Just took the first of 2 consecutive victories at Le Mans in the South. It wasn't as competitive as it is now, because cars tended to break down, whereas we had so many cars on the league lap just last month. But with the new man race livery, 2 wins in 2 years, and that was the point at which thought, this Reinhold Just fellow, he's very, very good, isn't he? He could run a team, and of course we will have Audis coming up the hill afterwards. That was the mark with which he had the most success, but his wins with Porsche really, really put him on the road.
And this 956B had plenty of victories. 1984 Le Mans, 85 as well, and a World Championship victory in 1986 at Fuji. So a really incredible car, and hugely successful. And so is this iconic Bentley Speed 8.
2003 was the year the Bentley boys returned to Le Mans with the Speed 8. And they'd actually been there, sorry, in 2001 and 2002, but the Speed 8 evolved so much. Now, that was a Just run car, but then it was the turn of the Audis. And the Audi R8, this is 2003, part of Sean Lynn's collection of amazing Le Mans cars, but Audi started to do things differently at Le Mans, and their success was considerable across the years. It was the way they ran things, moving on quickly through the R8 to the R10 TDI. This was, again, this fits in with horseless to hybrid. This was getting diesel engines to perform in endurance racing. We knew they had the torque, but with the turbo element to the turbo diesel, they also had incredible speed. And then combined with the way that Audi ran its team, this was the point at which they started having modular concepts in their garage. Don't just come in and say the gearbox slightly broken, can I have a new one? They already had all the bits ready with the appropriate tools in the drawer to minimize any delays. Right, back to the world of Shadow. I'm very happy to dig back to the world of Shadow, and it was working its way into Formula One at this point, and debuted in 1973. But the DN5, it was a phenomenal year. They had the success that Alice was talking about stateside in Formula 5000. Jean-Pierre Jarier led a couple of Grand Prix early season races in Argentina and Brazil, and Tom Price, literally the following month, won the Race of Champions at Brands Hatch. Still one of my favourite shapes of Formula One car. Looks right, goes right.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it will do with a 3-litre V8. Success, qualified on pole at the season opener back in 1975 in Formula One at the Argentine Grand Prix.
It really was the story of Jean-Pierre Jarier's career. 2 events in a row where he was almost home and hosed. The car broke, and then 3 years later he got a chance at Lotus. It was dominated one Grand Prix, and guess what? The car broke. Jumper never won a Grand Prix. Neither did the driver whose name is on the side of this DM5, Tom Price, the Welsh favourite, who was just such an artist at getting a car sideways. He won that non-championship event at Brands Hatch, but alas did not live beyond 1977. The most awful of accidents in Formula One, but he really truly was quietly spoken, but once he got in the car he was a different person and an absolute artist behind the wheel.
He certainly was, and it's such a treat we get to see this Shadow Cosworth DN5 amongst the other shadows that we've already seen go up the hill. A real treat for everybody here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and of course to those of you watching online. And we have fans that have decided it's the right time of day to have an ice cream.
How do you know that's their first? There's the question. But that was a history lesson in one go, from drifting with the most incredible development over the past 10 years. Then we had the celebration of a bit of Mercedes, 130 years. We had the Niki Lauda tribute, and those shadows. So much to take in, and that's what the Festival of Speed is all about. And people in the grandstands having a great time as well as they work their way through the day. So let's take a look at the highlights. Bagsy, Steve Baggioni, the first one out on his mighty Nissan. He set the hill alight as well as his rear tyres. 1200 horsepower, if you like. Mazda rotary power, look to a Corvette. It doesn't normally go that way, but Axel Hildebrand is a master craftsman. And we went quickly through the marks. We had the Nissan out on the hill. That's got a Toyota engine under the hood and more horsepower than most people could handle. And then the Toyota Stout, a pickup from 1966 with a twist, rather more powerful and a considerable amount more sideways.
We got to see BMWs, we got to see the Toyotas, we got to see them all, the Mazdas and the Nissans as well. And I hope your hearing is back. You'll get to see them all over again at many occasions across the weekend. And I hope they've got more tyres as well.
They most certainly do, as Alice pointed out. One set of rear tyres, that'll be a climb up the hill. So a mile or 60 seconds, and then we were treated to the return of the Shadow Can-Am cars. Low, sleek, Kai Tully at the wheel in the original, in the prototype. The follow-up model had a massive rear wing and the radiators on top. Then we went to the Mercedes-Benz W125, the late 1930s, when the silver arrows just were exquisite. And the other very early cars went up the hill. Archie and Ben Collins entertaining, and a couple of Mercedes-powered Saubers, the C9 and the C11. And to celebrate 130 years of Mercedes in motorsport, some very special models. And if you like Batman, what's better than Batman? The Batmobile, the BMW 3-litre CSL.
And Audi back to Joss Racing, celebrating, of course, the 40th anniversary of Joss Racing's first victory at Le Mans, and what success he had with not just Porsche but Audi as well.
So that's the end of the highlights package, and we're going to go up and join one of the stars of the drifting scene, James Dean.
James, it feels like a long time ago since you first were here at Festival of Speed. I remember it well.
Yeah, me too. Back in 2015 was our first ever time. I've been coming here many years since, and it's definitely every single year one of our favourite events. It's amazing. We're back here in the Falcon Tires Eurofighter. First run up the hill is like a nervous one, but the track is a bit dusty today, but it still makes for a good time. Everything went well. We have all bumpers, all panels, so we're feeling good.
You're competing so hard at the moment, traveling all around the world. How important is it still to make the time to come here and just have some fun?
Yeah, like every event, like it's competition mainly that I focus on. So I'm competing in the US and Formula Drift and Drift Masters in Europe. And events like this you can't miss. Last year I missed it and I was sickened watching the live stream while I was competing in the USA. Thank God no clashes this year, and we can come enjoy it and meet everyone. Not just like drift drivers, but everyone you meet here this weekend is special, and it's a motorsport event like no other.
And you drifters have become part of the establishment here now, haven't you?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the first year, we were like, don't mess anything up, take your time, just get up the hill. And now Goodwood are good enough to trust us and let us kind of do what we want to put on a show for the fans that come out here. And it gets better every year.
It was a great first run. I mean, you've been sponsored by Falcon for a long time. How important is it to have a tyre sponsor? I would say probably quite important.
Yeah, and in drifting, it's a vital thing, especially if you're doing it professionally, because it's one of the biggest consumables. We use almost over 30 tires per competition weekend, and yeah, if you're buying all those tires, it adds up quick. But Falcon have been a partner of mine since I first worked with them back in 2010, and that's a long relationship. I love working with the brand, and yeah, it's a pleasure.
After that little display at the top paddock, I feel like I'm kind of made of a bit of Falcon right now.
Yeah, there's a few rubber spectacles, but that's all part of the fun.
It's been great watching you compete over the years. Great watching you still win. Absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoy this weekend.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming and supporting these amazing motorsports. Awesome.
Are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Well, Harry and I have found ourselves a very nice spot on the lawn here. We've got the incredible sculpture with the MGs to our right, the house as well, everyone enjoying their lunch and taking a little breather, just like us on the lawn here.
Oh, it's a very hard job this, Rachel, honestly. My step count through the roof as well. It's just a huge sight just to walk around to try and see everything. You can't do it in one day. You've got to be here for a couple. You have to.
You have. I mean, my 10,000 alarm went off, my 10,000 step alarm went off at about midday today. It has been a very, very busy and fascinating morning so far. Pick out some highlights for me.
Well, quite a few, particularly focused actually on some of the supercar running that went off. I was jumping from with you at the start and then into the commentary box. Gordon Murray's T50S here. He's got a couple of his design cars, of course, very well known for the Brabham fan car. Dario Franchitti's at the wheel. Huge amount of power behind that car. There's a Niki Lauda tribute as well that he's done. But also the Bugatti Mistral went up the hill. Now, this is particularly significant because not only is it, well, it's a Bugatti, but it also signals the last of the Bugatti engines that are running in that car. So it's the last time they'll really produce such huge noise and power before the future beckons and we bring in more hybrid and electrification.
That was one thing that struck me, was how quiet the electric cars are now that we're going up the hill. There is no whirring, there's none of that noise that we've had recently. So quiet. The one that struck me, though, was the McMurty. Why do I have so much trouble saying that? That was incredible. That was great fun to watch.
Yeah, of course. That well, the McMurty 2 years ago here, hill climb lap record. They brought a new version back, a track-only evolution. I spoke to Max Chilton earlier about it, who's one of the development drivers for it. 190 miles an hour, roughly top speed. Again, we looked at the Niki Lauda's fan car earlier. From the 1970s to 2024, how the changes of evolution in car, particularly fan-powered, and that has a sheer amount of downforce on it. It is probably one of the quickest things here, if not the quickest. Lovely bit of kit. Yeah,
we've also had some fantastic launches as well, particularly like the new M5 that was launched here today. Also the Porsche 911 GTS-T. I mean, that is a quick car.
Yeah, I mean, and Mark Webber at the wheel as well, 9-time F1 champion, won a Le Mans and WEC title with Porsche. And, I mean, you don't get more iconic than a 911, do you? It's probably the most iconic car ever. Everyone knows, regardless of how into cars and motorsport you are, you know a Porsche 911. And to see that unveiled right at the start of the hill, something quite special.
I've just seen the Drift Brothers as well actually doing their stuff, and I was in a car with one of them in Austria. Well, in a car with one of them, with the other one alongside, and that is something very, very special. So if you're coming, make sure you do catch that section on the track. But what else are you looking forward to this weekend?
Well, there's so much to look forward to. After this, actually, I'm heading off to Polestar to have a chat with the CEO there. And Polestar have really gone on quite an evolution over the last few years. They've kind of taken the Tesla marker away of designing cool, sleek electric cars, and they've got a new prototype here, which is their first ever Roadster, which looks absolutely epic. It's still in a kind of half camo livery, so we're going to find out a little bit more about that, which I'm really looking forward to as well. And it's not just four wheels here as well, two wheels as well. Michael Dunlop, we're celebrating him and all things motorcycle too.
King of the hill, king of the mountain.
King of the mountain,
yes.
29 Isle of Man TT winner, the most successful around the Isle of Man. So we're celebrating him, but we've got amazing riders: Giacomo Agostini, Jack Doohan. Oh, well, no, that's the son.
Mick
Doohan. Mick Doohan. You can tell I'm four wheels. Mick Doohan's here as well. Freddie Spencer riding some incredible motorbikes up there. Everything from years back to, we actually saw a little earlier, the new Aprilia machine that they've made, and it's an amazing spectacle, and follows off the back of their quite successful MotoGP campaign at the moment, because they've really managed to develop Aprilia as a brand over the last few years to kind of take it to the big dogs in Grand Prix racing.
I'm looking forward to the Goodwood Action Sports Arena, because they're going to have some motocross there later on in the weekend. They've got the BMWs, they've got the BMXs, I should say. They've got the mountain bikes, all of the action going on over there as well. And of course the Red Bull celebration on Sunday, 18 of their cars, drivers galore, the world champion, Sergio Perez as well, Daniel Ricciardo, Mark Webber's here, we've seen him already today. And also we have the Mercedes celebrations too.
Yes, 130 years of Mercedes motorsport, and they've got everything from the first ever Silver Arrow to Fangio's championship winning, Grand Prix winning Mercedes, all the way up to, well, they've got Fred Vesti driving some of their latest machines. Their reserve driver Mick Schumacher is here as well, demonstrating just how far the German manufacturer have come. We talk about Porsche, but Mercedes are a powerhouse in this world as well. And to celebrate 130 years as well, since the first motor race too. Iconic is a word that's said way too much, but
this is the place to use it.
Exactly.
I mean, this whole weekend, there are so many brands, so many drivers, so many stories that just make it a very, very special event. So we are going to go and immerse ourselves in it a little bit more, and we will be back with you later on.
You're joining me here on the Cartier lawn, which is looking glorious in the Festival of Speed sunshine. Now, the Cartier lawn is host to a very special judging process this year, whereby people are invited to bring their pride and joys, put it on display and put it up for inspection. And I've come over to one of the entries, which is this beautiful Rolls Royce that you can see here in the background and is looked after by Jonathan Wood. Jonathan, it's lovely to meet you. And we'd love to get a bit of background about this car because it really is something special, isn't it?
Yes, so this car is known as 120EU, which is its chassis number, and it's famed for being the last Silver Ghost supplied to the home market. There was a factory in America also that continued to build cars for another year, but the Derby built the English cars, the ones that we're really passionate about. This is the final example.
Yeah, so the owner of this car is here, but you're the gentleman that actually looks after it, restores it. What's that process like? What goes into looking after a car like this?
Well, this car is unique in that it's a very low mileage car, it's had very few owners, and it is actually an unrestored car.
Yeah.
Now, when the owner bought the car nearly 10 years ago, he asked us to prepare it for him to do some rallying, some touring in, which we did.
Okay.
And then subsequently we've done more work on the car to make it, bring it back to its original specification. For example, when he bought the car it was blue, and as we started stripping the paint off, we found samples of the original colour, which was specified as grey, and I wouldn't have classed that as a grey. But as we looked into it, we got some period colour swatches and found that it's actually Oxford grey is the colour.
Okay.
So it's been returned to its original configuration. We've remade part of the windscreen, and there's a black and white photograph of the car taken in 1929, and this car is identical to what it was in the photograph.
Okay, can we take a bit of a closer look
Certainly,
at it then?
certainly.
Oh, I mean, it just feels so nice. Everything, the ergonomics of it all feel lovely.
Well,
okay.
the truth is so many of these cars today have been replicated. You know, most Silver Ghosts will have new bodies on. This is an original bodied car, which makes it very special, and you can't recreate that old feel. These leather seats, for example, you know, there's something nice about sitting in an old seat.
Yeah, there is, yeah. It's really soft, really comfortable, and I'm aware as well that this has been entered into the judging process. Do you know much about the criteria beforehand, before you enter the car?
A little. I mean, it's an unusual concourse in that it's judged by sort of a celebrity panel, and they actually judge the car on its artistic merits for styling, the story of the car, the history, and really what appeals to them, which actually I like, because I think a lot of concourses get hung up on such fine detail, and you judge cars on minute little finishes, whereas this is where the car is being judged as a whole for what it is.
Yeah. Well, I certainly think it's going to be a strong contender for the competition, so we wish you all the best with it, Jonathan, and thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Well, plenty of reasons to go down to the Cartier Style et Luxe lawn, a very special place, celebrating the career of Marcello Gandini, who produced phenomenal cars. This is the view looking out from Goodwood House down on the lawns, normally so quiet and serene, but oh, not today, absolutely not. Not for the next 3 days either. So we're having an array of cars very quickly getting onto the hill. This is a manufacturer batch, but we have two wheels as well as four. And Honda are relaunching the Prelude name, and a whole host of Hondas coming up the hill behind our two-wheel friend at the front of the pack. But a lot of Civic Type Rs there to be seen, and becoming, again, like with the BMW M5, we've got the evolution of the Civic Type R. The wings became greater, the performance became even more outrageous. Brilliant handling cars.
Yeah, they are absolutely fantastic, and it's hot hatch of the year in 2024, the new Civic Type R. Do you know, Bruce, when the first Honda Civic was?
First Honda Civic, not the Type R, probably about 1973.
Oh, you're a year out. 1972 it was in Japan. It was available, so you could say that you get a point for this, in 1973 in the US and UK. And it had a 1.2 litre engine with 15 horsepower. Of course, the Civics that we see going around now have a little bit more grunt than that.
The numbers are larger, the wings are larger, but it's not competitive in here, but I was quite close. That near miss, but 1972, remember that. 1973 on the market here. But right, the Genesis GV60, the Magma concept. We've had the luxury since the launch, and now we're having the performance element added to it in bright orange, and the Ineos Grenadier has been a roaring, soaring success since launch just a couple of years ago. Do take a look at it on board these cars. These are very, very special indeed. They can do all the four-wheel drive things that you'd think and expect them, but this one is one of the luxury models. See the little sunroofs in the top flipped up. It's an increasingly warm day here at Goodwood, but this is performance and much more handling than you'd expect. There's a bit of body roll still, Alice, but that's just to entertain the passengers.
There's some body roll, there's some tyre squealing as well that just went up through Molecombe Corner, continues to head up the hill now. They've got the Grenadier Detour here, and also the new Quartermaster as well, which has been developed to overcome the most extreme terrain, combined with its versatility to carry large loads as well.
And I went down as an extreme off-road version with all sorts of raised air intakes in case they need to go through rivers, as you do. And I was seeing various members of the armed forces down there looking very enviously at something that's rather superior to anything they get to go driving around in. So here we are. This is manufacturer time on the first day, the Thursday at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But I must say, I am very impressed. This is the G70 Genesis Taxi. Yes, I didn't lose my marbles as yet, but this is the car that will take you around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, up and down, 25.4 kilometre lap, sometimes in fog, sometimes in rain, but magnificent however it comes. And the manufacturers really do embrace that great German circuit, and again, a good place to test the cars. One mark that's really been springing back to form, Alice, is Lotus in recent years.
Yeah, they are, and I often have to pop up to Silverstone, and the amount of cars that are based up at the area they have at Silverstone is crazy, constantly churning Lotus cars now out of the door, which is fantastic to see. And we are also so lucky to be able to see plenty of them here this weekend. We've got a whole array from the electric cars. We've got the Amaya R and the Amaya S, which we've already seen take up the hill.
Well, the one we're looking at now is true to form, but it's another car with the E. It's the Lotus Emira. They must be just about running out of words that do kick off with an E, but very dynamic. But the beauty about this, it keeps that essence that has been the bloodline of Lotus, light and nimble, brilliant handling. And still the Lotus flow comes. If you don't like a white Emira, how about a blue one? I like them in any colour they come. Really beautiful dynamic car here. Lovely lines, and I do appreciate a mark that keeps a clear bloodline. You can tell this is a Lotus even without the badges. And then again, when you see how dynamic it is, again, that bloodline is clear. It's the essence of Lotus.
It is a terrific front end. Incredible ride as well. Kicking up dust through Molecombe Corner, getting a little bit of squeal from the tyres. The passenger there as well enjoying the ride. And so does the Polestar, as they're all starting now to build up a little bit of speed now the track is improving.
It was interesting when we had Genesis brand ambassador and six-time Le Mans winner Jackie Ixeltop. He described that was my sighter run. They all none of them want to put a wheel wrong, but they do want to be as quick as they can to entertain, even slightly scare their passengers on board, to give them a thrill. And anybody lucky enough to go up this magnificent hill course at Goodwood. It's narrow, it's much steeper than it looks on television. Certainly at this point, going past the flint wall, it only now starts to flatten out a little bit. You've got the long right-hander, then this is the final corner, the sweep to the left, and Polestar coming here in numbers, and every year their cars get more and more developed and faster. That's a pretty quick run there from the two.
And there was a Polestar that's just behind this one that we see on our screen as well, that was a little bit out of shape through Molecombe Corner, so they're certainly pushing them through their paces. And we've got now back to the Mini Coopers.
Yeah, in the early 60s, the Mini was an absolute revelation. Helica Sagonis's design just took the world by storm in motoring, but then the modern iteration, they could only put the Cooper name back onto a Mini if it was going to perform well, because those very early Mark I Minis, once it was breezed on by Cooper, it created a whole new style of driving for people who traditionally would have had big sports cars. Suddenly realised these were fun, these were nimble, and that has to have been kept on board with the very latest modern versions.
And a lot of modern versions of the Mini Coopers you can find now, from electric to naturally aspirated, normal as well. Hybrids, Mini's got the absolute lot, as we can see a whole host of them going up the hill
Yes, and it's only when you get all the contemporary mini range and put them side by side you realise some are tall, some are shorter. Now, Yangwang may not be a manufacturer you know particularly well, if at all, right now. It's the luxury brand of BYD from China. This is their U8, one of cars being shown for the first time to a global audience. It's a large SUV. You can tell from the way it's moving up the hill. It's got bags of torque there to provide the performance that can thrill. And this is first glance. Again, this is such an important element at Goodwood. Cars having their global debut, so it's quite something to say, I was here on the day when ... A car that went on to be a world great was first seen. One more lucky passenger climbing on board down at the start line. You can see the timing officials. And this, we've been talking about Yangwang, this is quite the reverse of the U8, which is the big SUV. This is the U9. Boom, off the line it goes. So much performance under the right foot. EV, but EV as never before. And Yangwang really making a splash. And with the rear wing that big, Alice, you can't hide the performance.
No, you certainly can't. They also have the Seal and the U8 that we've seen go up in the first glance batches as well. And the U8 is a prestigious brand of the BYD. No plans to sell the U8 at the moment in Europe. Same with the U9 as it feeds through Molecombe Corner now. The passenger eagerly with their phone filming their thrilling ride in the Yangwang up the hill.
It's almost a wait. You almost want them just to focus on the ride as they go up, but of course they want something for posterity. But to say this is a 2024 design. Here it is, the sister car, the U8 is the much taller one. Now we're moving to the world of Roma. This is Ferrari with elegance that effectively goes back to the designs of the late 50s and early 60s. Performance galore, that's a given, but this is done in a far more boulevardier style, and I think this is a tremendous looking car. It had rave reviews when it was launched. Again, the performance, the road holding really coming on a bound, but to me that almost doesn't matter relative to the just sheer elegance of the Ferrari Roma. Fabulous looking car.
It looks mean, it looks aggressive, doesn't it? It navigates the chicane, all of it, all its turbocharged 3.9 litre V8 engine, producing 612 horsepower, 0 to 62 miles an hour in a whopping 3.4 seconds. And Ferrari have also bought their Roma Spider here. We've already seen that take to the hill, and their Ferrari 499 as well, which has a price tag on it of 5.2 million euros.
However, let me explain, the 499P is the car that Ferrari returned to Le Mans last year and they won first time out. It's running in the World Endurance Championship in the hypercar class. And this is a track version of that, and for lucky individuals, 10 of those have been built so far. They may even have their own racing series, but to drive a contemporary hypercar from Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship, it's yours for, as you say, just 5.2.
I've heard you've ordered a couple, Bruce.
Yeah, track day car, road day car. Yeah, no, they're track day only.
Now we go to the Grenadier.
This is the Quartermaster. The Grenadier was launched and they decided let's do a pickup version as well, but why have just 2 seats when you can have 5, 2 in the front, 3 in behind. And the Quartermaster doing things differently. No goats aboard the back of this one. This is going for a quick run, just the one driver on board, maybe some passengers in the back, but Ineos really, Sir Jim Ratcliffe's company, spreading its wings very, very quickly indeed, and I gather the order book is filling up by the nanosecond.
This features larger off-road tyres raised around the chassis to venture over all types of different terrain, and you can actually go and experience driving an Ineos 4x4 out through Goodwood's private quarry over the weekend. And now back to something that maybe won't want too much off-terrain, unlike the driver demonstrating there is one of the McLaren's Arturas.
Yeah, the Artura Spider, I loved it. You were about to say this won't be a car that goes off track in a second. Suddenly a little bit of a tight turn into the first of the corners, but now settling down up the hill. Fabulous run for anybody. The Artura has reintroduced the real nimble element to McLaren's, and to have the Spider element here is something that gives it even more appeal. But again, being driven hard, you can see the driver's really making it work up the hill, but great precision in the upper part of the course there in the Artura Spider.
Yeah, there's a whole host of these that we've seen. Lovely blue colour, and a perfect day to have the roof down as it storms across the line, jumping on the brakes just in time. And now we have the brand new Lotus Electra.
SUVs were redefined about 4 or 5 years ago. Before they were tall, you could sit up high, almost look over hedges, but then they thought, you know what, let's add a little bit of performance. No, actually scrap that. Let's add an awful lot of performance, and certainly Lotus dipping its toe into the pond and getting very, very good reviews for the new Electra as it takes on all the other top manufacturers that decided to have a go at the very top of the SUV class.
It is getting some tyre squill through there onto the brakes, and Lotus a big feature here, and we've seen them over previous years, but certainly last year really making a name in the electric world now. Certainly hugely impressive, and with the new models, as we can see, you can get a whole host of colours in the Electra, but really plenty of electric cars they are producing now, and they are absolutely fantastic cars.
It's very hard to overemphasize just how fast the churn is of new models coming in these days. You know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, cars came through every few years. Now it almost seems to be every couple of months. You might get a body shape and they'll have different drive trains, but Lotus is no longer just the Esprit and the Eclat. Oh, sorry, I've got locked back in the late 1970s. So up to the top of the course, and it's much narrower and much darker up there, particularly on a sunny day. You get plunged into darkness. The straw bales either side at the top of the track are very tall indeed. They're there for a very good reason, because that's to keep the cars contained. So it seems that was the last car going up in the manufacturer batch. Great to look down at the various VIP points. That's the Gurney Pavilion. If they go out of the door at the closest end, they can pop to the Cartier Style Lux lawn tucked in behind them. We'll go down to the Cathedral Paddock and see the celebration of 20 years of Red Bull racing. Every single one of their Formula One cars, some drift cars as well. So you do have to plan your day at the Festival of Speed to not go home and go, I never got to see the, insert display here. Just astonishing machinery everywhere.
Yeah, and I've heard there's some guy called Max Verstappen that's turning up at some point over the weekend and taking up to Hill. Not sure if you've heard of him, Bruce?
He may even be here today. Actually, knowing Max, he's probably doing an iRace somewhere. He seems some race weekends do go out, trot out another Grand Prix win. He's having to work much harder for them now, which is fantastic. But, he just has motor racing blood in his veins from both sides of his family, from father Jos and from his mother as well.
He was competing in a sim race. I'm not sure which weekend. I want to say it was the Canadian Grand Prix. I've probably got that wrong. I'm sure some of you will be saying, no, it wasn't. But he does take his sim with him to various races. So if he's not sat winning races and competing at a high level in a Formula One car, he's doing it online instead.
He's got a high threshold, hasn't he? Or a low threshold. He needs entertainment, he needs driving, and he does it supremely well. So he'll be here on Sunday. Massive celebration. Red Bull have been big supporters over the years of the Festival of Speed. And again, it's this mix that everyone here can enjoy. Great day in the sunshine when it's sunshine, but we've got, as you can see, the greatest brand new cars being displayed in the first glance display, the top manufacturer cars, the supercars. Then, of course, we've got the celebrations from across the years, across the decades. Certainly for me, the Niki Lauda demonstration is something very special. I sort of grew up with Niki's career burgeoning as it went through. But you see the wear, the attire. There's a McLaren fan on the right-hand side of our screens, waving to the screens. Well done. So he had a very good weekend, but not as good as it could have been at the British Grand Prix. But to have McLaren, Mercedes taking a real tilt at Red Bull Racing, very, very exciting. And if Ferrari can get its act back together, to have 4 teams fighting at the top, that's going to be very, very special day.
That would be heaven, wouldn't it? But what a British Grand Prix we were treated to last weekend. I must say, personally, I think it was the race of the season so far. Hopefully we've got many more of those to come. A mixture of weather, and like you said, we can chuck Ferrari in there as well.
More cars assembled down at the start line at the bottom of the Goodwood Hill Climb, and BMW M5. It's a resonant day for the fans of the M5 because the very latest model of this epic range that started with the car right down ahead of us. The M5 range got its newest member this morning, 10:30 Goodwood time. Different time according to where you are on the globe, but the latest performance saloon car launched, and we're going to have a little history lesson from the first to the latest. Take a look at them. The cars, they look relatively standard from outside, more visual clues as you go through of their sheer performance, but it was the combination that gave us the most remarkable range of high performance road cars.
Yes, and we got to see these earlier, didn't we? The very first M5. As we wait and peer and look in the very background of your screen, there we go, the brand new M5 that was only launched here at Goodwood Festival of Speed a few hours ago.
So you can pick your favourites as these M5s make their way up the hill, but like all of the cars going up the hill, the drivers have now had at least one run under their belt. They're starting to get to know the circuit better, but this one is a more dignified parade because it's about showing off the cars in sequence, and of course you can pick your favourite, whichever vintage you are or the car that you like, but when BMW got its M range of motorsport inspired cars onto the roads, it was a very special moment from the mark from Bavaria.
So it's the 7th generation of M5 saloon that was launched earlier on today. It is a hybrid V8 drivetrain. Hugely impressive piece of kit. You can see, look at the size difference as well to the previous M5 there. And even we could go back to the very start to 727 horsepower. 0 to 62 miles an hour in just 3.2 seconds and 1,000 Newton meters of torque. Incredibly fast car.
I mean, doing the top trumps approach, that is an awful lot. We wouldn't have understood those figures when the first M5, the one just leaving our screen, was launched, because the latest car has close on 3 times as much power and probably 4 times as much torque. It's just a different way of going about your performance, but clearly it's a formula that works. Now, Porsche always here in great numbers on the hill, and dynamic, of course. When it was said that Porsche would be going with EVs and things, people weren't really sure, but everyone has done it, and Porsche does things in its own inimitable style, always with performance, but actually this one with a considerable degree of panache as it goes up the hill.
They're all getting a little bit more confident, aren't they, heading up the hill over this course of this run, and certainly launching off the line there.
Yeah, such a range of cars, and these are, gosh, the sheer performance difference from the first run to the second. Obviously they need to get their sighter in. The hill was very, very dusty indeed, but now with all the power, all the torque, and hopefully all the precision. The chicane is put in just before Moulcombe, perhaps to protect the drivers from their enthusiasm. It's a very tricky corner, Moulcombe, but then rumbling, or some of them in the EV case, you've just got tyre roar, a little bit of wind roar as they go up the hill past the Flint wall. Times are changing, but performance is only doing one thing, and it's increasing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just looking out at the commentary box window, dust still being kicked up, and here we go to the MGs now making their way up the hill. We saw the launch earlier of the HS. We've got the MG5 there, heading through the first corner, getting pretty close to the grass on the outside.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about MG making such a splash with all of these electric vehicles made over in China, but they've literally arrived with a full product range, from what we call almost small hatchback, which is the MG3, to the coupe-backed MG4, and then the MG5, small SUV, and then MGHS, the one that had its global debut. First glance here this morning is their main SUV challenger, but certainly putting a lot on the market, and with this pace of change you can really expect that these in turn will be replaced, and more models coming in the next couple of years.
Certainly an impressive stand that MG have got down at Electric Avenue as well. Their new MG HS is on display, along with their Cyber GTS concept, which was created just for Goodwood, and both of them have made their global debuts here today.
And there is Ineos on the line with their array of cars, are made for specific purpose as well as for just driving across any terrain they can throw in their path. The Grenadier was a hit from the moment it was launched, and the increasingly off-road model is the one tucked in behind with an array of lights on its roof bar. Taller, made for a different purpose, but Sir Jim Ratcliffe made his fortune with Ineos Chemical Company and decided it was a sort of vehicle that he could no longer buy, so he only went and created a company to do just that. And it's been a roaring success. This quartermaster is sitting up very, very high indeed. You could run a Shetland pony underneath that, I'd reckon.
Are you riding the Shetland pony?
No.
I don't think you fit underneath that, no. But the Grenadier vehicle, as we spoke earlier on, named after Sir Jim Ratcliffe's favourite pub down in London, where the initial idea was actually considered and the promotional presentation was actually shown at his local pub. So I like the fact that he's used that imaginative, go, well, I'm sat here in the Grenadier, why don't I make a car? And why don't I call it the Grenadier?
It's said many great ideas have been formed in a pub, and anybody heading to South Africa or East Africa this summer, they might find they'll be sitting in the back of an Ineos Grenadier looking out at the wildlife. But great to see the RNLI, the Royal National Lifeboat Institute, and in behind, of course, the sort of rib that they use all around the coastline of the UK to rescue those in trouble. Stopping in front of the house. Let's hope this isn't going for a donut. So lined up so you can see the tall, the short, the wide, but very special Ineos display. Now, the celebration this year, the special Jerry Judah sculpture in front of Goodwood House is a tribute to MG, 100 years of what started life as the Morris Garages Group, and it has a very, very special connection to Goodwood and the Duke of Richmond and Gordon's grandfather, Freddie, who raced MGs. His little C-Type had great success winning the double 12 race on the banking at Brooklands, and continued the connection. In fact, it was the love of motor racing that led to the creation of the Goodwood Motor Circuit in 1948, and it's great to see this bloodline. Of course, MG Alice is now owned by the Chinese, and their models are coming thick and fast. So behind the C-Type MG, at the front of the queue, we've got the latest Cyberster, the little coupe, the little drop-top Challenger. So the essence of MG as a sports car company is still good and strong.
It is absolutely fabulous that we are going to get treated to a whole array of history, as you said, Bruce, from the very start to modern day with the Cyberster. You can see there in the beautiful red Roadster just up behind.
Yeah, but we also have cars that raced at Sebring, raced at Le Mans. So if you look to the little MGA coming in the background, that's the one with LBS 301. That would be racing stateside. At Le Mans we had the MGC and also racing stateside. Then the MG6R4, the most peculiar rally car, as short as it was long. As wide as it was long, and phenomenal in the Group B rally stage. But the car's going in front of Goodwood House for a special celebration under the Jerry Judah sculpture. And you can see, if you get a chance to look up at that sculpture, on one end of the sculpture, you have the MGB, the car that really was so super successful, the little British sports car for MG. And now, under Chinese ownership, the Cyberster is up on the sculpture at the opposite end, at the eastern end, in front of Goodwood House.
You will get to see a daily moment here for MG outside the house on every single day.
And for an awful lot of people here in the UK, MG may have been one of their first cars that they drove in their lives. But right now we're celebrating 100 years of MG. So the cars all forming up. This is not the end of the celebration. This is merely the parking zone for the celebration. The rich history of 100 years of MG, some of the great sports car racers, and of course there was the fabulous EX181 in 1957 that Stirling Moss took to Bonneville on the Salt Flats with a target speed of 250 miles an hour to beat. And then there is a modern iteration of that. So if you go down to the MG stand, you can see their version. It's very futuristic and fabulous. But right now, it's the array of cars that take us from the start of MG's illustrious history through to the modern day. Road cars, performance cars, rally cars, they're all here, and we will be having a special celebration any moment now as the drivers climb out, cars all in position, pats on the back for those that got them there.
My grandfather, Freddie March, is the reason why I became interested in motorsport. He founded the circuit at Goodwood in 1948 and used to take me to watch the racing as a young boy. Those early experiences cemented my lifelong passion for the sport. He had always been fascinated by engineering, everything from model making to aviation, and discovered motorsport in the late 1920s. Having graduated from speed trials to circuit racing as a driver, he formed his own team, just as MG was releasing its latest racing car. He was particularly drawn to clever, lightweight engineering, so the new MG C-Type was a natural fit. His team, the very first Works MG team, combined the MG's inherent pace with his own attention to detail, and was hugely successful. With co-driver Chris Staniland, he won the legendary Double 12 at Brooklands in 1931, and there were further victories at that year's Irish Grand Prix and the Tourist Trophy at Ulster, all against much bigger opposition. Freddie would ultimately become more well known for founding the circuit here at Goodwood, but that might never have happened without his own experiences in racing. MG returning to Goodwood to celebrate its centenary feels like a very fitting reunion.
You're built different, breathing new life into broken, taking matters into your own hands, assembling big dreams from the small things, never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky Full Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
factor that have been going up the hill throughout the course of today so far. Plenty more still action to come. Ben Edwards with you now, and we will be looking forward to a mix of vehicles coming up. We've got King of the Mountain for some of the Isle of Man TT bikes coming up very soon, as we just look back at some of the new cars, some of the first opportunity to see some of these amazing machines, and some of the latest cars being launched on to the market. Some of them are launched on the market, some of them of course are just prototypes, some of them are specials that are just here for Goodwood, being developed especially for the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So much to enjoy and absorb. Lotus here with their Emira and with plenty of their other examples that are being used, their SUVs as well. Very, very rapid up the hill. The Polestars have got these two new vehicles that are being launched, plus the prototype that is not being launched just yet, and then the very high-end Yangwang that we've been seeing as well out on the Festival of Speed hill climb. It's been wonderful to see such a mixture of machinery, so much modern machinery, but also historic vehicles as well. So much to absorb. Lovely to have many fans here today, and the sun still shining and giving us all an absolutely glorious day. There had been a lot of rain leading up to this event at the Festival of Speed, but I have to say it's now been an absolutely beautiful day. Let's hope it continues this way for the remainder of the weekend. Porsche Alpine, the Alpine out there as well, the A110, and then the Electra from Lotus, the bigger version. Porsche, of course, always lots of value here at Goodwood, showing us some of their wonderful machinery, and the McLaren Artura. That was going up the hill very, very quickly a little while ago. It looked as though it was very entertaining indeed. And we are seeing people going a little bit faster now. The track is cleaning up, and they're getting a little bit more familiar with just how it's feeling here today.
Well, one of the fun parts about being here up at the top paddock is you just don't know who you're going to see get out of the car. Sam Ryder, what are you doing here?
Be gutted. It could have been anyone. Mate, yeah, stoked. First time at Goodwood. It's been a long time coming, I think. Just love it here already. Just amazing.
Well, you've been long overdue a visit, but you arrived in style in this Artura Spider.
Yeah, this is not mine, by the way. My pal's been driving me around in this. Did a hot lap in this Artura Spider, and it's rapid. It's exhilarating. The launch function is bananas, and just blown away.
Well, it certainly put a smile on your face.
Yeah, mate, I couldn't stop laughing. I'm still like, yeah.
Well, it's a good thing to come to the Festival of Speed and on your first day get a ride up the hill.
Yeah, I know, and I heard Mika Häkkinen's here tomorrow.
Oh, we've got the royalty F1 here.
He's here. So. Just like I said, I've seen a bunch of Goodwood over the years, but from a computer screen, just seeing highlight videos and stuff like that, and so many iconic F1 cars that I've never seen in real life as well. And I'd love to see like Damon's 96, just be wicked to see it, or an old Benetton or something like that. So hoping, fingers crossed, get to have a little mooch around. And this.
You sound like you're a little secret petrol head underneath that.
A little bit. I'm a terrible driver. That's a problem. See, I just love, I love being around it, looking and just appreciating the art and the greatness that people have been involved in getting these gorgeous things into our lives. But I need to still learn to do some donuts,
I'm sure if you ask them nicely, McLaren will let you go behind the wheel.
I've already actually asked if they can teach me some donuts, and they're chatting about it. So.
Well, there you go. The next thing, we'll interview you next time up in a
McDonald's car park after this.
Well, you look like you're enjoying it.
Stoked, yeah, thanks so much.
What are you looking forward to for the rest of the day?
Well, you know what? We've got 3 festivals this weekend, so it's a bit bonkers. And then the final, obviously, is on Sunday. Come on, England. But our set time has been pushed to whenever that finishes. So if it goes extra time penalties, it doesn't matter. Set time's starting directly after. So it's either going to be a good vibe, or I'm going to have to do some cheering up.
Well, it sounds like you've got your weekend perfectly planned out.
It's pretty packed, but stoked to be here, man.
Very nice to have you.
Bless you, man. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Well, Harry and I have come down to the assembly area because there are some very special drivers in the assembly area today, not least Alex Albon. Alex, good to see you. Is this your first, second, third time at Goodwood?
I think it was my fourth. I think I was here as a kid, and then my dad took me around. He's actually here having some fun looking around at the cars, and then did it for Red Bull, did it for Williams last year, and then did it here. So very excited, always good to come here. And the weather's amazing, which wasn't last year. Yeah.
You picked the right day for it.
Yes.
I think the rain is happening over the next couple of days.
The car parks are going to
exactly.
be... Yeah.
So talk us through the car that you're driving today.
Yeah, well, I'm not the greatest one. It's FW08, if I'm not mistaken, A. And it's not... So I drove a very similar one last year, but this qualified 8th in Monaco. That's what I know. So it's tricky. Last year, I struggled with it, but it's had a bit of a tune-up and should be much easier to drive, so what I'm told. So let's see. If you see me going sideways, let's see.
It's all right, no one's watching. Well, there are an awful lot of people
Just a
watching,
few.
actually, to be fair. Do you like driving these older generation cars, and what is it about them that you enjoy so much?
I do. I am brought up in the old flappy paddle era, so it is a bit odd for me having a H pattern and whatnot. But it just feels so raw. The main thing for me is I don't understand how they could drive these things on the limit. It's just, I mean, the steering wheel's tiny, it's all tiny. My feet are touching all the pedals. So it is a bit of a get to know it, and for me it's admiration for the people that drove these things back in the day. It's I mean, I feel lucky when I go back to my car, and honestly, yes, it is compared to these things. Yeah,
it's a world away to what you drive now. Speaking of, obviously, you've managed to pack this into your already jam-packed schedule of Formula One.
It is,
Off the back of points in Silverstone,
Thank
teams
you.
over at home race.
Yes.
Week off here at Goodwood.
Love it.
And then next up, we go to Hungary. How are you feeling for that?
Less optimistic as Silverstone. I felt like Silverstone, it was a great weekend, but we went into it knowing it should be a better weekend. Hungary, it kind of ticks all the boxes of bad things. So let's see. Spa should be much better the week after Hungary. But we've been in the simulator yesterday, just going through a lot of the work that we just did at Silverstone and preparing for the next two races. So all good things. But Goodwood's good preparation.
I was going to ask you said your dad's gone off for a wander to have a look around. Is there anything you want to go and have a look at? If you could go in disguise, because you'll get mobbed here this weekend, but if you could go in disguise, what would you go and look at?
I do go around. I shouldn't say that, but I do get changed and put on a bit of a hat
disguise?
on and go around.
No
Blonde
way.
wig? I did it last year. The problem
In
is
this
I had
heat,
blonde
you're
hair last
struggling.
time and it was a disaster. But I like to go and look at the cars, just the general road cars, but also the resto mod, the kind of the singers and all this kind of stuff, and have a look around them once, because them to me are pieces of art, and I love that. So yes, I do go around that side of the what do you call this? The estate.
Yeah, it is. It's an estate.
Yeah, so
I mean, it's a back garden.
yeah, it is. Yeah. So I just walk around the gardens. Yeah.
Listen, enjoy your run. We'll be watching. I'm sure it'll be fine, and we will see you in Hungary. All the best. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, Alex.
It's great to see some of the current Formula One drivers, Harry, come down here as well to take machinery up. I know we've got more coming this weekend as well, but there is so much for everybody to see, and these superstars up close.
I know, it really is an event like no other. In particular, this weekend, there's a lot of Formula One drivers here, actually. We'll see Alex Albon's teammate in action as well, Logan Sargent. Fernando Alonso is here too, along, of course, with a Red Bull contingent. Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Daniel Ricciardo heading that up. And you just have to look around you. You know, the fans aren't that far away. Ferrari to my right. You've got the old McLarens there, the Williams as well. Like, everything is within a finger's distance, and that's pretty special.
Including the cars which are about to go
We
out.
better
So
go,
we have
yeah.
to get out of the way. But there you go. Formula One drivers here this weekend, as well as everything else on show. Come down to Goodwood.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
And wonderful views continuing here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on a beautiful day, and many vehicles already been out and many more to come, which is great fun to enjoy. Ben Edwards with you and James Hayton as we're looking forward to some more of the motorbikes coming up, James, because it's been we had a few bikes up earlier on, but we haven't seen too many, but we are about to see plenty heading up the hill.
Oh, we are indeed, and we got some really special stuff as well. We're celebrating obviously 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycles, so you know we're going right back to the 1930s, back to the very latest MotoGP bikes. So going back to 28 brake horsepower to 300 brake horsepower. It's also not just the bikes, it's the riders we've got. You know, we've got some of the greatest names in motorcycle racing. You know, from Giacomo Agostini, you know, we got Kenny Roberts, Freddie Spencer, Mick Doohan, you know, Casey Stoner. You know, you could just go Randy Mamola, just go on and on. It really is an incredible cast, and that's on the Grand Prix side. And then, of course, we got the TT side, you know, with the greats like Michael Dunlop, John McGuinness, and then obviously the off-road side as well. So real range of motorcycles. I'm really looking forward to seeing them come up the hill.
Yeah, it's going to be great fun. It's just it's going to be in a little while. We've just got to wait for the last batch to make their way down the hill, get themselves out of the way. Obviously, that is part of the setup of this place, is that it does mean that you have to wait for everybody to, having done their top run, they have to come back down the hill once again, and then they can get the next lot underway, which is always good to see. So we will see them out pretty soon, and that will be good news, and we will watch with great interest to see how the bikes are getting on once they're ready to go out. We're also going to be enjoying some of the Formula One cars coming out in a little while, some of the historic Formula One cars with lots of heritage and history, and there's some stunning machines and great drivers as well, as you say, great riders on the bikes, some top drivers over the course of this race weekend. And we'll be looking forward to that coming up in just a little while. We've got more batches from the various different categories of the cars and bikes here coming up over the course of the rest of the afternoon. And we've got the manufacturers batch as well. So lots to look forward to here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So there we are, just waiting for the rest of the vehicles to make their way back down to get out of the way, and then we'll be into this next batch of machinery. Isle of Man TT, as you say, remembering a lot of bikes from the Isle of Man TT. How much has that meant to you? I mean, you've raced a lot in bikes over the years. Have you raced TT over the years, James?
No, never did the TT. It was one of the things I promised my dad when I started. He was a big TT fan. He went every year since '78 when Mike Hailwood came back and won on the Ducati, and he used to take me over in practice week, which was always half term, and then stay the extra week with his friends riding around on their motorbikes. So it was a big thing. He'd bring back the program and T-shirts, and it was one of my first things that kind of got me hooked into racing. And I've always obviously incredibly admired the guys that did it. I started off racing, me and John McGuinness together, when we were kids on RGV 250s when we first went to road racing, and I meant we both kept on the circuits, and but he did the roads as well, and obviously went on to become an incredible rider, winning 23 TTs. So yes, it's a unique thing, and I love the fact that it exists in these times of health and safety. It's just a fantastic thing, and it's a real challenge, just in the same way people go and climb Everest or whatever. It's a wonderful thing, and if you haven't been or if you haven't seen it, you must go and watch it one year, because it's incredible.
Yes, I've never been, but I would love to go one day, I must admit, to watch it. It always has tremendous history to it, and it's lovely we're going to be watching some of the history of that when we see some of the riders, some of the bikes coming up the hill from the Isle of Man TT. And it is still a very current aspect of motorbike racing, and for a certain group who really stick to that side of things rather than go to the circuit racing side. Yeah, very much. It's got its own thing, because it's kind of a different thing. It's kind of got more of that, also around it, that sort of festival-y atmosphere. You go to the Northwest or the TT, hundreds of thousands of people, so it's a great thing. Now, there's a charity involved with this weekend with Goodwood, and it's rather lovely that we've got somebody here in our commentary box who is all part and parcel of that. That's right, it is Two Wheels for Life, and we're joined by Andrea Coleman. Andrea, please tell us a little bit about it.
Thanks so much, Ben and James. Two Wheels for Life, I'm the founder of Two Wheels for Life together with Randy Momola and my husband Barry Coleman, and we've been running this now for more than 35 years, and we run and manage motorcycles and four-wheel vehicles in the most harsh conditions in Africa to make sure that healthcare really reaches the people who desperately need healthcare predictably and reliably, and maintenance is really the key to that. So we're very, very proud and very privileged to be the official charity of the Goodwood Festival of Speed this week. Thank you. That's wonderful. How much time do you spend in Africa looking over all of this? Well, I try to visit all the programs as often as I can, and I think that's important. I mean, the riders who are coming up the hill today at the end of this ride have also visited the programs. Kenny Roberts, Randy Momola, Paul Torres, and Alejandro Basari have all visited, and it is important for me to look at that and come back and say we really do what we say we do, and we use a motorcycle, the AG Yamaha 200, and we'd love people to go and see that at our stand and at the Yamaha stand. And what's important about what we're doing this week is to make sure that we're raising money for 35 AG 200s that will be shipped to Africa at the end of this year. So we'd love everybody here to support us with that. That's really lovely to hear. We've got the bikes all beginning to line up now, James, and there'll be a bit more about this at the end. But we've got the bikes, we've got the sidecars, and you and I enjoyed watching the sidecars at the members' meeting earlier this year, didn't we? Oh, we did indeed. They were fantastic, weren't they? They really put on a display, and it was so great to see. Just having a little look there, that's Maria Costello, MBE. So it's great to see sort of her out. We've got some really big names in the sidecar world. Obviously, we just went past the current world champions, and then you've got Kenny Roberts Jr. here with his championship-winning RGV 500, and then behind him the one and only John McGuinness. So great to see those guys together. Look, getting a little selfie as well. So that's great.
Yeah, it's a really sort of great, camaraderie amongst the racers, and it's going to be lovely. There's the Guinness's CBR 1000 Fireblade, RRSP. So it's a standard sort of road run. That great bike anyway, and John's had such a long relationship and successful relationship with Honda on short circuits and the TT.
Oh, it's wonderful to see, and this little collection of bikes that will be coming up fairly soon. We're just waiting for the hill climb to be made fully clear, and then of course we're going to hear them all firing up and getting ready to come up.
Yeah, we are indeed, and looking at one of the legendary bikes there, obviously Kenny Roberts. We're looking at Randy Mamola there, just sort of hanging out, but look at that beautiful Kenny Roberts' Yamaha. What a bike that was, and he was incredible at that, to take it to 3 World Championships. But right, bike one, here we go. It's the 1937 BMW R24255, supercharged. Basically, it's 87 years old, this bike, and BMW were a bit worried about taking it out, so they took 8 years, but they built an exact replica of the engine and put it into the original 1930s hardtail chassis. So what a thing this is, though. It's double overhead cam boxer, and it's being ridden by Marcus Flash, who incidentally, he was the former head of BMW's M division, a passionate biker, and he's now the CEO of BMW Motorrad, which is their sort of motorcycle racing division, and he's nipping up there very nicely indeed. When you think that's a 1937, that's an incredible job. So and again, supercharged. You don't see that very often on a motorcycle. Certainly not anymore.
Lovely, it's been recreated by BMW, hasn't it? By the Motorrad engineers. They've recreated,
right. Yeah. And 8 years it took them.
Wow, 8 years, 8 years to recreate it, and it's just lovely to see it here at Goodwood. So this version of the 1939 machine.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Yeah, really great to see. And actually, this bike won the 1939 Senior TT in the Isle of Man, and it was the first time anyone who wasn't from Britain had won a TT.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a lovely start to this bike run, the 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycles that we're watching, as well as all celebrating some of the Isle of Man bikes.
Yep. So this is the Honda RC142. So a little 300, and it's getting a 6-cylinder 4-stroke. So really, sorry, yes, RC142. I beg your pardon, 125 twin-cylinder 4-stroke, which is great to see. Again, they took these to the Isle of Man, very lightweight, really high revving motorcycles, and you can see it's again a lot of them now we're used to sort of 6 gears, but some of these bikes had 16 gears, 18 gears to get it to run. Obviously, we recognise what that is, a number 7, a Barry Sheen RG500 making its way up the hill as well. So we got a real mix of motorcycles coming. That little 125 just straining as it sort of comes up the hill.
It's a real heritage of Honda, isn't it? Because late 50s was when they really kicked off with the bike racing.
Yeah, it's just sort of great to see, and they really went on from strength to strength. We've got a Yamaha YZR 500 here. Yeah, lovely to see. This is a 95 bike. I was racing one of these in 95 in the World Championship myself. Not a factory Marlboro one, but an identical V4 2-stroke. And I tell you what a machine these were.
Was it?
Absolute animals. They weighed 125 kilos, nothing below 8,500. You had to keep it between 8.5, 13,000, and you could slide them, they'd spin up. They were just beautiful things, but you open that throttle 1 millimeter wrong and you were like flying through the air. They were a real beast, and it was a real fun time in my career, so it's always reminiscent to see that and remind me of your Wayne Rainey's and your Norik Arbes and the classic Marlboro riders over the years. And it was a fantastic machine, still is a fantastic machine, and lovely to see one going up the hill.
This is Andy Caddick who's riding this one, I believe. So he's having a lovely opportunity, and for Yamaha.
Kenny Roberts Jr. And he's on his championship-winning RGV 500, so that's 2000. He'd finished second the year before in 99, that lovely Telefonica movie star bike, and rode it beautifully. Lovely little wheelie, and again, great to see. We've also got some of the Ducati Desmodicis coming out, going up and down the circuit as well. We've got some of the 990s, and nice little wheelie there. And again, these 500s, obviously they moved to 4 strokes eventually, but they were still all V4 2 strokes at the time. Roberts It's Junior still sort of coming up. Now I've just seen Maria Costello go past as well, so we've got some sidecar coming up the hill. Lovely to see her going up.
It's lovely to see Kenny Robert Jr. though. I mean, because he managed to win that title, didn't he? And you know, at a vital time in his career.
Yeah, very much. He's also the only father and son duo to ever both win the World Championship, the Premier World Championship, which is a very unique feat. And yeah, it's incredible. His father, Kenny Roberts Jr., King Kenny, as they call him, a 3-time champion. And as we say, he won the 2000 World Championship.
We've seen it a couple of times in Formula One with Graham Hill and Damon Hill and the Rosbergs, of course. But yeah, it's a very rare aspect, isn't it? It is indeed.
It is indeed. And so we have a little look at number 45. This is the Honda Transalp powered. So this is a flat tracker from America. And yeah, these things. I mean, we talk about Kenny Roberts and some of these guys, and this is how they all started in America, because you just slide them around ovals. They get used to moving their bike and getting the balance right, and it's lovely to see some of these flat trackers over here. And there's actually almost kind of a movement anyway of modding your bikes to kind of create this sort of flat tracker look. Which is sort of super cool, and they just literally stuff it in sideways. Just the whole thing's a bit like Speedway, just sliding it, but with much bigger engines. This one's obviously Honda powered, and it's lovely to see some of these bikes sort of coming up the hill.
Yeah, off-road and dirt bikes is part of the celebration. That's what we're looking at right there. But we're also looking at sidecars. As we mentioned, we saw them at members meeting earlier this year, and they put on a tremendous show for us. It was great fun to watch, but it's not all we've got. We've got a real mixture and some bike riders who are having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've quite tell which one we got there. Hey, that's what we like to see.
It's Lee probably, isn't it?
Yeah,
it does all the displays, I think. Maybe who's out there now.
Yeah, he's giving us a nice little effortless, like all good guys, they make it look so easy, don't they? Just sort of sliding around. Look at him spinning it up. Nice little donut on the limiter.
Yeah, this is all a lovely part of skill, of course, and a very different side of bike riding. But when you can do this, it does seem amazing, doesn't it? How often do you do this?
Oh, every week, just on the way to to the shops. No, very, very skillful, and really nice to see.
Yeah, so we're not seeing a huge batch of bikes today, but we will be seeing more and more as we go through the course of the weekend.
Yep.
And we will be seeing some of the fun and games of it all as well.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, we've got some huge names coming up the hill from the likes of the TT, also from the likes of the Grand Prix racing, and we can't believe it's 75 years of the World Championship, and we're going to see it. And obviously, again, we've also got this great, the off-roading team, which is going to be really good to see. So yeah, we got some big names, Stefan Peter Hansel, for example. Now, here is King Kenny. So Kenny Roberts, the one and only 3-time champion, and behind him the Yamahas as well. Now, Andrea, tell us a little bit about this.
Well, Kenny, this is a group of Yamaha riders. Of course, King Kenny has been riding Yamahas all his life, and here's Paul Torres and Alejandro riding for the Yamaha Tenere World Rally team. And I think Randy Mamola is also there on a Tenere. He's used to riding something much smaller, but he felt a bit daunted by the size of that Tenere, but he's riding it today.
Because these are special riders for your charity, aren't they?
These are all riders riding for Two Wheels for Life today to show the work, and they've all been involved with our charity for a long time, and they've all been to visit our programs in Africa. So this is a big moment for us.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful seeing. It's an amazing job you do for Two Wheels for Life.
And Andrea, there is a base here that you've got that people can come and have a look?
Yeah, we have a base. We're actually appropriately next to the first aid tent. So please come and visit us there and look at the bikes we use in Africa, and please support us this weekend.
And there is Randy Mamola. I love the way King Kenny, by the way, there just wasn't hanging about at all, was he?
No.
He had that wound up, and look at Randy wheeling across the line there with the Yamaha Rally team.
His famous wheelie.
Absolutely. good to see. And yeah, I mean, Randy's he's on the board of your charity as well, isn't he?
He is on the board of our charity and has been right from the start. He's been with us, and we have an event every year called Day of Champions before the MotoGP, which was the idea, the sort of brainchild of Kenny Roberts. So these guys have been with us a long time.
Fantastic.
It's a lovely story. Thank you very much, Andrea, for being with us and explaining some of this. And I do hope you have a good weekend and that you get many fans coming along.
Yeah, indeed. It's a great charity and yeah, does some amazing work.
Certainly does. So we've got a bit more action coming out now with some cars heading on to the track, onto the hill climb. And we're starting off with the Toyota Yaris. We've got some of the specials of the Toyota Yaris this weekend. This is the GR Rally 2, and yeah, this is lovely to see because, of course, the Yaris Rally has been absolutely brilliant throughout the course of the last few years, taking the titles on regular occasions, and they have performed extremely well, and it's fun to have them here and doing some lovely displays, as you can see. Very entertaining stuff, and that is all part and parcel of rallying, of course, so that's something that we can really enjoy here. Sideways stuff, you enjoy a bit of that, don't you, James? Yeah,
absolutely.
You're a man of two wheels.
Who doesn't? I mean, they're great little cars. They're little sort of a modern sort of take on the Integrale. You know, lovely three-cylinder. Lovely. He took that nicely, didn't he?
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. So wonderfully done, and we will see plenty of action from the rally-style machinery as it comes up on over the hill. Just looking a little bit of the replay there of just how effective that was going through into the loop, and showing us how effective it can be to do the spin around. And the Toyota Yaris really working very, very effectively indeed. We've got Sebastian Ogier and Kalle Rovanperä here this weekend. Sebastian, I think, is only here today before he's heading off again, but Kalle Rovanperä, we saw him out a little bit earlier on. And then this is the Rovanperä version of the Yaris with this slightly different livery. They've done their own sort of versions of them as well. Wonderful. Really good to see.
Awesome. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Really good, yeah, absolutely. And they've had so much success in the World Rally Championship in recent years, and it has been the car to beat, there's no doubt about it. And the balance, the way that it can, the control, this spinning that they can do, it has such subtle balance to it. It's very, very effective to watch. And yeah, we've got quite a few of those groups of machinery just heading up the hill right now, which is good to see. Safety car also heading up now as well, one of the Aston Martin safety cars. That's just finishing off this little group of machinery, which of course, and the rally side of all of this is an important one here at the Festival of Speed. There are a lot of rally cars up on the further part up on the Forest Rally stage, and there'll be some fantastic spectating if you get the chance to go up to that part of it as well. So always plenty to see if you're a big fan of rallying, and that's the great thing about Festival of Speed. It's about every stage of motorsport, whether it's 2 wheels, 3 wheels or 4 wheels. It's always fun and games here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a variety, isn't it? There is, as you say, something for everyone.
Advantage F1 safety car. We do see this, of course, at quite a lot of the F1 events, and providing some pause time before they're able to go back out again or continue racing, of course. And the Aston Martin has been a big part of that. So now we've got some Williams action as well, some Formula 1 action. And this is the 1982. So lovely to see this, the Keke Rosberg Williams car. And this was the car with which he won the title in 1982. Lovely to see that in action here. And a car that was, in its time, it was a very competitive series, there's no doubt about it, because there were Ferraris were looking strong, but it didn't all work out for them. So Patrick Feitaker out in the Red Bull Racing RB7, so that's great news. So we're going to be celebrating Red Bull, 20 years of Red Bull this time, and this is the RB7 from 2011. which was a very dominant season for Red Bull, with Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber competing for the team then, very dominant. They had 12 wins in 19 Grand Prix, and that's a really lovely display of what to do with a Formula 1 car. We don't often see that when they're actually racing, of course. Looks like more like one of the drift cars, but beautifully done. And yeah, celebrating that 2011 season, they had some 27 podiums that year, and Sebastian Vettel took the driver's title by a big margin in that season, there's no doubt. Alpine as well. This is the Alpine just heading out onto the track right now, and this is from the 2012 time, and this car was obviously another vital part of being raced in that period, and it was a pretty successful car. It wasn't the most front-running of all of them, but that 2012 season we saw Kimi Raikkonen and Romain Grosjean driving it throughout the year. There was one event where Romain Grosjean wasn't allowed to because he'd been a bit naughty and got excluded from an event, but we did see a victory for Kimi Raikkonen just at the end of the year in this Alpine in the E20, and that was for Abu Dhabi, where Kimi took the victory. And Sophia Flores and Jack Doohan are our drivers for this car over the course of the weekend, so lots of experience and young experience in a way at the top levels of competing.
Yeah, and Jack Doohan, obviously the son of Mick Doohan.
Indeed, yes, and actually at Silverstone last week I saw Mick Doohan there because Jack was doing some running as well, so it was lovely to see. Yeah, absolutely good. So McLaren next out, and this is Emerson Fittipaldi, so it's lovely to see Emerson Fittipaldi back out in the McLaren Cosworth M23-5. This one was one of the most successful F1 designs, which the M23 lasted for some 4 years, and it was twice a champion for Emerson Fittipaldi in 1974, and then the M23 McLaren then took the title with James Hunt in 1976. A very distinctive machine. When you look at the size of the tyres, the fronts versus the rears, compared to how it is nowadays, very different, but fun to see.
Yeah, that huge air scoop behind the driver as well.
Yeah, that's right, the air intake. And of course, it was the years before downforce became a big thing. The wings were still important. The wings had become a part of Formula 1. And McLaren certainly got their aerodynamics pretty impressive with that sort of the wedgy aerodynamics that they use. And you can really see that in the design of the car and the side pods for the radiators. It was before the ground effect really came into play. So, for Ferrari as well. Ferrari, of course, always a major part of Formula 1, and this is the SF70H. So this is from 2017 season, and it was actually a pretty strong season, the 2017 season. Marc Genet is the driver in this one today, but it was a very good season for them. They didn't manage to win the title, unfortunately, but it was nonetheless an impressive season. Second to Mercedes in the Constructors' Championship with this Ferrari, with Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Raikkonen being the key drivers. And Sebastian Vettel, of course, had moved on from Red Bull, where he'd taken his 4 titles, to join Ferrari, and it took a little while initially to sort of get it up to speed, but this was a year where actually they were doing very well, particularly in the early stages of the season. There were a total of 5 wins using this machinery. Raikkonen had 1 win. He won at Monaco that year, whereas Sebastian Vettel took 4 of the victories for Ferrari. He won in Russia, in Hungary, in Singapore, and in fact, no, those are the pole positions. He won all of the races. That's right, because it was Raikkonen who took the pole in Monaco, but he didn't actually end up winning the race. It was Vettel who ended up winning the race. So Vettel had the majority of all of the good performances, and Vettel had a very good season. They had a couple of 1-2 finishes, so it was a strong season for them. But ultimately, of course, 2017, what was that about? It was about Mercedes. It was in that, we've been looking in that hybrid era where Mercedes were so dominant for such a long time, from 2014 until, of course, we got to 2021. But this was a season where they had some real competition from Ferrari, no doubt about it.
They certainly did, and Vettel actually took 5 victories, didn't he? And 8 podiums, just to finish second behind Lewis Hamilton, the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it was. And in the early stages, it did look like Ferrari were really going to be able to to take the threat all the way. Look at how they're using the air flowers to make sure that there's enough air going in, because it's not going along, because there's been a pause. It's never ideal running a Formula One car on a pause like that without getting it off the line, but there's clearly a problem out on the track at the moment, so they want to get that sorted, and they're trying to keep it running cleanly if possible. So hopefully we'll be getting that car out fairly soon. Ferrari at that point, as I say, building up. This year they've been having a bit of an up and down season, there's no doubt about it. Silverstone wasn't their best by any means, and it does look as though this year's car, which whilst modified, has struggled a little bit to become quite what they were hoping it to be. Marc Genet is ready to drive it, the Spanish professional racing driver. He was a tester for Williams and Ferrari and for Minardi. He's been with Ferrari as a sort of part of their brand, if you like. He's a brand ambassador, Marc Genet, who's a very talented driver himself. He entered some 36 Formula 1 Grand Prix, and there we are, Marc Genet heading up the hill now in the Ferrari, and he's had a win at Le Mans as well, having moved on from Formula 1 into the Peugeots and then Audis with Joest as well, which we're celebrating this weekend, Marc Genet. But it's lovely to see him in a Formula 1 car from 2017, a car that was really very, very effective then. And we're still waiting, of course, for Ferrari to win as many races, really, in a season as they were doing in that 2017 season.
It'd be nice. They're just such an iconic brand, aren't they? And just so nice for Formula 1. Lovely seeing them flying back at the front consistently for a championship.
Yeah, and good to hear it as well. That lovely sound of the Ferrari heading up over the hill, and Marc Genet just having a nice, easy run of it, no problem at all. And then one of the later Williams, this is the Williams from a little bit later on, so from the 2004 season, and this was a season that was actually, funnily enough, dominated pretty much by Ferrari, but it was Juan Pablo Montoya and Ralf Schumacher who were doing most of the work then for Williams.
It's that lovely sound of that V10, isn't it?
Yeah, it is absolutely glorious sound, as you say, of the Williams of that period. And of course, at that time, a lot of cars were running the V10 engines. It didn't quite work out for them perfectly. They had a win in Brazil thanks to Juan Pablo Montoya. They had one pole position, but ultimately that 2004 season was very much dominated by Ferrari. Adam Carroll is in the car at the moment. We're going to be seeing some different drivers in that car over the course of the weekend, but it is Adam Carroll who is taking it up the hill just now.
Yeah, all 950 brake horsepower of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, super powerful. When Williams were still a very, very strong team. Maybe they're on the fight back now. It is looking as though there are improvements coming. And we've got Alex Albon here today as well, which is lovely to see. So that was a fun little ride, a mix there of the bikes and the Formula 1 cars. Lovely to see them heading up the hill. And we're seeing the MG Cyberster back out again. We're seeing this plenty of times because we are, of course, celebrating the MGs here all weekend. This 100 years of MGs, and up on the sculpture as well, we've got one of these and an MGB. Oh, that was a rather late stop, but I think they've decided that it's not going to be doing the full climb. So it is now being just reversed into the area there. So they're not going to complete the whole thing. But that's all good fun. Bruno Senna was also heading up the hill in one of those F1 cars too. So we'll be seeing more of him as well as we go through the course of the weekend. So lovely to see that. Alex Albon was out earlier in that early Williams that we saw going up. So yeah, lots to enjoy here today in terms of some of the action. Let's have a look at some of the background, and it started beautifully with the bikes, James.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, the very first one of the early 1930s BMW supercharged, ridden by the CEO of BMW Motorrad. So lovely to see. And then we're seeing some of the lovely little Hondas, and then we got the RG500 Grand Prix bike, just when they're really starting to take over. Number 7 Barry Sheen bike, another RG500 there as well. So Yeah, beautiful. These were so strong. They were the bike to have for a lot of the 70s and 80s. And then we got Kenny Roberts Jr. That's his World Championship winning RGV 500. What a machine that was, and what a year he had. And then we got some of the sidecars. We're looking at the current world champions. Won the World Championship in 23 and 24. And obviously just some casual sliding around as one does in the track. Some cool little stunts and slides there from Sam. So yeah, it was really nice to see some of the bikes going up. And then of course we went back to the Toyota Yaris.
Yeah, the Toyota Yaris, which has been putting so much display on for us. But then we got some of the Formula One cars. Alex Albon heading up there in one of the early cars. And we saw Patrick Friesiker having a wonderful time in the Red Bull as well, putting up lots of smoke from a beautiful spin, as much as good as some of the rally cars and off-road vehicles that were also having plenty of entertainment too. So wonderful opportunity to watch some very different types of vehicles, and we saw the other Williams coming up just towards the end with Adam Carroll driving that. Bruno Senna was going up the hill in one of the McLarens as well. Always lovely to see Bruno here. We've seen him already in various cars over the course of this weekend. And Bruno, with all the history of family in Formula One and all his own history in motorsport as well, Bruno caught up with David once he got up to the top of the hill climb.
Bruno, McLaren Senna in the morning and MP4 in the afternoon. Not a bad day.
Yeah, pretty good day actually. Definitely a very different feeling between the cars. So coming up the hill with these things, you know, you're like, just like trying not to get anywhere near the edge of the car, and she feels so fast up the hill. It's amazing, and the crowd on the roads, the car is like seeking on the surface. But yeah, it's always great to drive these cars. They give you some great memories, and yeah, I had a good time.
It certainly looks lively from the outside. I can't imagine what it's like inside.
Yeah, she's really like searching more than I was expecting, like with the bumps and the divots on the road. So yeah, I gotta maybe hold my hands harder together so that I'm not moving as much on the straight line, but it's awesome.
But the visibility looks pretty good from here.
Visibility is great. Sound of the engine, 1,000.
Well, absolutely. We just love this car. It looks fantastic. Well done driving it.
Thank you. Now I just can't wait to drive it again tomorrow.
Emerson, so good to see you at Festival of Speed. What's it like being reunited with this car?
You know, it's a very special occasion. It's the 50 years of my World Championship with McLaren, first for McLaren, and every day I thank God to be here enjoying on this beautiful event. And this car is a fantastic car. In 1973, was fast, and our challenge was Ferrari. The last race were equal points to Clay Regazzoni, the Ferrari, but we won. And then, you know, McLaren's history is now so competitive. McLaren now. I hope McLaren next year can win the World Championship again.
Absolutely. I think there's a good chance of it very soon, and I think there's so many new fans to Formula One really enjoying the brand again. But it must be so nice driving this car. We talked to a lot of drivers, and they say that it just brings back the memories. The memories come flooding back, and it sounds like that's the case for you driving that today.
For sure. You know, when you sit down in the cockpit, the steering wheel, the gear lever, the pedals, they're all exactly the same, and all the memories come back. Goodwood is the only unique event in the world that we can enjoy and come here and have fun. I'm sure the racing fans love here. It's unique in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. And does it feel like it did back then when you get in the car?
Everything is exactly the same. Even the smell of the cockpit. Everything's perfect. This car they keep immaculate at the factory. And it's fantastic. It's chassis number 5.
Well, very happy memories, and it's great for us all to see you here. Look forward to it and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much. And We're going to have fun. Thank you.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
When you think of Mirage, you probably think of a vision and maybe in another place. And that's exactly what this company is doing by the same name. I'm joined by James Butler, who is the CEO of Mirage.
Hello.
Just explain to us, James, what you've got here that you're exhibiting in the Future Lab.
Sure. So this is the Mirage holographic display. We have one unit here, but Mirage is a modular system, so you can combine the units together and it can scale as large as you like. We can combine 5, 10 units. And once we have a system that big, then that's when you can start doing really exciting things like putting a whole car in there, swimming a whale through the whole thing, or putting in a band and live streaming them across the internet.
Yeah, okay, so what other real world scenarios would you use this in that people would really benefit from?
Sure. So at the moment we have a few units in Saudi Arabia. They've been used in corporate lobbies, given their corporate messaging. We've used them for activations with Joe Malone in London and in Tokyo. And we've also recently just installed 3 units in Melbourne Museum, and they're using it for a holographic T-Rex exhibition. So a very wide range of use cases.
Yeah, okay. So what's the advantage of a platform like this over, say, just a normal video call?
The advantages would be the personal connection. So appearing as a life-size hologram in ultra-realism creates a lot more trust as you're speaking to the person, and a lot more deeper connection rather than a standard Zoom call.
Okay, so you've got a camera set up here.
We do.
Can I give it a go?
Absolutely,
just to see what it's really
so please
like?
Just step on the white background here.
Okay. So we're very
and
well
you
lit
appear live streamed in as a hologram.
Yeah, so we've got a camera set up in front of us, lots of lights. So as I move, what's happening? Can you talk us through what the camera's doing and how it's replicating this?
Sure. So we have a white background because anything that's white appears transparent and anything black or saturated appears solid. So it's working with the shadows and the reflections that creates the illusion that there's somebody inside the unit. This setup is very close at the moment, but you could be right now on the other side of the world, streamed in to Goodwood Park live.
Yeah. So could you, in the future, potentially have other backgrounds behind you? Could this change, or would it need to be on a sort of
anything
flat
that's
surface?
white is completely transparent, but it can be pastel colours.
Yeah.
If it's light, it still works.
Yeah. Okay. So how far off is this technology from being used in everyday life, would you say?
I think we're pretty close. So we're starting to get more and more adoption every day. I think in the next year or two, we'll start to see it a lot more in our regular lives.
Yeah. And have you seen a positive engagement with
Absolutely.
people who are attending the Festival of Speed?
Yeah, absolutely. There's such a great mix of people here, people from corporate backgrounds, but also people with families. And great feedback, and it's great to see everyone's reaction on Mirage.
Yeah, that's brilliant to hear. Well, thank you for showing us. I can't stop looking at myself now because it's so cool to see it, a holograph next to us. Thank you so much for your time, James.
My pleasure.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Well, yes, Harry and I have now come down to the Supercar paddock because this is one of the most popular parts of this Goodwood Festival of Speed. It is one of the most crowded usually as well. Plenty of people here today already across the weekend. It is going to be jam-packed because look around you. This place is incredible.
I mean, so much diversity in one lane. We're only in one lane of it. There's about 4 lanes of supercars here. There are about 6 different batches going up the hill. So much to have on offer. I mean, look on one side, we've got this Porsche on one side, and then you've got a McMurty on the other. Two totally different designs.
Let's mention this, because this is literally what Alex Albon just told us about and said, I want to go and see Singer. This is a classic Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer. It's an example of their classic turbo services. Fantastic looking car.
It really is, and I think Alex Albon would quite like a go in that, as you say, 3.8 litre 6-cylinder engine, flat 6 in the back of that, of course, and just the beautiful cream finish on that. Singer always doing a great job reimagining Porsches.
I mentioned this to you earlier, the one I can't pronounce, but I love it. I mean, just look.
So this is the McMurty Spierling Pure. So this is almost the follow-up on-track evolution of the McMurty that took the hill climb record in 2022. 190 miles per hour this. Max Chilton, one of the development drivers, former Formula 1 driver. The tyres are slightly bigger. And of course, the main thing about it is the huge fan right at the back, which generates so much downforce. It is one of, if not the fastest things here.
It is something you actually have to see in the flesh, I'll be honest. Seeing that today compared to having seen it on TV, on screens in the past, it is very, very special. We have all sorts. Look at this Ford Mustang. What a beautiful car. I mean, I would like to be here when that starts up because that noise is going to be incredible.
It will be. But you go from Mustang and then we find this from Lamborghini, the latest Revelto, which is actually the first step for Lamborghini into hybrid performance. It's their first high-performance electrified vehicle. And, I mean, you wouldn't know based off of just the looks. It's Lamborghini through and through. But power output is massive. That is a very quick car.
It's been up the hill already, that one. In fact, a lot of these have already in one of the batches earlier on today. There's a McLaren 2024 GTS, the Artura Spider. Have a look at this one over on our right-hand side right now. I mean, that is an awesome colour to have a car in the first place, I'm just saying. But what a beautiful looking car.
It certainly is one of the more powerful McLarens in the range being debuted here at Goodwood. One of the first glance batches that you'll see. And then we get right to the end, though, and it's not the end for McLarens because we have something totally different. You would not look at that and go, oh, that's a McLaren. Oh, then you see the badge on the front. This is the Solus GT. This actually took the win in the shootout here last year. This is McLaren's hypercar, track only, single-seater, central seating position, and just the uniqueness of the design, the hatch that opens up to get into the cockpit like no other hypercar you'll see ever.
It is incredible. Mika in the headrest as well, stitched in nicely to that. And yes, that slides back and the driver is enclosed. And that is one heck of a car that, as you say, took the record last time. But if you're asking me, Harry, if I'm going to pick out a car in this paddock, it's going to be the Huracan Evo because this is a beautiful car. It's in my favourite colour. And I think, personally, I think it matches me quite well. I think I'll take this one home.
I think so, yeah. Have you negotiated a good deal on it? Or?
I've got a discount.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Lovely Lambo here at the end.
Yep, that's it for the Supercar Paddock, but you'll find me here again this weekend, that's for sure.
So we're waiting for some more action coming up the hill very, very soon. Some more beautiful cars to watch and a few of the modern bikes as well, some of the road bikes that will be heading up the hill. But one of the aspects of the Goodwood Festival of Speed is the Goodwood Forest Rally stage, which is in a separate area here at the Festival of Speed, a little bit further up the hill with some wonderful machinery. And Bex Williams can talk us through some of the highlights of what's been going on there today.
One of the many Audis that we're seeing here this weekend. We have been blessed, Tony.
We absolutely have. A lot of our Dutch colleagues have come over, and the German colleagues with all these Audis, the A1s, the A2s, and we have Paul Howarth from ProDrive, 36 years there. We've even had the McRae Evo buggy there, which runs on biofuel with a big BMW engine, or the iconic Rothmans colours. And there we are in that tricky section. Here's an A2. And it's that 5-cylinder engine, it's that turbocharging noise that brings the fans, and then bosh, and that right front just hit one of the tree roots there as well. And here's James Williams, and he has done so well, Bex.
He has. He's had a really strong morning. Huge commitment, as you can see from some of the footage here, and he set one of the fastest times on the board out there, Zav. He's had a good morning, but we've also seen some little mistakes from our drivers out there also.
And Ben Mellors should actually know better, because he's been here so often. He's been so quick. The John-Luc Ferrier car. We've seen the Lancia 037. We've got the history of rallying here writ large across this stage and at Goodwood. The genuine forest rally stage, 1.65 miles in length. And then the Almeris brothers and their Porsches. And then Steve Chamberlain in the Deer Charisma. What a great workhorse that's been in rallying.
Yeah, it certainly has. I have to say, though, that Delta Donut has caused a few issues out there this morning. We saw James Williams drift through it beautifully earlier, but some other cars have been a little bit laboured.
Yes, they have. You've got to get absolutely that right. And we've had Danny Sordo out in the Hyundai i20 Coupe WRC car. So that's an older car, but still it's entertaining.
No, absolutely entertaining. And I think with all of the aero on that, it's certainly exciting to watch it. And they were doing a great job of throwing that around on the rally stage.
Tom Williams here.
Yeah, a little bit of a spin earlier.
And then Steve Ward in the Per Eklund, the Camel car. And then we've had the Dames, the Iron Dames.
Yeah, Julia and Sarah. Sarah behind the wheel, Julia calling the notes. A really epic run. They did make a mistake on their first run through the stage, but very, very competitive. And you spoke to them, you know, they are into the vibe of Goodwood well and truly, and they're part of the Iron Dames program, which is fantastic to see now coming into the rally world. We've seen it in circuit racing. It's great to see it here.
Kieran Graffan and his son Callum, who's here, who's leading the junior section of the British Rally Championship at the moment. And this would have been a Tommy Mackinnon car, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and as I was saying to Zav earlier, it's kind of one of my first ever forays into rallying was seeing that car at Cheltenham Racecourse at the Network Q Rally of Great Britain, so it brings back a lot of fond memories. 21:41.9 was the time from Sordo then in the Hyundai Coupe WRC.
And then we have Benjamin Smith and his dad. I don't know if his dad was alongside him or not, Steve Smith. He's been navigating him quite a lot in historic events.
And that were the highlights from the morning.
To hear them start and then
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Welcome back to our coverage of all the action here at the Festival of Speed, first of 4 days, and James Hayden with me as well, so we can look through some of the motorbikes that are going to be heading up the hill. It's lovely to see a sidecar unit heading up the hill this time. We haven't seen that for a little bit.
No, we haven't, and look how cool that is. It's got this sort of slam down look. It's made by the Cherries company in Tokyo, and they've done a really kind of cool job on it. They've completely rebuilt it. It's kind of 50s inspired, but they've changed all the geometry to reduce the trail. It's got Koni shocks on it. They've done some really nice sort of touches when you look round it. It's got that complete hand-built bodywork, custom fuel tanks. It's got this really unusual sort of bespoke resin front headlight. It's a neat thing, and you can see they're both enjoying taking up the hill. It's nice job there.
And then on this road bike list, we have such a different group. Just getting a very quick shot to try and identify which one it is as it comes up the hill.
Yeah, we are indeed.
Yeah, we're just trying to check out which one that is, isn't it? We haven't seen this one come up the hill just yet. And it's disappearing into all the dark areas, so we're struggling to identify it at this stage. All part and parcel of the first day of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. There are always machinery that we haven't seen before, and it almost catches us out. Yeah, we're not quite getting on top of that one. We'll have to work ourselves out a little bit later on as to which is which. Another little nice Triumph coming up the hill this time.
It is indeed, yeah, lovely to see that. This is the Triumph Thruxton, the final edition, that lovely sort of mix of modern and retro, and it's kind of that ultimate sort of cafe racer. 1200cc twin engine, gorgeous sort of classic styling, and the original played a big part in the Triumph Thruxton. It played a big part in Triumph's thing, and it was named because it won the first ever Thruxton 500 race back in 1958. It really is a bit of a British legend. These are a limited edition final run. They all come in that competition green, so it's really lovely to see a Triumph going up the hill.
Okay, and now we're into some of the first glance as well. So this is an opportunity now to see some of the cars that are all part of this first glance. And we're looking right now at the next one, just due to be coming up the hill, is the 523. That's the Defender, the Jaguar Land Rover. This is the Defender Octa. So this is apparently the most dynamically accomplished Defender ever created. It's got some 635 PS, 4.4 litre twin turbo V8. So it is a prototype vehicle, as you can see, but very, very rapid. Of the Defenders, this is one of the fastest ones you can expect. Harry Metcalf has joined me. Harry's an expert on all the world of modern cars. Harry, it's lovely to see you again. We met many years ago.
Good to be here.
And being a farmer, do you use the Defender much?
I have had a Defender. I had the commercial version, D200, nothing like this one, which sits over here. It's squealing away up. It's got really clever suspension. They've done sort of linked hydraulic suspension on this. But you've seen it charging around the Nürburgring for months now, and here it is, first time, dynamic, having a look at it go up the hill. Proper engine power, 600 and something horsepower. You've probably got the exact number there, but way more than you ever thought you'd find in a Defender.
Right, okay, well, it's lovely to see it up the hill.
Very clever. It doesn't actually have anti-roll bars. It controls rolls with its hydraulic suspension. Super clever stuff. But all you know is what it sounds like. Big V8, twin turbo BMW engine in it.
Yeah, and Defender, of course, has been very, very successful. Of course, we're seeing some of its competitors here. The Ineos Grenadiers are all here too, so that's all part and parcel. 506 just heading up the hill now, so this is a slightly different. This is the Speed 6 continuation. So this is a modern built version of a Bentley racing car from the 1920s, 30s, isn't it?
Exactly. And when I heard this, I couldn't believe they were doing it, but it's proved very popular, and you can probably understand why. Every time we see a Bentley Speed 6, people really enjoy this type of car. They're very tough. They're iconic looking, and yeah, they've done these continuation cars that are built in the UK, and they couldn't get over when they actually dynoed the engine. It was within about 3 or 4 horsepower of where it was in Peerage. They're very chuffed with that.
It's lovely, isn't it? really superb that they've managed to do that. Next one coming up the hill is the BMW M5, and this is the new version of the BMW M5. We've been celebrating the history of the M5, and it was a crucial part of the M part of BMWs, but the new one is lovely for everyone to see.
It's interesting, isn't it? This is the 7th edition of M5. You take all the way back to 1986 when the E28 came out, straight 6. This one, very different, V8 and now hybrid as well. 750 horsepower, I think it is, and it's an interesting take. They're having to go down this route because of emissions, etc. But I think it makes the car really usable. No one actually does track days in their M5s. They use them, they do miles in them. And I'm very interested to drive this car and just see how it performs with that electric boost to its V8 power.
Yeah, it is fascinating. This one is called the G90, isn't it, I think, of the M5 version. And as you said, we've seen plenty. The first sort of M wasn't quite called the M5 originally. The 1979 was the M535, but then they sort of reapplied how they called it. And as you say, the M5, we're seeing plenty of them this weekend, but this is the brand new one, combining the twin-turbo V8 with the electric motors and going that modern route.
Yes.
Lovely to see.
I think you go all the way to the V10 M5. Anyway, we've got another one on the line now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the new Ford Capri. So they're using the Capri name, but of course it's a slightly different model to what the Capri that we've all known over the years. Yeah. They're using that legendary name, but in a very different type of device.
It is. I mean, all enthusiasts is quite lively, shall we say, on Twitter, on social about that car. But it is, we're not buying coupes anymore. That's the type of car we're buying, and I bet it proves very popular for Ford.
So the Hongi is the next one, the EHS9. And so, yeah, this is slightly different machinery, of course. This is Chinese electric full-size luxury SUV. So four-wheel motors from the electrics. And these are certainly, and yet another one of those big Chinese brands that are doing so well.
I know, we happen to learn a whole load of new names of manufacturers, and this is one of them. And a friend came back from Scandinavia, and he says they're everywhere. So they are definitely selling them in Scandinavia. You do see them out there.
Okay, it's interesting, isn't it, how not always the UK is the marketing place as yet, but sometimes it is. It just sort of depends exactly what's going on. But we're seeing a few of these come up the hill right now. And Steve Glynn is currently driving this one.
Yeah, I mean, they offer value, they offer this, they're prestige brands in Chinese eyes, and they've got the volume and they're proper family cars. I've not driven one, but I am interested to see them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we've got one of the Ineos Grenadiers coming out.
Yes, now this is quite special. If you look at the suspension, you see it on screen, it's lifted. If you think of Mercedes G-Wagon, how that's full squared, this is their take on it. This is Ineos, they're launching it here, this quartermaster with this big lift. It won't go around the corners here, but it could just go straight line, straight up the hill, through the woods, wherever you want to take it. But this is their new works, this is where they're heading. They're doing this personalisation now of Ineos, and it's the first one I've seen.
Yeah, they've increased the ground clearance by some 25 centimetres, and you can really see that as it floats along. You've got this a lovely view, really, of the suspension underneath. And as you say, you could probably take that pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, he's starting to cut the corners now to get up the hill and probably clamber over the bales if he felt like it. I mean, they're super tough. It's great to see.
And then something slightly different, but of course similar in many ways, the Range Rover. This is the Sport Celestial edition. So a collection of 5 bespoke Range Rover Sport SV, and they're drawing inspiration from ancient mythology, apparently, on the design of these ones.
Interesting. I can comment on the SV of it. This is what we knew as the Range Rover Sport SVR underpinnings. Again, it's got the linked suspension we've just seen on that Defender Optive go up the hill. This is the quick one. This is the one where it's very dynamic. I've driven this car, and it just has a good combination of outright performance and just volume, family-friendly use. I mean, it's a funny one, this mix, this high-performance SUVs, and then you drive one and you think, well, this is really rather good. But, yeah, good to see.
It is a modern idea, isn't it? Because sports cars, you know, we grew up with the idea of a sports car being small, low, light, sometimes getting a little bigger. But now, some of these SUVs are real sports cars. They're incredibly rapid.
They're extraordinary, and I think it's in our crowded island. Some people only have one parking space and they want a car that does everything. And I think that's why we've ended up with these sort of cars.
so you could maybe tow a trailer with it one day or zap down the motorway abroad in Germany at absolutely maximum pace.
It covers a lot of bases.
It does make a lot of sense. So another version of the sort of style, but this is Mercedes-Benz with 4 electric motors.
Indeed, this is their all-electric G-Wagon. Oh, there we are. He's really cutting the corners now. Yeah, about 580 horsepower, this one, but as I say, it's the balance, and I think it has this neat trick where you press G-turn, and it will do a 360 on the spot.
Really?
Yeah. Just with electric motors, they can it's quite a party trick when you see it being done. Yeah, he doesn't really care tarmac or grass.
No. Nicholas Mason-Hanzal, he's having some fun with it, but he's not doing it as a complete 360 at this point.
No.
But the G-Class Mercedes, of course, is such a very, very classic design, isn't it? Very popular.
I can remember actually seeing them on farms in the early 80s, and it's come all that way to that. Now here's a fun car as well.
Yeah, the new Minis, and they're doing a lot of work, actually, aren't they, Mini, now?
They are. This is their new design. This is the petrol version of Mini Cooper Works. This one will be made in Oxford. But they have just launched their electric version, will come after this. And you now have this choice. And it's near identical. When you look at them from the outside, they're very hard to spot if you've got the petrol version of electric. And that's another trend we're seeing. People don't always want to say, oh, I've bought an electric. So this one, I've always loved Minis. I had a supercharged Mini at Evo. We had one of the very first. And my wife used to say, it's the car that makes us smile. It makes me feel younger every time I get in a Mini. And now we've got a new one.
Yeah, it does feel like they're really making a step forwards now, doesn't it, from what they've done in the past.
It is. And the electric works performance, I'm very keen to try. We've got another one. There we are.
Yeah, this is another big one, isn't it?
But we've got Richard Atwood driving it. I wonder if that is the Richard Atwood.
I think it probably is the Richard Atwood, a very, very experienced driver.
Who won Le Mans.
Indeed.
In the Porsche 917.
Yeah. And the JQ7. So this one is another sort of high level, isn't it? Very high level machine.
It is. Again, it's coming in, it's a Prestige, it has a different look. Dare I say it has almost a Bentley look to it. But they are, this invasion from China, they're right across the range. They can be right at the bottom, fun city runabouts, to these sort of prestige vehicles.
Yeah, no, it's lovely to see. And, well, we've got such a choice of machinery here to really absorb, but the JQ7 is another one of those that really does deliver huge amount of performance. Chinese brand, the first plug-in hybrid, promising a range of 740 miles. Now we've got this Polestar prototype, the Polestar 6 concept, and Polestar just coming up with a lot of new stuff actually this year, aren't they?
They are.
This isn't for sale yet.
Yes, I think he's turned traction control off there. The very first electric car I ever drove was the Tesla Roadster, and I drove it in London, and the silence, I just couldn't believe it. And I'm really pleased there's someone doing these open-top cars, because they really offer a completely different experience. Cars should be about experience. You can have the really noisy, the Huracan V10 or something, or you can go for this. And I've tried it, and it's quite addictive. I haven't tried this particular car. I've just tried convertible, and we've had the MG here as well. But yeah, really good to see Polestar just not following the herd, doing different cars.
Like going out on a glider rather than an airplane, is it? Just you get the silence.
It's just, you really hits you when you're in a completely silent roadster.
Yeah.
You just hear other noises that you never knew existed, birdsong, etc., and you just don't expect it in a car.
Yeah, and yet you've got a car like this with a tremendous amount of power, so you can be accelerating very, very quickly, of course, that huge amount of torque from the electric power.
Yeah, you have that side as well. It does. I'm sure it's serious performance, this one, but this is a concept, so we'll see what we get in production.
Okay, so more action coming out now as one of the Porsches about to head out. We've got a few different Porsches, and this is one of their electric ones. This is Macan Turbo, yeah.
Which it's confusing because they're actually continuing with normally powered cars and the turbo. They decided to have both, but the new shape is with the electric vehicles. He's actually on it, this guy. I think the Macan Turbo, yes, 650 horsepower, 3.3 seconds to 60, and 70,000 pounds is the car you're looking at now.
Wow, well, it's pretty impressive, and as you say, it's not being hung around at all. It's being shot up the hill pretty rapidly at this point.
Yeah, we haven't got a driver listed.
No, we don't actually have a listing for this one, unfortunately, so I'm not quite sure who's in this car right now, but they're doing a good job. It's somebody who's pretty experienced, I think, whoever it is. So, yeah, lovely to see it up there. I'm sure we'll be seeing a bit more action from that over the course of the rest of the weekend. We've got some of the Alpines heading out as well onto the circuit, and also, of course, to Toyota.
A Toyota GR Yaris. I have had one of these for 3 years, so I'm quite keen on these. I just love Toyota. Oh, this is a new one, right? This is the 2024 version. You can tell it's got a slightly different grille, and it has that GR4 written on the front of it. Slightly more horsepower. My son actually went out to the launch, and I debriefed in my video on Sundays about this car, and he just said it's more grown up. It has definite improvements. It rides better, and you do notice performance, and there's more adjustability with it. And he just couldn't get over how the technicians loved that people were tuning them and adding body kits and having they really encourage it. Engineers want to see it, which was a big surprise to me, that they want to see people modify this car and really have fun with it.
And it's really been a car that the car fans for many years have really stuck to, haven't they? Because I mean, it's a tremendous machine. I've heard a huge amount about it. I haven't driven one myself, but a friend of mine, he decided to put his name down for one, and he's had a lot of experience with cars over the years. And it's interesting to hear you've heard it all, because that car background, lovely with that GR.
Just love it. We actually use it as a van. We'd have the seats to it down and use it for everything. Right, we've got something very different on the line.
Yeah.
Also four-wheel drive.
Absolutely. So this is the Rolls-Royce, the Black Badge Cullinan Series 2. They're a very different device, as you say. Rather grand.
Yes, indeed. A very expensive car. And again, they do get some drivers for their Rolls-Royces. Every time I see a Rolls-Royce going up this hills, I suppose they're so local, they must do it all the time, but they don't hang about, these guys.
No, they don't.
Big volume. It's a contentious car, isn't it? But I know if you travel in this car, you'll just love it, and I can quite understand it's a niche within a niche. But I do like that Rolls-Royce are creating these cars that customers really enjoy.
Front end, you're getting a little bit look at the frameless grille for the first time. The vane's now running directly to the painted surface, illuminated as well. So they've just changed that front end look a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, it's not massively changed, isn't it? I mean, it's hard when you've got that volume of car. That's the style they come out with. It's hard to sort of generate a different look.
It's pretty rapid as it crosses the line. There's no doubt about it. Oh my goodness! Oh, look at this, Lancia Monte Carlo. This is lovely to see. This was, of course, a very classic car in its time. Is this a modern version?
This is the dare I say, a resto mod of it.
Yes.
All carbon, very expensive, and beautifully done. I haven't seen this one in person, but friends who have seen it, it says you've just got to see this up close. It's Pagani-esque in its quality, and it's just a glorious shape. I drove the 037 once. It's quite a noisy, quite a tricky car. It's just the four-cylinder in the back dominates, so this will be a different sweep. They made it more rateable, more usable, but it just looks drop-dead gorgeous to me.
It does. It was always a beautiful design anyway, and the fact that in this modern era it still looks great. It's funny how you get cars from previous eras that sometimes look a bit stale as we move on, but there are others that just look better and better, aren't they?
Yes, and that's one of them. And I'm a fan of Stratos as well, but Lancia in that time, my goodness, they came out with some wonderful designs.
And with some great success as well. I mean, they had a lot of success. So we're back. Yeah,
the G70, this is the Nürburgring taxi. I saw this, and they actually are doing taxi runs around the Nordschleife in this car. It's straight six engine, as I understand it, about 385 horsepower, but they've got a famous driver driving it. Have you got the details of that?
It's Martin Rowe, isn't it? It's
in this car, I think Jackie Hicks or someone like that is driving it out on the Nürburgring.
Right, yes, I think he does, that's right, but Jackie's not. I don't think Jackie's in this one today. He's in one of the other ones. In fact, we're seeing a few of them coming out now. So this is the GV60. I think Jackie's driving this one. He was earlier. Jackie was driving this one earlier, although now it's saying Gethin Jones. They may be changing around. Jackie obviously is a busy man doing lots of different stuff. But this is the GV60 Magma concept. So this is some new concept from Genesis, isn't it, in terms of what they're doing?
I know, they're branching out. Isn't it interesting that they are going for the performance car? This was the specialisation of the Western automotive world, and now we're seeing these guys do it as well. It's they've Europeanised the brands, the Chinese brands, and they're coming in with these cars to appeal to our audience.
Yeah, and they're making them very much for driving experience, from what I gather. It's about modifying the car slightly to improve that driving experience. So not turning it into a full sports car, but making it into a car that really appeals to drivers, because they know how much that matters.
Yeah, I don't think it's on this one, but some of them are actually putting gear changes in things, which is remarkable in an electric car. We never thought we'd have that you'd actually flick it up some gears, but it's actually computer controlled how it's done. It's not actually gears.
Fascinating. Well, another lovely batch of vehicles from 2 wheels to 4 wheels, and it's great to see some of these new machines that we haven't seen anywhere else until we come here to Goodwood, and then we can really celebrate and enjoy some of this new action coming up the hill. And we've still got some more action to come here this afternoon, going into the early evening. We've got some more of the supercars due to come out pretty soon. We've got some more manufacturer batches, and then some of the main things. We'll just have a little look back at some of the highlights, and it was lovely to see some of the bikes out there earlier on with the opportunity with the sidecars out. First of all, the Royal Enfield Super Meteor. That was great to see. And then, of course, from the all 4 wheels, we were seeing some of the first glance machinery that is part and parcel of this Goodwood weekend. That's why this is also a car show as much as it is the experience of seeing historic vehicles heading up the hill. It is about the launch of brand new machinery or new style versions of machinery. This Bentley, for example, that has been built modern but was based back in the 1930s. Wonderful. And the Capri name back to Ford, but in a very different style of machine. But that is all part and parcel of the modern build-up of how things are changing. MG, of course, getting a huge amount of support here this weekend, and some of the Chinese brands that are building up more and more. Lotus, still a big part, and going very electric now, of course, with many of their vehicles, and Range Rover, as you were telling me, Harry, one of the most powerful ones that they've come up with for a while. And the Minis as well. They're really looking good, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And I say, it's amazing that they're building them in 2 plants, in Oxford and in China.
You're so much apart. Just a brief word. I mean, we're seeing, we don't get many car displays, car shows nowadays. The London Car Show doesn't happen, but Goodwood is a part of putting out new cars.
I know all the manufacturers used to concentrate on being Geneva in March was the top car show where you timed your launches for. Talking to the manufacturers now, this is one of the key events in the year where they time their launches. You just got to see how many cars we've seen for the first time here in this run.
Lovely to see, and some wonderful machinery.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Hello, I've wandered down to the F1 pit lane. Let's have a look. They aren't here yet, but I don't think they're here this weekend, but there's lots of cars. So down here at McLaren, they always support Goodwood with a fantastic lineup of cars. This year we've got the 1991 championship-winning MP46 driven by Ayrton Senna, and we'll wander along a little bit this way. Come with me, JD, because they've got some fantastic bits of kit. They've got obviously the current 2024 car. You can see just how big it is. But look at that. It's a rare opportunity for the fans to see the 91 championship winner under the skin without any of the bodywork on. If we come on up this way, you'll see McLaren, always big supporters of the Festival of Speed. You've got Emerson Fittipaldi's 1974 championship winner, as well as Johnny Rutherford's IndyCar, which McLaren obviously have come back to IndyCar racing in recent years, famously with Fernando Alonso, but this is where really we saw the original Papaya car running in all its livery. Now let's go from one big iconic Formula One brand to another, Williams. Across the pit lane here, we got Alpine up this way as well. They've got some of their development drivers. Kush Maini is in one of them. Let's pop along here to Williams. Come this way. I'm going to lift the barrier. Sorry, pardon me, I'm just going to squeeze through. Hello. We're just going to follow the camera through. I'll just do that. So Williams are running 2 cars this weekend. They've got a static display of some other brilliant ones, including the 97 championship winner driven by Jacques Villeneuve. I'm actually driving that 2004 Juan Pablo Montoya car on the Friday, and this fantastic FW8 is the championship-winning car from 1982. The Montoya car is the big BMW engine, by the way, 954 horsepower, 19,800 RPM. And guess what? If you're listening, you'll hear all of it because we are running the engine to full revs here. Should we keep wandering up? Because we've got, as I said, Alpine up ahead. I'm going to sneak out. Where can we sneak out? We'll sneak out this way. There we go. Come on, we'll let the camera out. There you go. Come around this way. Alpine across the road. And they are running, looks like a show car from, looks like a 2 or 3 year old show car that they are running. So that's a good bit of noise, hopefully. And then we got Ferrari up here as well. So Ferrari, they've got such a huge range of cars that they've got, from the sports cars and the Le Mans cars and the road cars and supercars and all sorts. But look at this, Michael Schumacher's F2001 Ferrari. This is, you know, if for anyone who grew up watching the Schumacher era of cars, you know, you'll remember this. This was a beautiful, beautiful, simple yet elegant design where he won the championship. You've got some of the more modern ones here, and you could just see, this is what I love about Goodwood. You can see the contrast between the modern cars, how big they are, and all the flick-uppy bits and the detail around the front wing that you see there, in contrast with the older ones. let's just move along here. I could see there's a Kimi Raikkonen Ferrari up here as well. This is the 2007 car. Ferrari's last World Championship win, by the way, still. Drivers' World Championship win. That was Raikkonen in 2007. And look at this, the Le Mans winner. It's won 2 years in a row. The 50 and the 51, both cars that have entered Le Mans have been winners 2 consecutive times on their return to the championship. So, yeah, fantastic lineup. Now, you might be wondering where Mercedes are, and we'll have a quick scooch around the corner. Just see, they are actually hiding over there. So, if we just wander this way for a minute, Toyota, a big presence here with their rally cars and stuff as well. But Mercedes have come here this weekend with a big presence of not just the F1 cars, but the reason they're in a different paddock is you've got a whole load of other things as well. You've got the DTM cars, you've got the GT cars, you've got all sorts. We'll just pop along here. Pardon me, sorry. Yeah. Look across the road. You've got the CLK LM. You've got the Group C Le Mans car over there. And then we'll just sneak the camera in. We'll have a quick look in here. And look at this. This is a brilliant opportunity, once again, for all of these fans here to look under the skin of the Mercedes Formula One car. Is so brilliant that the teams really go and show everybody behind the scenes. Are you showing everyone off the car? Which year's car is this one?
This is the 2021 where Max landed on Lewis at Monza.
All right, well, there you go. That is a car that's a bit of history, but yeah, hybrid engine in all its glory. So there you go, a little paddock walk around the F1 pit lane.
Here we are outside the incredible Future Lab, which is at the heart of the Festival of Speed. And I'm joined by Lucy Johnston, who is the creator of Future Lab. Now, Lucy, I'm so glad that I've caught you because I'd love to talk to you about just what Future Lab is and what it means to have it here at the Festival of Speed.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your time. So you're having a wonderful time with a shadow robot in there. You have amazing skills. Congratulations. So Future Lab is back for the 8th year. It was the vision of the Duke of Richmond back in 2017 to bring wider stories of innovation across technology and science to the festival. This is a brilliant audience for those kind of stories, really passionate, very savvy. And you can see from the love of automotive and motorsport that they're going to love the technology and science stories as well. So it was this brilliant vision that His Grace had. And we took that vision and we tried it in 2017 with quite a relatively small pavilion, just bringing in a few stories of the crowd pleasers, the 3D printing, the autonomous race cars, the flying cars. And everybody really embraced it, from the global CEOs to the motorsport drivers to the kids coming through with their families. Yeah. So we knew that His Grace was onto a really good thing, and we've been building it ever since.
Yeah, and we can see just how popular it is with people here flocking to the Future Lab. So your role as the curator, what do you need to do to make sure that you're picking the right exhibits that people want to see?
So it's about an 8-month process every year. So I meet with and I talk with a lot of companies across lots of different industries. But what I'm looking for are those really inspiring, kind of magical future stories that we can tell now. So the mission really that I bring to it is this idea of bringing the future to life. Yeah. So every company that we invite to be here is pioneering an area of industry. They're brilliant visionaries in their own right, but they're actually physically creating that future. This isn't a sketch on an envelope. This isn't a PowerPoint presentation. These are people who are rolling up their sleeves and they are making the future happen. So those are the people I'm looking for, these brilliant people and stories. It's the two combined. You can't have the story without the brilliant people in my book for Future Lab.
Yeah.
And, we're bringing that future to life and getting as many people hands-on with it as possible.
Yeah, well, it truly is magical and something that you really need to experience in real life. We definitely recommend for people to come and have a look at the Future Lab. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Lucy.
Great
and we'll
pleasure.
See you about across the weekend.
Definitely. Thank you so much again. Pleasure.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Africa Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from Bathurst to Val on the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Day one of the 31st Goodwood Festival of Speed, still in full flow. Wind's picked up a little bit actually, so hopefully for those of you who are here, that's providing a bit of a cooler breeze, because the temperature certainly mounting up throughout the day. We'll be getting the next batch up the hill underway shortly. We're looking at the batch 6 supercars, which will be back making their way up the hill in just a few moments. A little change in the commentary box as well. Harry Metcalf still here, but I've subbed in for Ben Edwards, who wants a break. So my name's Harry Benjamin, and well, we did this a little earlier, didn't we, Harry? And you really get a huge diversity of cars in this supercar batch.
Yes, we do, and having just seen first glance as well, it covers all the new metal that you could hope to see. What I like is they've actually put some historic cars in here as well, but you've got the cars you will never see anywhere else. So we've got the 2 Bugattis going up, we've got the Gordon Murray T50 and the Niki Lauda version as well. So yeah, even if you can't see a screen, you will hear the cars going up the hill in a few moments' time.
Somebody asked me earlier, what defines a supercar? And I didn't really know.
Well, it's mad. It has to be not a sensible person. It has to be an emotional type of car. No one actually needs a V12 mid-engined car. So it is, at the base of it, it's a toy, but it's got to engage. It's got to just make you have that second and third glance when you park it. That, to me, is the definition of a supercar. It's completely bonkers. I'm lucky enough to own a Countach, and for me, that defines supercar. It's hard work to drive. It would fail any what car group test, but I can't stop driving it, and that's what a supercar's like.
Well, there you go, and we'll be getting a few of them up shortly. I mean, there's a lot of talk about what defines sort of an icon, and that word is thrown out a lot here at Goodwood. We had the new Porsche 911, of course, 911, an iconic supercar, but what for you is an iconic supercar?
It's one that you recognise instantly. You've sort of grown up with it. It's a generational thing. It's hard to be an iconic car or anything. It has to be the test of time before it can get that label. I don't think it's right to give it to something that's only 3 or 4 years old. It needs that 20, 30-year history. And obviously, the 911 has been around forever.
Well, we talk about supercar, and now we have the word hypercar, which has certainly come to the fore in the last few years, and that is what is being wheeled to the start line at the moment. And this is the McLaren Solus GT, purely for the track. Wow. Single-seater hypercar, central seating position. Oh, I think he just tried to get away there, and it conked out. So he'll try and get back going. This is going to kick off our batch 6 supercars.
It's quite a hard one. It's a Judd V10 in there, so basically you know, an F1 engine, 840 horsepower, and yeah, I just quite like, well, I really like that McLaren are doing this sort of car. They've had a very similar sort of under the skin type car, and then they come out with this, and it's utterly mad. Yes, this is going to be quite a while by the look of it.
This is fascinating though, isn't it? The hatch that opens up to get into the car.
I know, it's good, isn't it? I can guess, yeah, it is single-seater, track-only car. Oh, what a nightmare for them. There's going to be what's coming out. I think it's the Lotus coming out about the Avaya. Still, a 2,000 horsepower electric Avaya has no engine starting problems by the look of it.
No, that's going to jump in the queue instead, and you can barely hear it as it sets off the start line. This one of the latest electric innovations from the Lotus Avaya.
Yeah, and Gavin Kershaw driving it. So this is head test driver at Lotus. Wild driver. He used to do stock car racing and all sorts of things. 2,000 horsepower he's having to tame here. And what's interesting about this, they've tried to give it the mid-engine feel. So all the battery in it is behind the driver to give it a different weight distribution. This is not about a 50-50 weight distribution. This is rear bias weighting to make it drive like a typical supercar. It will be absolutely flying up here.
First EV from Lotus, 0 to 186 miles per hour in about 9.1 seconds. Oh, that does not look pretty.
No, that's the other car. That is the Nordschleife Challenge car. It's just done a very quick lap time. This is the ultimate track version of it. God knows what happened there. It's right at the start line.
That will bring out a red flag, I'm sure, and we'll pause the running for the time being while we make sure that car is and the driver is certainly okay. We'll bring you updates on that as and when we get them. But you were seeing the Lotus Avaya making its way up, the first EV from Lotus, 4 electric motors on each wheel for that lightweight design as well. The all-electric, again, they're terming it as a hypercar.
Yeah, it's the Avaya X is the one that didn't quite make it past the start line. So it's the two versions, as the normal, straightforward Avaya and the Avaya X. And the Avaya X was their track-only version, so they've wound it up a bit more. And they did a 6:24 lap of the Nürburgring, which is astonishingly quick.
That Avaya X, 280 miles per hour top speed, and we just caught a glimpse of it there, looking a little bit worse for wear. $2.3 million.
Yes, well, you don't. I think the regular Avaya is about 2 million as well, so it's only a little bit more.
Well, we'll bring you updates as and when we get them. So a little bit of pause to track running while we recover the Avaya X and make sure that everything is okay down on the start line. But things to look out for across this next batch as well. One thing we were getting very excited about, which we didn't see a little earlier, but we're hoping might come out. No promises, we don't know. I've seen it in the paddock. The Ferrari 499P modificata, the de-restricted version of the WEC hypercar for track days. Of course, the 499P now back-to-back Le Mans winning car for Ferrari.
Extraordinary. I just can't believe Ferrari are creating these cars that you can buy. And you need an awful lot of money to be able to do it, but then you qualify for the Chianti regime. They have you can buy an F1, an old F1 car, well, not that old, 5-10 years old, and then you can go out on track and they support the car and they bring it to tracks and they hold these events. There's the Enzo FXX program they've done as well, and there's the SF90XX coming up as well. But they're now introducing GT cars, so you can actually take your 296 GT3 car there as well, they're telling me, and even all the way down to an F40. They're thinking of reintroducing this GT class in their Chianti scheme. And this, yeah, the 499P would be the top car in that Chianti scheme, I would say.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get a little look at that. We're just seeing now, though, the that Evija X, the Lotus, which had the damage. We're going to see what happens. So it was off the start line, and it looked a little bit off kilter to begin with. Huge plume of smoke out the back from that Evija X, and then do we just see the remnants of it once the smoke clears? The driver out of the car, we saw him get out, and here we go.
Here we go.
Oh.
Yeah. This is quite tricky, because what's happening is you've got 4 electric motors, and trying to manage them with a computer, when you get a big burnout like that, it's computer software issue. This one isn't drive error. There's something happened with the power going to the individual wheels that has spat him off there.
Okay, that's really interesting to know, actually. So I'm sure the driver will be relieved to hear that too. But that is, for seemingly actually a bit of a glance with the barrier, the hay bales, a fair bit of damage to the front end of that Lotus Evija X, the X version of the Lotus Evija. Not road legal, that, but you can see the huge rear wing on the back as well, and just the plume of smoke that it was leaving as the tyres lit up to get going.
Well, it's so much horsepower, 2,000 horsepower. But it's how it balances front to rear. That's such a shame.
Well, while that car gets recovered, and hopefully we'll also see the McLaren Solus GT get back out as well. That was supposed to kick-start things, but a little bit of a truncated start to the supercars here. Batch 6 coming up the hill, but we have got plenty more cars coming your way in just a few moments' time.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Beautiful views over the Goodwood estate for the Festival of Speed this afternoon, well, all day, and the first of 4 magnificent days of running. A little bit of a pause running up the hill for the supercars while we get one of the Lotuses cleaned up, but that does not mean there is a lull in the action around Goodwood. If we head up to the Forest stage, well, plenty of rally action going up there, and a lot of competitive action as well.
We kicked off with the coupe, Hans Stacey behind the wheel here.
Yeah, that's a big beast to take down this little stage, and there's another big beast with the S1 with Peter van der Putten and Ben Mellers. As quick as ever with such an old car, though, in such good condition. And then John Saunders, who was very quick last year, quick again and competitive in the 6R4.
Yeah, he did have a good time for quite a while until it was broken, but he did hold it for a while. He really was throwing the car through the stage.
And the Dakar Coupe Quattro's impressive. Bearing in mind they're a lot heavier, but wider wheelbase, longer wheelbase as well. And of course, Florian Tweets showed well. Gary Lecado, as we said, and as Tony said, the Castrol colours, one of those evocative liveries that everyone remembers.
But he was fastest until about 3/4 of the way through, and this is why, because that was inch perfect, was it not?
Absolutely, it was stunning. That little twist around the donut. Celica then held the fastest time, but it was to be eclipsed.
So Florian ran up the bank. He did lose a fair bit of time there, probably about 2 or 3 seconds more than I thought, but he was well down the list at the end of it, whereas Roger Duckworth, last year's winner, went off so well. But just look at the way this car squatted. Look at the way it went over the jump there. And the flying fin is fantastic. And those colours, well, what can you say? Rally fans unite round the world behind those colours. They certainly do. And is it right then, very, very quickly, Bex, that they'll paint those colours in Sweden at Collins Crest? They paint those colours from the Subaru and so on? Yeah.
We just saw the Iron Dames and a great run from Rory McLeod here.
I saw the biggest bottle of whiskey I've ever seen at Collins Crest as a spectator.
I'm sure you have.
The Norwegians brought it in. It must have been 1 metre high.
Nothing could beat, though, the time from Ollie Mellers. Driving it like he was winning it or binning it. It was a great run, and it was fastest through.
Lots of competitive action happening up at the Forest Rally stage, so do check that out if you get a chance throughout the next few days. While we continue to wait for the next batch of supercars to get out there, a little bit of entertainment in the donut circle just outside the house. 2 and 4 wheels out there giving us something to have a little chat about. And putting on a bit of fun. He's holding on to the front bonnet at the same time. Fair play. I mean, what a beautiful location as well to have the Festival of Speed right in front of the house, built in the early 17th century, covering 12,000 acres, Grade 1 listed building. It's truly a magnificent place to view motorcars, and it has become not only a great festival of cars, but really one of the world's best car shows.
It certainly has, and I've just really enjoyed it, watching it grow into what we have today. It's a world-class event. You try to explain to people what Goodwood is to people who've never been, and they just can't get their head around how much you see here. It's not easy to fit it into all one day. That's my only main top tip for coming to Goodwood.
Yeah, there is so much to see, including this bit of hot rod action right in front of the house going on at the moment. Terry Grant's just casually getting out. Nice little wave. That is ridiculous.
It is, isn't it? He's got a lot of trust in that handbrake on that one wheel, isn't he? There, he's done it many times before, but I still am amazed what this guy can do. I don't know if he's still doing the two-wheel action, but he would do two-wheel. He did two wheels up the hill, didn't he? The whole cut.
This is brilliant. He's taken someone's phone. He's doing a nice little film. He's getting a selfie as well. The hot rod's still going round. That car is still going round. The bike runs past. Now, this is the tricky bit, getting back in it. How's he going to work that? Whoever's phone this is getting a grade A view. And a nice little jump on. Smooth as you like. He's just showing off now.
He's definitely done that before.
This is sensational here from Terry Grant, getting back into the hot rod as if nothing happened. I suppose you could do that, park that outside a supermarket, head in, do your shopping, and it's ready to go when you get back out.
You won't have any tyres left though.
I think he's used to popping a few tyres, is Terry Grant.
Don't use your phone and drive, isn't that the top tip?
Yes, I would not, we can't condone that information. At least we are in a controlled environment. But certainly having great fun out there and keeping us all entertained in the interim to getting the next batch of supercars back up that hill. We had a little crash earlier, so just clearing that up while we get ready for this. How do you follow that up? That's the question. And we still got a bit of two-wheel action in there as well. Actually, the great thing about this year, it's very easy to get sucked into all the four-wheel action, and now we have a good bit of two-wheel motorbike action. 75 years anniversary of Grand Prix racing too, but Terry Grant doesn't care about that right now. He's still going strong.
No, the great thing was Duke of Richmond has always celebrated motorbikes because he had bikes himself, and therefore from the day one there was always a bit of bike action here. We've had the dragsters here as well, so it's such a mix of cars we get at Goodwood.
Had a bit of sidecar action as well throughout the day. I wonder how he's got to return the phone. He's got to remember where he got it from. Yeah. Is he parking up? Is he going to let it go again?
Is that still recording?
Yeah.
The battery's going to be flat soon.
Oh, he's letting it go. He's trying to find the phone again. And then just got to head carefully back to other side, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think it was the other side. Oh no, it was this side.
It's this side.
Hop, skip and a jump over the hay bales. And this is what you get if you're here on day one. The early birds. Fantastic.
Yes. And he's got it back.
I hope he saves that. Well,
yeah.
Hot rod action in front of the house. Terry Grant showing off his stunts. Of course, well known. And and doing a great job. If the man whose phone Terry Grant just took is listening to us on the tannoy system here, come and visit us in the commentary box or the TV compound, and we want to use the footage, please. So come find us if that was your phone. Still continuing on. It's stuff like this that keeps you coming back to Goodwood, Harry?
It is. I also love that he uses a TVR, which, you wouldn't expect. Obviously a little mini car, but that TVR, he's had it quite a while. He's got a Jaguar F-Type he uses as well. But proper mix of cars. I suppose he needs a proper powerful two-wheel drive car. Here we go.
More stunts on the way, but Terry Grant, a professional stunt driver as well, make no bones about that. He knows exactly what he is doing. He's well rehearsed and choreographed in that action.
It is, and I just find it extraordinary how easy they make this look. It's ridiculous. This is not easy. A stoppie and then a turn. No, not easy.
Yeah, and they make it look so easy, as you say, as if it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
No.
Up on.
Not right.
up on 2 feet.
Is it in neutral? Is it still charged? You've got cruise control. How's that work?
But to also just keep, they nearly lost his balance at the end there, but to keep your core in check for that one, you've got to be incredibly confident and strong within yourself.
Not right. I'm not going to practice at home, even after watching this. No.
That hasn't tempted you?
Not at all.
And does another front-wheeled wheelie. Stop and turn, back down again.
It's quite efficient because you can turn around and just no space at all.
Side on now. Oh, 360 turn?
No.
There we go. If you give him a little cheer if you're down there. It's superb action to keep us all entertained as he makes his way round and around in front of the house and that beautiful central feature this year dedicated to celebrating 100 years of MG.
Bit weird if you were pillion and you suddenly turn round, the rider turned around and faced you, wouldn't it? If you were pillion on it, it'd be very worrying.
Lots of other two-wheeled action involved this weekend. As I said, we're celebrating 75 years of Grand Prix racing, but we've also... Oh, that was a close one. Yeah. We've also celebrating Michael Dunlop, the Isle of Man TT, most successful rider around there. So many bikes on offer. And we're currently watching this because we are off the back of a little bit of a mishap in the Supercars batch a little earlier. So this was the Lotus Evija X, Harry, and it wasn't a good start.
No, it suddenly fires itself to the side. I don't know. You just know that much horsepower and the balance of the electric motors. It's inexplicable, isn't it, what it's done there?
Yeah, this is a powerful car. And not much the driver could have done. You know, this is not a road legal car made purely for the track, as you can tell hugely from that rear wing. It's worth a lot of money, over $2 million. 280 miles per hour is the top speed of this when it fully gets going.
You always remember when you see a car crash like that, it's all about the passenger cell. The front is meant to collapse like that. So it might look bad, but actually that is designed to do that, to keep the cell intact.
The safety methods working well and truly there. So although it looks bad, it's doing its job at the end of the day. We've had a Jaguar join the party out on the hill climb at the moment. But the motorbike rider still going strong. He's not going to do a headstand, surely not. As he revs the bike.
Yeah, the stopping. Yeah.
And he's happy with himself on that one. Terry Grant's still going around there as well in his hot rod. Terry Grant, multiple world records he holds, having executed the highest loop-the-loop in a car, the fastest two-wheel mile, the furthest barrel roll jumped, and the most donuts standing on the roof of a car, and the highest number of donuts in 100 seconds. Just to name a few.
Yeah, good number of records there.
Incredible.
He's the man for it. What is he going to do next?
The man from Stevenage doing what he does best. So if you are situated right there outside the house, you've got the best view. And just gearing up to see what else they give us. We are awaiting the rest of the supercars to make their way back out after we clear up the start line. And later, we've also got manufacturer batch 4 and 1970 to 2024 cars still to come your way a little later on. But for now, we can head up to the top of the hill, which is where we can find David Green and Gavin Kershaw from Lotus.
Well, I'm here at the top paddock with the Evija that made it up the hill. Gavin.
Yeah, had a good run. It's really cool driving the Evija, obviously. This is a fully production version, so we're running the full 2,000 horsepower, active aero, everything. So some really... But the track is muddy and stuff like that in places, but there we go.
It's a stunning looking design, and as you say, that 2,000 horsepower, I mean, the 0 to 60 is incredible.
Yeah, the 0 to 60 is incredible, but actually it's once it starts moving, it gets above 100 miles per hour. You can actually put more torque to the front, So actually it will get to 300 kilometers per hour in under 10 seconds, which is quicker than a Formula 1 car. So it really gets your wits about you.
Obviously, we saw a little bit of an incident down at the start line with the X. lot of tyre smoke, big getaway, but just wheels spinning up, and as you say, it's a bit muddy down there.
Yeah, the X obviously runs slicks tyres, so that standing around, there's no tyre warmers, things like that. Part of the reason to bring the X here is to show that it was the Nürburgring car with that amount of aero, so it's a little bit of a performer as well. So, yes, you have to make some smoke, isn't it, for the driver?
Bit of a YouTube moment.
It'll be very popular on YouTube, but hopefully people will see all the Lotus going up and down. The Emea's looking good as well. So, no, it's the first time Lotus actually had 4 new products going up and down the hills, so what a day for us.
Yeah, I mean, the Electra's getting a load of attention. The Emea's just such a quick car, such a capable car. It's fantastic.
It's stunning, and so easy to drive, but it enjoys all of these corners. So no, when we actually sit there, all of them in the paddock, you can see the lineage across them. And no, the people who drive them, experience them, passengering them, you've driven them yourself. They're amazing cars now, really knocking on the future.
And quick, perform well, but also quite a luxurious place to sit in as well.
Yeah, it's something you probably wouldn't have heard with a Lotus. Even the Avaya here, 2 people can quite happily sit in it, but the Emea, the 4-seater version, you sit in the back and it's palatial. It's just take me anywhere. And the sound system, who'd have thought we'd have been talking about sound system? We have Dolby Atmos 2.0 in it, and it sounds like you're at the IMAX cinema.
I have to say that is one of the most impressive things I've witnessed inside a car for a long time, that sound system. I'd encourage anybody to have a try at that. Gavin, always good to see you. I hope it's not too much of a late night and you've got a bit of duct tape in the back of the car.
Oh, we're Lotus, we'll fix it, don't worry.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thanks, David. Yeah, the surviving Lotus Evija making it up the hill after the Evija X coming to an early end on its run. But while we continue to wait, we can check in with Karun Chandhok, who is making his way out and about around this beautiful Goodwood estate.
One of the themes for the Festival of Speed this year is horseless to hybrid, and so there's a real eclectic mix of cars across multiple generations of the sport. Now, what we got here are some of the cars which ran with the Cosworth DFV engine. The most successful racing engine, you'd have to say. It raced in 17 years of Formula One competition, winning 155 Grand Prix in that era. So in the back of that, Lotus 77, a car driven by the great Mario Andretti and Gunnar Nilsson in the past. We see the Ligier Cosworth here. And then we go into a mix of some rally cars. The Renault 5, lots of people had them as sort of boy racer cars of the 80s, didn't they? And then the Lancia Delta Integrale, those wonderful martini colors here out in its full glory. And you can see, I'll tell you what, we're going to scooch through this little gap here. I'm going to just come around, get this bag out of the way, because there are a couple of very special cars just parked up here. This is Ray, who's running away from the camera. Now, Ray, you've got a couple of great cars here, owned by Mr. E. Mr. Eccleston, of course, in case you haven't worked that out. 2 of Niki Lauda's great cars?
Yes, yep. I just keep them running, Karun. I don't know the histories.
I'll tell you that. Is this one, John, what we want to do is come and have a look at the back of this car, because this is a car that raced once, won once, and then never raced again. The brilliant fan car, the Brabham that raced in the Swedish Grand Prix of 1978, the BT46P. Super bit of Formula One history, driven by the great Niki Lauda at the time, who Bernie Eccleston, of course, was very close to, very good friends with. Around here, if I just get a look at the Ferrari 312 T2, the 1976 car. Now, 1976, for those of you who've seen the Rush film, will remember, was the year when Niki Lauda had that accident at the Nürburgring, and really his recovery from there to come back to race in Monza just a few weeks later is just the embodiment of the human spirit and what motivation can do in a sporting contest. So brilliant to see this car here for all the fans to have a look at. We got a Lauda McLaren down there, as well as the 1989 Ferrari 640, designed by John Barnard. Now, the one thing that's special about this car, and I'm trying to see if it's in here, but it is the, I don't think they've got the steering wheel in, but this is the first ever Formula One car that had the paddle shift gearbox. If you think nowadays it's just the default, right? Kids, even in Formula 4, get in and just drive with a paddle shift. Weirdly, that steering wheel doesn't seem to have it on it, so maybe they're keeping the real one in hiding somewhere, so it's not for our paddock walk. But anyway, the 640, beautiful car. And this, I think, is owned actually by Gerhard Berger. He demonstrated it at the members meeting earlier this year. The Formula One safety cars here as well. And just on the other side, there's some Ferraris, which the Ferrari F40 and the 333 SPs. I'm actually driving that one down in the corner over the weekend. It's the 1999 championship winning car from Italy, of course. So yeah, some brilliant cars here celebrating the horseless to hybrid theme for this year's Festival of Speed.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Sun very much still shining, not so much though on the Lotus Evija X, which was the reason for the lengthy delay. It has now been collected and being taken away. This, the hardcore version of Lotus's EV hypercar, set the 3rd fastest time ever around the Nürburgring, 6 minutes and 24 seconds. However, here at Goodwood, with a little bit of an issue off the start line, found the hay bales, and well, you saw there what were the remnants of the Lotus, the front end taking the bulk of the damage. But Harry Metcalf, who is alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, up in the commentary box, it looks bad, but that's the safety mechanisms doing their job.
It is. There's a crash structure in the front of all modern cars, and it's meant to collapse if you hit a solid object, and it protects the passenger cell. So they always look dramatic, but yeah, that's what they're designed to do.
Well, we should be going green shortly for, well, the remainder of the Batch 6 supercars to get underway. So we've got everything from Aston Martins and Bugattis. We've got the Gordon Murray Automotive T50S, the Hispano Suiza coming back onto the market as well. And we're hoping, we won't see all of them, but we're hoping to see as many as we can. We are particularly excited in the commentary box about the 499P. We didn't get that earlier. Not sure if we'll get that this afternoon, but certainly go and seek that out in the paddock. It's with all of the other Ferrari Formula One cars, and that the 499P car, the World Endurance Championship car, that's actually the one built for track days specifically to actually sell as a customer car. But even the McMurty Spearling Pure has been out on track. The McMurty car 2 years ago set the hill climb lap record, and well, let's forget the McMurty because we've got cars back out on track, and it's an Aston first up.
It's Aston Martin Vala. This is a manual V12 Aston Martin, 715 horsepower. And I know this car very well because it left. I had it delivered last Friday, and it left on Monday to come down here. So I've done about 200 miles in this car. It flies. It's an animal. It's exactly as you expect a V12 manual, 700 horsepower rear drive Aston to behave. But it's great to see.
The look has changed quite dramatically of Aston's over the years, but as that continues to head up the hill, we do get our eyes on the McLaren Solus GT, the McLaren single-seater hypercar.
And I don't want to talk over that V10 Judd at full song coming up the hill. Glorious to see.
It really is a machine like no other. It's incredibly light as well, less than 1,000 kilograms, 200 mile per hour top speed. Mika Hakkinen emblazoned on the headrest in the seat. He's had a little bit of work to do with this car, the 98-99 F1 World Champion. Very much, I think, planning on getting in the car across the weekend. As we ride inside one of the Aston Martins.
Yes. Well, this is the Valiant. This is the Alonso's new company car, I'm told. He wanted an even harder version of the Vala. And again, a manual V12 with 730 horsepower, I think this time, rear wing and 4 exhaust pipes, rather than the 3 on the standard car.
Yeah.
You don't get much change from $2 million on one of those.
One of the most extreme front engine cars ever produced by Aston Martin, completely road legal. Fernando Alonso wants it. Fernando Alonso gets it as heading out on to the track now is the Ferrari SF90.
SF90 XX Spider, so this is the ultimate versions car, and it's a Spider, so ruthless. This is their XX program, ultra hot, and it's the first road-going XX Ferrari they've ever done. Previously they were for track only. This one, somehow they've made it road legal. 1,015 horsepower, I think they are. Huge fixed wing on it. First time there's been a fixed wing on a Ferrari since the F50.
Yeah, and a retractable roof on that as well. Back to Aston Martin. This is the Aston Martin Victor. Darren Turner, esteemed Aston Martin works driver, at the wheel of this. Their Summer said this is the best designed Aston Martin since the DB5, a one-off. V12.
Yeah, Aston 177 base. If I want to take an Aston home with me, this is the one. It was an individual commissioned it. He did the round lights. The front looked like the V8 Vantage from the 80s. And it's 840 horsepower, 840, something like that, from its tuned engine. It's even more powerful than the 777, and again, it's got a manual gearbox in it. Glorious.
Yeah, simple 6-speed gearbox. The car the 80s never had.
Well, we weren't there in the 80s. You needed to get to the late noughties to get one of that. Well, the 2020 before that one was achievable. Just great to see. A one-off as well.
Darren Turner very much getting a wonderful view and a wonderful experience of that one. Not the only Ferrari out there. We've, I think that's the Ferrari Roma SA Coupe.
A really easy car delivered. Again, I've been lucky enough to drive this quite a lot, and they're just twin turbo V8, 600 and some horsepower. But yeah, it's not the most expensive Ferrari front engine. It's like I don't want to say junior range, but it is affordable, and it's one of those cars I keep looking at classifieds, and now, annoyingly, they've done a Spider version of one of those, and I always like Spiders.
So every car that comes by, it sounds like you want to take that home with you.
It's a nightmare, that Goodwood. I don't know why I do it, and watch the supercar run. I suppose that's why we come along. Oh my goodness, now this is nuts.
This is, I think this is one of the, this is the Ford Mustang, isn't it?
Well, this is GTD. This is 800 and some horsepower rear drive. It's got the gearbox in the back of it. It's £315,000 worth of Ford Mustang. And they just wound everything up to 11, or maybe it was 12.
It is completely road legal as well. This track-ready supercar, though, supercharged 5.8 litre V8, over 800 horsepower in this car. Carbon fibre body, semi-active suspension. It's even got DRS.
It's got DRS. It's funny because we're European and it's obviously American. And GTD, you think it's a diesel. Just listen to it. It's very clearly not a diesel. Supercharged V8 in it, 830 horsepower, rear gearbox. Wonderful thing. But yeah, they're now taking allocations. So you have to put your name down, and if you're lucky, you'll get one.
Yeah, that was the Ford Mustang GTD. And now we have the McLaren P1 making its way up the hill.
And this was when it came out. This was there were three cars together: the LaFerrari, this one, and the Porsche 918. This was McLaren's, and it was lightweight. I've been lucky enough to do a lap around the Nordschleife this, Chris Goodwin, when they were trying to set a lap time with it, and it was 6 minutes something. I never actually got the time, they didn't release it. But it's like old school turbo, you just hear the turbo whistle, and it's really exciting, and it has DRS in it. Looking at the Singer now.
Yeah, this is the Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer. I think Marino Franchitti might be at the wheel of that.
Well, it's Marino Franchitti,
not, no,
this one, who's helping him with the development. There's two versions. This is the Ultra version, sort of track version, and there is a road. There's two Singers here of these. Yeah, we're just watching the race just go right past. But yeah, this is their ultimate version, 700 and some horsepower. Sorry, I haven't got the details in front of me. But the big rear wing on it is how you recognise it.
Yeah, it certainly is. Californian-based company, our Singer vehicle design, who've been working, reimagining Porsches for quite some time. I was actually having a chat with Alex Albon a little earlier on, and this is one of the cars that he absolutely wants to get in if he can. So I think a former Formula One, or a current Formula One driver, will get into your car. Singer, we're pretty pleased to hear about that.
Alpine A110. I think this is. They've got this one. There's a long tail version that an enterprising Polish company have actually recreated out of the Alpine A110. But this one we're looking at actually raced in period at Le Mans, and it did short tail and long tail versions of it, which is hard to see from this angle. Hopefully it will get off the line and it will make more sense when you follow the A110 behind it. They've recreated this car, and you can actually add a long tail onto your modern A110. 650,000 euros though, but this is the classic. This is the 70s car that it replicates. So this is in short tail form. Please move off the line.
Just waiting patiently. This inspired by the La Squadra, you can see on the side there as well, running car. I think it's the 8220.
Shame. Yes, well, La Squadra is the company in Poland have done the long tail version of the A110, which is just behind it.
So just trying to get that Alpine off the mark, followed by its modern counterpart behind. And Alpine well, they've got a lot on offer here this weekend, having a little bit of a renaissance, Renault trying to really build their high-performance sports car brand, which is Alpine. Of course, they've got the Formula One team. They're in the World Endurance Championship as well, racing in the hypercar, esteemed background in rallying, and particularly the new Alpine, very much the sort of the hot hatch that's based off of the Renault 5.
A290.
Well, we cut away from that to have a look at this. The Yaris H2 concept. This is a GI Yaris. The Duke of Richmond currently in that car, and he is about to be driven by Kalle Rovanperä, the Toyota Rally driver. and will be getting a brilliant go up this for His Grace. Fully hydrogen concept, the GR Yaris, and actually there are two types of GR Yaris that are optimized for Kalle Rovanperä and Seb Ogier. Have both got their own versions. Such are Toyota Gazoo Racing backing them as drivers, wanting them to have their own mark in this. But a fully hydrogen powered car.
Yeah, Akira Toyoda, chairman of Toyota, is very keen on hydrogen. He thinks we've got to look at all alternatives beyond just pure electric, and hydrogen is one of the horses they're backing, because you use the internal combustion engine still. They have all that technology, they know how to make engines. Can we make green hydrogen is the argument of this car. But he's done 24-hour racing with this, and it's very interesting. I've done some things with Lorne Bamford at JCB. He's also investigating hydrogen. There are a number of truck manufacturers also looking at hydrogen, particularly in Germany, and they're looking at putting in a highway for hydrogen because it suits high torque situations and it's an alternative fuel. The difficulty of hydrogen is storing it. You have to store it at really high pressure and where you put the tanks, and it can even leak through sort of metal. I've seen carbon fibre tubes, tanks if you like, in cars. They're just looking at that technology, but there's no doubt it works, and they can do the engine technology. It's actually sourcing the hydrogen and storing it in the car, but the great thing is you can transfer a lot of energy very quickly, just as we've got used to with petrol and diesel. With hydrogen, we've just got to make clean hydrogen and work out how to store it at such high pressures. Here we go.
Just having a listen in to that off the start line. This, of course, has been a concept that Toyota have been pioneering and developing over the last couple of years. This is the GR Yaris, one of the hottest hatches around, and this one in particular powered by hydrogen. The Duke of Richmond in the passenger seat, being driven by Kalle Rovanperä, the esteemed Toyota rally driver, giving him the ride of his life, I would expect. A special hydrogen engine developed for this in Japan.
It basically uses the same technology as the existing engine in the GR Yaris, so it's not a new one, it's just tuned to run on hydrogen. And it's interesting with what JCB are doing there. Actually, it's a diesel engine conversion, it's a spark ignition, but on a petrol engine like this GR Yaris, it's almost straightforward replacement. It's just managing the fuel into it that's a gas rather than petrol.
And do you think that is the way forward? Do you think that is the way we will go?
I think it's an alternative. I think we should be investigating, allowing the engineers to investigate every alternative that we can, and hydrogen is a very good one because it is zero emissions, just produces water out of the exhaust pipe.
Well, from hydrogen to Porsche Taycan Turbo. Is this the Taycan Turbo GT making its way up the hill?
Another crazy horsepower electric car we've got here. I want to say it's 900 horsepower. I think it is. It's around there anyway, and it's setting incredible times. They again have set a new record at the Nordschleife with this car as well. £186,000 there when I looked at the list price, and I thought, ooh, but what it can do is just amazing.
Yeah, that car 0 to 60 in 4.8 seconds, 300 kilowatt max power as well. That all-electric Taycan making its way out. This, though, a little different. The Porsche Lazante 935.
Lazante, yeah, Porsche created these 935s, a limited run, very expensive cars to ape their 80s race car, the 935 twin Spartan head, with this very distinctive look. There was a Moby Dick, if you remember that. Lazante, very enterprising company, have managed to turn this into a road-going Porsche 935. They've done 2 conversions, I'm told, and I guess this is one of them.
3.8 litre flat 6 twin turbo, 700 brake horsepower at 7,000 RPM, top speed of 211 miles per hour. Expecting only about 77 of these to be produced by Porsche in this very much red-white Marlboro-inspired livery.
You can have it in any colour you want, sir, I think.
But that one in particular looking splendid up the hill. And we are really getting into the thick of it at the moment. This car making its way up the hill at the moment. This is the Zinger 21C. Chris Ward at the wheel. Rattlesnake green is the livery colour. Embodies a new era for Zinger, developed by Kevin and Lucas Zinger. Hypercar, this is, represents their view of the future of automotive design.
Is it a single seater? I'm trying to look at it. Is the one behind another?
Yeah,
is
it is.
Pillions, right. Yeah, I need to find out more about this car. I'll look at it tomorrow.
A central seating position as well for the Zinger 21C. And back again with something else from Lasanti.
Yeah, well, they've done an amazing thing here. Back in period, someone decided it was a good idea to fit a V6 Formula 1 engine, the TAG turbo engine, in a Porsche 930. And Lasanti thought that's a good idea, and they've done a run of them. And this is one of them. And you choose which engine you want. They've got a number of engines from period that won certain Grand Prix. And so I can have the Spa one, also have the Imola TAG V6. Glorious, crazy expensive, and I want one of those as well.
So that, I think, has Alain Prost's Belgian 1987 Formula 1 race winning engine in the back of that Porsche, according to Lasanti. Maserati, well and truly represented across the board this weekend, and paying homage to 20 years of the MC12. We have several different versions of the MC20, this the Icona.
Yeah, when precisely the colours, the launch colours of the MC12 that we all loved, which was the Enzo-based Maserati that came out in the mid-noughties, and then went racing with the Corsa version. But MC20, this is Maserati's supercar, so V6, 620 horsepower. They wanted to make it more livable car. It's what you expect from Maserati over Ferrari, and they do this also in a Spider version, and all carbon construction, unlike Ferrari.
Yeah, and of course, paying homage to that MC12. Unlike any other Maserati ever built, the V12 Ferrari-derived engine, a race car built for the road.
Yeah, and it was a race car. Obviously, it went into endurance racing, but it did a Corsa version as well, which I think is here this weekend. I saw it on the list, but I haven't seen it yet. But MC20, that's their top supercar, and it's a long time since Maserati have been in this space, and it's just a beautiful design.
It certainly is. Sleek, polished, slick, making its way up towards the finish line. We've got the Icona, also the Legenda out there, making its way up the hill too, and the MC20 as standard. So, plenty of supercar action to keep the appetite strong and healthy.
That was good. And the weather's with us as well, isn't it? It's fantastic that the sun is out, the track is getting, the dust is being blown off. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, just to look back at when we originally kicked off the action with the Lotus Evija, the Evija X not surviving the journey up the hill, causing a lengthy red flag. But then we got things back underway. Aston Martin in full force. The McLaren Solus GT with the hypercar, single-seater, central seated position as well. And Aston Martin showcasing the breadth and depth of their offering. The Valiant, the Velour, the Vantage, the DB12, all in action across the weekend. Ferrari too, and Italian rivals Lamborghini with the Huracan, as you say. But it was the Aston Martin that really made waves to begin with Maserati finishing off our supercar batch, showcasing 20 years since the MC12 and the McLaren 750S as well, with the sun glinting off of the orange livery. But wheels were squealing right at the very start for this beast as well, the Ford Mustang GTD. American muscle transformed into the future. McLaren also back in action with the GTS. And the Duke of Richmond getting a ride up the hill with Kalle Rovanperä and the all-hydrogen-powered GR Yaris. And a couple of Alpines as well, managing to make their way up the hill. And we say iconic a lot, but the Porsche 911 certainly carrying that through and through. And what's new for the future. Chinese brands coming onto the market, the Yangwang U9.
The Remac.
And many, many more options out there for you. Supercars running up the hill in action.
Marino, I'm always a bit jealous. I mean, you've got a great job. To manage to stand out in this particular car park is quite impressive. Tell us about this lovely thing.
So it's underneath, it's an old 911. It's a 964, and then it's reimagined by Singer, and call it our design and light weighting study turbo. So kind of like our take on a 953. Sorry, I'll start that again. But basically, it's just our take on this era of car. So twin turbo, still air cooled, but horizontal fan, electric fan instead of powered by the engine, and it's just incredible. I mean, you see the size of the wheels and the amount of tire that we've got. It's got over 700 horsepower, a lot of torque, and it's an absolute pleasure to drive it.
And also built exquisitely, like a fine jewelry, isn't it?
It is. And that's the motto is everything's important, and the guys just do such an incredible job at all the detail, and it's as nice to look at as it is to drive.
You've been here for a long time with these guys, helping design, engineer all the attributes for this car. Do you enjoy that sort of work?
I love it. I've always enjoyed testing. The 934 stroke 5 that we used as to pay homage with this car. That was a car that I loved. So you always want to keep those idiosyncrasies that we love about Porsches, but just turn it up that little bit more. Turn it up to 11, as Rob likes to say, and it's. I enjoy bringing that all together with the team. We have an incredible team, both in LA and here in the UK, and there's a lot of pride in what they're putting out.
And the nice thing is, you come to somewhere like this, and everyone gets to appreciate that work.
Yeah. We have the classic turbo study as well, going up the hill, and you kind of feel like you've got something for everybody, and it's interesting to see people's reactions to it and what they like, and it's as a lifetime Porsche fan, it's like the perfect job for me.
Well, enjoy it. I'm sure we'll see you all weekend.
Yep, with these guys all weekend. Be in a Shadow Can-Am car at some point, and then going to bring my friend Gilles, Indy 500 winner, up in a little while. So looking forward.
Just little things.
Yeah, just little things. Very lucky boy.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Well, you wait all day and 3 Gordon Murrays come along at once?
Yeah, absolutely. We did them in order. T50, that's now in production. There's about 20 of those running around the roads in the UK. Yeah, so quite common now. So 20 of the 100. T33, we're in development with this now. Heavy development with T33. We've got 3 mules. This is Henry, and then T50S track car, which it's supposed to be work, but it's really not. It's epically quick, and yeah, having a lot of fun just sort of tweaking this a little bit.
You do seem to have a wonderful job, or at least you seem to be smiling every time I see you anywhere near these cars.
It's just not work, is it, Gordon? If you're watching, it's really hard work. But no, it's just so much fun. I love all types of cars. Being here, you see all these varied, amazing cars, and I get to drive probably the best sounding thing in the place, and it is just mega, and I love it. We all love it at Gordon Murray. So yeah, absolute privilege, and a privilege to be here, and the sun is shining.
Yeah, don't speak too soon. We're just keeping quiet about the weather for now. But
my brother's on the telly. Look.
Yeah, and your brother gets to play with a very nice singer as well. You two maybe got it worked out. How come? Did somebody tell you something when you were younger to sort of jobs to have when you're older?
Yeah, I think it's just honestly, it's the passion for cars that our mum and our dad had and passed on to us, and you know, you see the result of that now, and thank God they did pass that passion on, because I don't know what else I would have done.
And to be fair, the passion comes out in the products you're working on, which is wonderful for all of us.
Wow, when you get to work with teams like I do and like Marino does, yeah, you're a lucky boy.
Well, we see you driving around the circuit in the T50, and that looks like you need to concentrate. It must be even more so on the hill.
Yeah, on the hill, especially with 50S. This is a track car only. 50's made for the hill, actually, moving around in the bumps. This thing's a bit more track focused, so it was spinning the wheels up into the limiter going by the house there. So yeah, got to pay attention.
In this one all weekend?
In this one all weekend.
We look forward to seeing you, Fran.
Cheers. Thank you.
So as a part of the horses to hybrid theme, I found my way to what seems to be the Le Mans section of the paddock. We've got the 2023 Jota Porsche 963. This car, of course, was driven by Jenson Button, along with my former teammate Phil Hansen at Le Mans, and Jota entering a 2-car team, going back in time to 1976 with the Porsche 936, driven by the great Jackie Hicks. And look how stunning this Jaguar XJR12 is. I actually drove this car on my second visit to the Festival of Speed back in 2011, and the owners kindly invited me to have another go on Saturday, so I'm super excited for it. I love the proportions of it, and the color. It's just, for any fan of motorsport from the 80s and the 90s, that's got to be one of the most iconic cars. The McLaren 1996, the original F1 car, I should say, the long-tail version of it. The 95 car was the Le Mans winner. This one ran in 1996 in a longer version. You can see just on the rear of the car. The Lanciers, we've got the Matras, some Alpines down here as well. But I think, you know what, let's just wander this way, because there's quite a mix down this side. Because BMW are big supporters of the Festival of Speed. They've got a presence pretty much every single year. And there's a car here that I want to just show you. In fact, 2 cars. Because what they have brought this year is the 99 Le Mans winning car. This is a fantastic. I mean, look how big it is. It looks massive, doesn't it? Just in terms of its width. But it's such a brilliant car. It's got I think it's got the V12 engine in it. I remember I drove it 2-3 years ago, and the sound of this thing is just unbelievable, as any V12 would be. Come and have a look at this, JD, because look at inside, old school gear lever in there in the cockpit. To the right-hand side of the steering wheel, you'll see there's a proper gear lever in there, sequential gearbox, and it's just a brilliant car. Now, what some people may not know is this actually was designed and built by Williams. 99 was the year before the Williams-BMW Formula One partnership began, and this was their first project together, doing the Le Mans car. And alongside it, we've got the current hypercar. So this is a great way for everyone here this weekend to sort of compare and contrast 2 cars from the BMW stable, about 25 years apart. You just see the simple, clean lines of the the V12 LMR in contrast with just the complex aero of what a current car looks like, and obviously the hybrid systems with these now hugely complicated systems to work in terms of the engine energy recovery and the batteries, and yeah, it's just a very different car. In fact, tell you what, come around here. We'll try and get around the other side and have a look inside the cockpit, because you can see how wide open that cockpit is compared to here. It's just quite small. Can we have a look inside? Oh, thank you. Yeah, look at that. The head restraint and the head protection. In so many ways, it feels like a more claustrophobic environment with the modern cars. And obviously, from a safety standpoint, having the closed roof and the windscreen is a safer form of sport, because that is all part of the monocoque. So there you go, a nice little wander around some brilliant Le Mans cars that the fans can all have a look at over the weekend.
I've come to an exhibit in the Future Lab that's really colourful and caught my eye, and I'm speaking to John DL, CEO of Perform It Live. Now, the reason this caught my eye, John, is because it looks like people can talk to their favourite character in real life. Tell us just how this works.
And they can talk to people in real life and create that engagement. So we've created a technology where we use professional performers who wear our mocap suit that we've developed and a VR headset, and we then create digital characters for those performers to drive, and we do that in real time. So we have a performer in London wearing our technology and streaming into that display behind me in real time, but what we've also done is that performer can see the audience and hear them and therefore interact with them to create this experience.
Okay, so talk us through how the technology works. What does the performer have to wear? What do they have to do to make this work?
So they wear a motion capture suit that captures their body movements. They wear a VR headset that tracks their facial features and their mouth, and it tracks their fingers as well. And then we put that together with some clever data and stream that through an application live onto displays.
This must be a really magical experience for the user. Have you seen some positive reactions here in the Future Lab?
There's been some unbelievable reactions. It stops people. And then they're, what am I seeing? And then they come up to the mic, and then they realise they can engage, and then you see lots of laughter. If we were capturing smiles today, it would be thousands. It's quite incredible. And then you've got kids engaging, you've got older adults engaging. It's kind of right through the demographic. You've got this superlative engagement and lots of laughter.
Yeah. And could this be used for quite literally any character in any place? Like the outcomes are endless.
From a character point of view, absolutely endless. So a brand might have a particular asset, we can bring it to life. So we can bring any character to life and then stream it live and then create this experience. So yeah, limitless on the types of characters that you can create.
Okay, so who's the character that we've got behind us here?
So this is Otis. Otis is a hangry animal, one of the partnership businesses that we work with. He's a purple hippopotamus. He's a bit West Side, American, chilled out guy, has kind of interesting knowledge of cars, engaging with the audience. So that's Otis. He does a sweet rendition of Elvis as well if you ask him nicely.
Okay, well, can I ask him then? Because I can see that Otis hears us. Yeah. So if I go up to the microphone, I can just start talking to him. Okay. Hello, Otis.
Hello. Lovely to see you. Hello there.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to the Festival of Speed. I've just been told that you're quite a car fan yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. I do love me a car. One of my favorites is the Maserati MC20.
Oh, yeah, good choice. What about the motorbikes? Have you got a favourite for that one?
Motorbikes? Well, actually, I'm glad you asked. I just bought myself I think it was a Honda, that was it, a Honda CD650R. Beautiful bike. Half monster, half cafe racer. Oh.
That's really cool. You've got good taste. And I can see that you're dressed for the weather as well.
Absolutely, yes. I got the sun's out. That's right, so the guns are out. And I've been doing my workouts today. Little and often, get it in. I stay in shape.
It's got a sense of humour as well. Can you tell me your best joke?
My best joke.
I'm putting you on the spot now.
Interesting. Best joke, I would have to say, knock knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Who's there?
Who's
Me?
there? Oh, I thought you did. I started the joke. I thought you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you started the joke. I started. I'm sorry. I'm working on my time. It's one of the things I.
Well, I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with your responses and your acting. Although maybe work on your jokes for next time.
Oh, you know what? That's great advice. I'll just do that.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks for stopping by.
Sun still out at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and up in the commentary box, my name is Harry Benjamin, and well, you saw a stylish icon of Goodwood a few moments ago from one of them to another. Alice Powell joins me in the commentary box. We're getting ready for the manufacturers heading up the hill. What's your best joke, Alice?
I don't have one.
Oh.
I'm very boring, sorry.
It's not a knock-knock
no
joke.
No knock-knock jokes there, no. It won't be as good as the Otis the Hippos joke.
Well, we've got a lot of brands and manufacturers to get through over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. The Lotus heading up the field at the moment. The Lotus EMEA, we saw the Avias earlier on. The road-going EMEA making its way up, and a Ferrari Roma as well, also out on track. So many brands out there for this manufacturers batch, because so many love to use the Festival of Speed as a great launch pad for not just new vehicles, but for their brands as well. This, the McLaren Artura Spider, making its debut. V6 3-litre engine hybrid. It's low, it's lean, it's powerful. 691 horsepower.
720 newton meters of torque as well. Chuck that in there. 0 to 62 in 3 seconds. So ultra fast as it navigates through the chicane that's placed there perfectly to slow these cars down, whichever driver they may have behind the wheel. And you often see the passengers, as you can see there in one of the Lotuses, capturing an onboard lap heading up the hill. But we've had a lot of Goodwood debuts, haven't they, this weekend? And Lotus last year had a lot of debuts. They're always here at Goodwood. Big supporters of Goodwood, often bring an array of cars. We've already seen the new Amaya R and Amaya S earlier on today in the first glance batch, as we get treated to some even more Lotuses heading up the hill.
Yeah, such a historic brand as well. I remember used to getting really excited about the Lotus Elise. That was the car I would always use in Need for Speed on the video game. And Lotus also delving into, back end kicks out a little bit, putting it on the grass. The Lotus SUV, the Electra, making its way up the field at the moment, and sleek, beautiful design. And Lotus have had a bit of a departure in their design philosophy over the last few years to really kind of go futuristic in look, and even with the rear wing spoiler on that SUV just jutting out there, movable aerodynamics making their mark on that Lotus to something which looks very different. I know you've got a penchant for BMWs, Alice.
I do like my BMWs. I need to probably head over there and have a look at some of the other latest spec of series. I've got a very nice 4 Series that I absolutely adore, but we've seen already a launch today from BMW, and that was of their brand new M5. This is not what is being demonstrated at the moment, but still we had plenty of BMW action earlier on.
Yeah, I think this is an M5 on the hill at the moment, and that
older spec.
Yeah, but the older spec M5, the new one being launched, 7th generation, out on the circuit at the moment. And this, what was the replacement for the Ford Fiesta, being discontinued by Ford and replaced by the Ford Puma, which is making its way onto the hill climb now. And we were just having a little chat about these, weren't we, off there. Ineos here with quite a fleet of their vehicles out on track. We've got the things like the Grenadier out on there as well, and certainly showcasing how much Sir Jim Ratcliffe's company has come in such a short space of time.
Yeah, you got the regular Grenadier, and you've had the Grenadier Quartermaster that we've seen also go up the hill today, and the Grenadier Detour as well. So plenty of action from Grenadier, from the Ineos this weekend. You can visit their main stand as well to see all of these new additions and the exciting modifications to the Grenadier and the Quartermasters. And you can also, if you are here for the remainder of the weekend, go to Goodwood's private quarry, and you can put an Ineos 4x4 through its paces with the off-road test drive. So maybe we should pop down there if we get a chance, Harry.
I know what I'm doing after this.
I know what your driving's like, so let me drive.
Yeah. Yeah. But the regular Grenadier can run on petrol or diesel. You'll find a 3-litre turbocharged straight 6-cylinder engine under the bonnet, both with 8-speed auto gearboxes as well. Diesel engine has 264 horsepower on that. So several Grenadiers available, as you say, the regular, the Quartermaster and the Detour. And Mini offering a huge amount across the weekend. The Mini Aceman. Now, on a lot of Minis, you can't actually tell the differences. We saw earlier the differences between the petrol and the electric were so minimal. But this on the Aceman, the first in that range of car, and all electric, supposed to gear you up for that ultimate urban driving experience. So a good city driver.
Yes, we actually saw the concept of this back in 2022. So it's now actually driving. It's on the roads, on the Goodwood Hill at least anyway. A battery electric subcompact, you could say, crossover to the SUV, and perfectly being driven up the hill.
Yeah, that vehicle currently in pre-production, continuing to be so, and electric range maximum 252 miles on that Mini Aceman, just heading its way up through the field at the moment. But Mini continuing to innovate and reinvent their brand in this, which has become a bit of a staple of the Mini brand, the Mini Countryman for 2024. Bigger, slightly more rugged, refined, probably the most grown-up, most adult Mini you can find in the range. Just under, I think the basic is available for just under £30,000. Brand new, 5 seats, 168 horsepower, and completely silent as it makes its way up the hill in that slightly electrified redesign now that Mini are going for. It's just a little bit more curved at the edges but blocked off at the front as well. And indeed, the electric car really does have a unique look all round going forward. Brands really striving to get that futuristic look.
Yeah, they're also available in a range of colours. We've also got the Countryman S as well that's available. And we've also seeing now going up the MG. We saw this earlier on. It was heading up the hill, the Cyberster.
Yeah, the Cyberster Roadster on the hill in first glance, all electric, generates up to 496 horsepower, 0 to 62 miles per hour in 3.2 seconds. Quite beautiful inside and out, and part of the celebrations this weekend of 100 years of MG, originating of course in the West and now very much being brought into the future by the East, particularly the Chinese market, which is really booming at the moment, certainly in the European market, more and more coming over. This is a Genesis out on track at the moment. Now, Genesis is a South Korean brand. It's basically the high-end brand of Hyundai.
It is, and we've seen earlier on Jackie X was behind the wheel of one of the Genesis cars. The GV60 Magma concept is actually competing in the shootout. So we'll first see a timed practice from all of those cars in the shootout tomorrow. So the GV60 concept car will be competing in that, and that was actually one of the cars that Jackie X was driving earlier on today.
Now this, we saw the Ineoses earlier. There's a new Land Rover Defender Octa out there as well. A lot of big, bulky cars out there. This is another one that's come over from China. Yangwang is the luxury brand of BYD, which you are seeing more and more of. Chinese brands entering that electric market, very much from the base level all the way up to your high-end SUVs and luxury supercars. This, one of the high-end SUVs that is being run under the Yangwang brand. Over 1,000 brake horsepower, 0 to 62 in 3.6 seconds. Top speed of 124 miles per hour. It's got a just under a 50 kilowatt battery inside as well. And one of the cool things about this Yangwang is that it can do a tank turn. Just like the Ineos, just like the G-Wagon, it can do a full 360 turn. Electric motors on all 4 of the wheels, allowing it to stop and do a full 360. And Yangwang and BYD offering this up to us. We're seeing a lot of BYDs in the UK at the moment. Yangwang not yet in the UK, but there is a huge presence from them this weekend, and it's believed they're trying to tee that up ahead of a UK rollout for Yangwang. Whether it's under that moniker or not, we wait to see, but certainly a spectacular car making its way up through the hill. Bentley Bentayga coming through the screen there as well, and several MGs making their way up the hill as we celebrate the manufacturers on offer here at the Festival of Speed.
And a lot of manufacturers we get here at the Goodwood. A lot of debuts as well, which is always such a treat, isn't it, Harry? The first glance we caught earlier, and some debuts here in this session as well.
Kick things off with this offering from the Lotus Emira before finding something a little more Italian with the Ferrari Roma out on track. But Lotus with a full fleet of cars here, and Porsche never far away. If you get the chance to head over to the Porsche stand, it's well worth doing on the way to the Forest Rally stage. Lotus and many other cars showcasing their high-end electric SUV offering as well out on the circuit, particularly from the Chinese market in the form of Yangwang, but also South Korean, represented by Genesis. That, though, is an Alpine, direct from Enstone. And Mini as well, with a new electric offering with a slightly redesigned shape to them. The Aceman, the Countryman, out on track. The fairly affordable road-going car, and continuing to celebrate 100 years of MG. This is the Cyberster Roadster. Beautiful inside and out as MG celebrates its origins in the West and its newfound life in the East. This the upscale brand of Hyundai, Genesis out there. Lamborghini too. Never far away from the picture here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So many brands on offer, so many manufacturers launching new cars across the weekend. Do make sure you have a hunt around, particularly for some of the niche stuff like this Yang Wang U8, but just some of the brand manufacturer offerings available on the hill.
Kenny, I thought you were just hanging out at the top paddock because you enjoyed it up here, enjoyed the sunshine, but you waited to get started and get down the hill.
Yes, yeah. Well, you could hang out and enjoy this up here. It's really nice, but lots of nice cars and people. But yeah, we're waiting to get this started.
It's a fantastic looking thing, and for the people who don't really know, there's a little bit special about this car hiding in the back.
Yeah, it is. This is a Porsche 930, but it's modified. It's got a Formula One engine, Porsche tag Formula One engine in the back. That in this particular car, this won the 1987 Belgium Grand Prix with Alain Prost, for example. So yeah, very special car.
I love the history behind the engine and the way they've married it to a car that, from the outside, looks pretty normal spec, doesn't it?
It's very low key, but it's got all the right stuff in it, and it's really light, so it's fantastic to drive. And Lansanti has done a very good job with this. So you know, have a few lucky owners of these types of cars.
And they certainly sound good.
Very, yes.
How do they drive compared to a normal Porsche of this vintage?
Well, I haven't driven a Porsche 930 like original, let's say, but this drives really nice. It's got carbon brakes and 500 horsepower instead of like 250 or 270 or whatever it was in the beginning.
Yeah. Now, you're a man. I've never known you to not drive anything at 10/10. How is it just getting this up the hill without trying to break any records?
No, I've never driven this car before, so I couldn't really maybe do everything, but I did what I could, And the owner was riding with me too, so you have to, but
not make him cry, really.
Yeah, but no, he was enjoying it, I think, and we kept it out of the hay bales, and so all's good.
That's all he can ask for.
Yes, exactly. Especially going fast. You never know what happens then.
And for the rest of the weekend, are you going to be driving up in anything else?
Probably on Sunday I drive some McLaren P1 Lansanti modified stuff.
We look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you so much.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Michael, you're showing us a car that not many people in the UK have seen this weekend at Festival of Speed.
Yeah, this is the second time this car actually drive on the public road, and the first time is on the March. It's in the March. It's the Goodwood Media Drive Day, and this is the second time it drive on the track.
Well, it's a nice big luxury SUV, but I think it's a little party trick. If I was there in March, and it does a sort of tank turn as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, we do some tank turns in the Media Drive Day and also today. Yeah, because the track only have a limited area for us to do. So we actually do a tank turn on a bit We actually do a tank turn in front of the start line, where many traditional cars they are doing donuts.
Yeah, so it's slightly different to a donut. It looks fantastic. And the other party trick about this car, it actually floats, doesn't it? I've heard it floats for 30 seconds.
Yeah,
so
it floats for 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Oh, I'm stand corrected. So it really is an SUV. I mean, most SUVs get you out of trouble if you're on a steep hill. This gets you out of trouble if you fall into the sea.
Yeah, because we have many good technologies about this car, all about the body and also all about the chassis and the electric motors. So it can float on the water for up to 30 minutes.
And I believe it can move along at about 3 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, because there are 4 electric motors, independent drive each wheel in the sea. Yeah, so if you are in the sea, it can drive like a boat, and it can also do a tank turn on the sea, on the ocean. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay. But you should pay attention that this is only an emergency function. Yeah, it's not for you to have fun driving on the sea.
No, I think that's probably good sound advice. Well, thanks for showing us the car. We look forward to seeing it across the weekend, and keep those tank turns happening in front of the house.
Yeah, we want to do that, and we are now trying to contact We are now trying to find the solutions to do a tank turn in front of the house. Thank you so much. Okay.
All part and parcel of everything that's been going on today. Ben Edwards and Alice Powell with you for this final stint of cars that we will be seeing up in just a little while. But what a wonderful day it has been. A real mix, a beautiful weather. We've been very, very lucky with the weather today. Better than expected, I think. Very warm. I hope everybody out there has been having a lovely time. We've been enjoying the displays of so many different vehicles. The celebration of MGs, of course, represented right there that we can see at the central feature. And the MGs have been a big part of today, both the modern and the older MGs, of course, and that will be a course throughout the rest of this weekend. Lots to look forward to, and there will be a celebration up there at the Goodwood House for that, but there'll be plenty of other celebrations. For example, we're still saluting Niki Lauda's passed. So sad that he's left us now. 5 years ago he passed away, but yeah, we're still going to be celebrating that as we go through the weekend. I'm glad to say, actually, Alice, that John Watson's likely to join us tomorrow for a little bit of a chat about Niki Lauda, which he did with us at the members meeting, and of course they were friends and teammates. So it's something to look forward to.
Yeah, he had some incredible stories. And he was saying, well, quite a few of them I can't say on air, so maybe we can just persuade him, because it's here, it's special, it's Festival of Speed. Maybe we can persuade him to share those stories.
Absolutely. We've got the celebrations of Red Bull coming up more and more over the course of the weekend. I'm also glad to say, sadly though it is, that we'll be remembering Gilles de Ferran. There'll be a Gilles de Ferran tribute over the course of the weekend, and he was somebody I knew well. I actually raced against him very briefly. He was a much better racer than I was, but yeah, he had a wonderful career, and then I ended up commentating on him when he was racing in Champ Car in the United States, and then he went into sort of technical or sort of management side in Formula One. Very sad to have lost him at the end of last year, but his family is going to be here. David Coulthard, who was a very good friend of his, he's going to be a part of that as well. So we are remembering some remarkable times, some remarkable people as well. With, for example, Richard Petty, he's going to be celebrated this weekend, the 7-time NASCAR champion. He's still around, and we're going to be celebrating him over the course of the next few days. So much to look forward to. So it's not just about cars, it's not just about motorbikes, but it's about people. It's about the individuals that have been star of motorsport over many, many years.
It certainly is, and it's what makes the Goodwood Festival of Speed so special, is celebrating these people that have made motorsport what it is today. And it is incredible to have Gilles' family here, and also the array of cars that we're going to see in the Niki Lauda tribute as well. So such a special weekend.
Yeah, and we've got many of the current stars as well, which is lovely to see. We're expecting sort of 20 of the current stars. Alex Albon, of course, is one of those stars of Formula One at the moment. He's a lovely man, and he's been here today, and he caught up earlier with Rachel and with Harry.
Well, Harry and I have come down to the assembly area because there are some very special drivers in the assembly area today, not least Alex Albon. Alex, good to see you. Is this your first, second, third time at Goodwood?
I think it was my fourth. I think I was here as a kid, and then my dad took me around. He's actually here having some fun looking around at the cars, and then did it for Red Bull, did it for Williams last year, and then did it here. So very excited, always good to come here. And the weather's amazing, which wasn't last year. Yeah.
You picked the right day for it.
Yeah.
I think the rain is happening over the next couple of days.
The car parks are going to
be...
Yeah.
So talk us through the car that you're driving today.
Yeah, well, I'm not the greatest one. It's FW08, if I'm not mistaken, A. And it's not... So I drove a very similar one last year, but this qualified 8th in Monaco. That's what I know. So it's tricky. Last year, I struggled with it, but it's had a bit of a tune-up, and should be much easier to drive, so what I'm told. So let's see. If you see me going sideways, let's see.
It's all right, no one's watching. Well, there are an awful lot of people
Just a
watching,
few.
actually, to be fair. Do you like driving these older generation cars, and what is it about them that you enjoy so much?
I do. I am brought up in the old flappy paddle era, so it is a bit odd for me having a H pattern and whatnot. But it just feels so raw. The main thing for me is I don't understand how they could drive these things on the limit. It's just, I mean, the steering wheel's tiny, it's all tiny. My feet are touching all the pedals. So it is a bit of a get to know it, and for me it's admiration for the people that drove these things back in the day. It's I mean, I feel lucky when I go back to my car, and honestly, yes, it is compared to these things. Yeah,
It's a world away to what you drive now. Speaking of, obviously, you've managed to pack this into your already jam-packed schedule of Formula One.
It is,
Off the back of points in Silverstone, teams over home race,
Yes.
week off here at Goodwood.
Love
And then next up, we go to Hungary. How are you feeling for that?
Less optimistic as Silverstone. I felt like Silverstone, it was a great weekend, but we went into it knowing it should be a better weekend. Hungary, it kind of ticks all the boxes of bad things. So let's see. Spa should be much better the week after Hungary. But we've been in the simulator yesterday, just going through a lot of the work that we just did at Silverstone and preparing for the next two races. So all good things. But Goodwood's good preparation.
I was going to ask you said your dad's gone off for a wander to have a look around. Is there anything you want to go and have a look at? If you could go in disguise, because you'll get mobbed here this weekend, but if you could go in disguise, what would you go and look at?
I do go around. I shouldn't say that, but I do get changed and put on a bit of a hat.
Disguise?
On and go
No
around.
way.
Wig? I did it last year. The problem
In
is
this
I had
heat,
blonde
you're
hair last
struggling.
time and it was a disaster. But I like to go and look at the cars, just the general road cars, but also the resto mods, the kind of the singers and all this kind of stuff, and have a look around them once, because them to me are pieces of art, and I love that. So yes, I do go around that side of the what do you call this? The estate.
Yeah. It's an estate.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's a back garden.
yeah, it is. Yeah. So I just walk around the gardens. Yeah.
Listen, enjoy your run. We'll be watching. I'm sure it'll be fine, and we will see you in Hungary. All the best. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, Alex.
It's great to see some of the current Formula One drivers, Harry, come down here as well to take machinery up. I know we've got more coming this weekend as well, but there is so much for everybody to see. And these superstars up close.
I know, it really is an event like no other. In particular, this weekend, there's a lot of Formula One drivers here, actually. We'll see Alex Albon's teammate in action as well, Logan Sargent. Fernando Alonso is here too, along, of course, with a Red Bull contingent. Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Daniel Ricciardo heading that up. And you just have to look around you. You know, the fans aren't that far away. Ferrari to my right. You've got the old McLarens there, the Williams as well. Like, everything is within a finger's distance, and that's pretty special.
Including the cars which are about to go
We
out.
better
So
go,
we have
yeah.
to get out of the way. But there you go. Formula One drivers here this weekend, as well as everything else on show. Come down to Goodwood.
Lovely to hear from Alex Albon as we're now getting ready for some more action of cars heading up the hill in just a moment. And this is going to be part of the batch 2 that we are looking forward to. And there's a rather lovely machine, part of the mixture of machines that we're going to be seeing out there in just a little while. But also what is going to be fun to see, that is actually the Lotus Pratt & Whitney 56B. This was a bit of an unusual turbine-powered Indy car, and you can see the sort of turbine exit out of the back of that, out of the rear end. This was built in 1971, one of the rare gas turbine-powered machines. It was tried by Lotus, but it never really developed and never quite worked. We did have a gas turbine sports car heading up the hill earlier, and you will get that very unique sound, which is going to be fun to see as well. The Ferrari 333, which is also going to be a good one to see going up the hill in just a little while, that came back into sports car racing, bringing Ferrari back into all of that in the late 1990s. That's another car that we're going to be seeing up there. Matteo Corso, I believe. Oh no, it's a Montemini in the car. Okay, so who's in the car for this one? Ready to come up the hill in just a few moments' time. We're looking at what they call this batch is the Innovation Unleashed. It was advanced electronics, driver assistance systems, paddle shift, gearboxes, that sort of thing, that became part of that. Now, down at the front of this queue is the Indy Autonomous, which is going to be a vehicle which will effectively drive itself up the hill, because the autonomous race cars do not have drivers. These are automatic style machines built by Dallara as in terms of chassis, and these have raced as well in various different places. This series, the Indy Autonomous Challenge, it operated from 2021 pretty much is when it sort of really got going, and it has been being run at all sorts of different events since then. Alice, it really is quite a remarkable thing that we're going to be seeing it going up the hill.
It is absolutely incredible. And as you said, it's already been racing in its own championship. Mainly the entries are university-based, many from America, of course. We've got a Korean entry, a German entry, Italian entry there as well. A Dallara AV21 is the chassis. And obviously, Dallara runs in many championships around the world. Rear-wheel drive and powered by an internal combustion engine that produces 335 kilowatts. That is around about 449 horsepower with a 6-speed sequential gearbox. So it will be trying and attempting to navigate its way nice and smoothly all the way up the hill.
Absolutely, yes, and it has various sensors, actuators that help it to work out where it's all going, and basically it has to work out the full automation on the racetrack or on this hill climb that we've got here. It's going to be fascinating to see. So this is really, as we've said over the course of this day and as we go through the rest of the weekend, we're going from the very origins of motor racing, because we're celebrating pretty much the first ever race that took place in 1894, to the latest kind of versions where we haven't even got a driver in the vehicle, and here we go. So off it goes, and this is fascinating to watch. A vehicle being driven up the hill by itself, not by a driver, being done as the autonomous challenge that has been a system that has been created, and it's working pretty well, isn't it?
Yeah, some better racing lines than we've seen of some of the demos going up today. So heading underneath, obviously a casual pace to try and get up the hill, but it is just, for me, it's mind-blowing to know there's no one actually sat in that car behind the wheel.
Does seem remarkable.
It is absolutely incredible. Heads through Malcolm Corner now. We'll try and navigate the going up past the flint wall. Sounds like it's just coming to it. Getting on the brakes, navigates quite nicely. But I mean, the technology there, Ben, is absolutely incredible. With the 4 radars that it has on board and the 6 mono cameras as well, of course the GPS, which will be inserted there too, that as well as many other reasons why it navigates its way without anybody sat behind the wheel.
And there it goes. So the Indy Autonomous goes through. That's the first run of this batch, and autonomous vehicles, of course, may well become much more a factor of road cars as well. We've seen that sort of technology coming into road cars very much, but there you are, there's an example of a racing vehicle as well. So really, really interesting to watch that. That's come to a halt up at the top now until it's told to go somewhere else. It's very well behaved.
Yeah, very good. Better behaved than my little dog, but there we go.
Yeah, that's right. Better than any driver. Yes, quite. I was just hearing that. It could be better than any driver. So we're just taking a look at the Toyota Yaris. The concept car. We've seen this out already, and I believe Rowan Atkinson may well be driving it again. Rowan here today, and this is the hydrogen version of the Toyota Yaris, and this is part of the modern development of this. And it's just been built this year with its hydrogen fuel, but using an internal combustion engine, so you get a proper sound from it. We've seen it coming up the hill a few times. In fact, it's taking a shortcut. It's only doing a little short version, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But we get some more Toyotas being pushed back slightly there. Maybe readjusting the queue order, and the Pigeons are getting a great view as well. Best seat in the house there.
Yeah, that's one of the drift Toyotas actually that may be coming out in just a few moments' time, but maybe, as you say, they're shifting the order in terms of what we're going to be seeing coming up the hill for a little while. We've got some quite interesting potential machinery, future of speed as well. Fully electric vehicles are part of this group, and we will be seeing more of them as we go through the course of the weekend. We're not going to see the sort of full batch here at the end of the day on this day one, Thursday of the Festival of Speed. We're just sort of seeing a smaller batch at this point, but we will then, as we go through the rest of the week, as I say, see more of them. For example, the Ford Supervan is definitely going to be a part of it as we go through the weekend. I'm not sure it's actually down there for this particular run. It's quite an amazing piece of kit, fully electric, that has done amazing times up at Pikes Peak in America, which is one of the great challenges of any of the manufacturers, actually going up one of the most serious hill climbs in the world. It's slightly longer than this one, I have to say.
Yeah, just a little bit. But going back to the technologies, Ben, Goodwood Festival of Speed has long championed these kind of technologies, haven't it? We saw, of course, last year, Vettel drove the ex-Mansell Williams FW14B, which I believe he owns. You might be able to correct me on that one, and the ex-Senna McLaren MP4, and that was all on sustainable fuel, and that, of course, is Vettel's race without trace. We've got Goodwood Revival coming up. If you haven't got your tickets for that, make sure you do. One of the events of the year for sure, and that whole event will entirely be running on sustainable fuel. So it's such an important factor here at Goodwood to use this technology. And people often say to me, well, what is sustainable fuel? So basically fuels that are produced in a sustainable manner, and they can be used as sort of drop-in fuels in conventional internal combustion engines. You've got biodiesel, you've got the ethanol, hydrogen, electric, synthetic fuels, natural gas. So there's plenty of ways that we can power all of these fantastic cars that we've seen here today.
Absolutely, and as you say, it's development of technology, yet we've seen those sustainable fuels being used in some of the oldest vehicles, because we were told that some of those really ancient machines from the early 1900s have been running on those sustainable fuels, and it's worked perfectly well for them. It hasn't been a problem at all. So it just looks as though we are going to get the Lotus heading up the hill in just a moment. The Lotus Pratt & Whitney 56B. Looks as though that's going to be heading out with that very unique sound of the gas turbine engine. And we will have a little listen to this when it fires off, hopefully, and goes over the line. Chris Dinage is driving this. Let's listen into this. The high-speed whistle. What do you expect from an aircraft, of course, and that's what you're getting from this 1971 machine. It didn't really quite work out. It wasn't a great success, but it was fantastic for Colin Chapman and Lotus to experiment with this style, because nobody knew. They thought it might work. In fact, a gas turbine-powered machine nearly won the Indy 500 and broke down just a little bit before the end of the race. The Indy 500 was perhaps more of an event that could suit the gas turbine, but actually, ultimately, they didn't win, and then they weren't allowed to run anymore. So that is all part and parcel of it. So we're just moving on now. So we're looking now at the Alpine. We were talking about the Pikes Peak. I was talking about that just a moment ago. And this is Pikes Peak. I think it's Gordon Shedden. Oh no, it's not in this at the moment. Who's driving this? So it is Astor Raphael who is driving it, and really fantastic on board. Having a proper go there. Alice, that's one of the feistiest drives we've seen so far today.
Yeah, certainly. You still see the amount of dust that's on track going ever so sideways. We just caught the end of the onboard there, and I was looking out the commentary box window ever so sideways through Moulcombe Corner, and I believe this will be driven over the course of the weekend by Gordon Shedden in the shootout, so you will get to see this over the weekend.
It's actually, yeah, it is Raphael Astia, rather the other way around. Raphael, he set the time, a fantastic time at Pikes Peak with this machine originally, so he knows this car extremely well, and yeah, that hill climb, the Pikes Peak's a bit longer than this. As I said, it's 12.4 miles long, and he set a fantastic mark. He was second in class with this Alpine, so it's lovely to see that. And as you say, we will be seeing more of it as we go through the course of the weekend. Now, Maserati, yeah, just heading out.
So this is in its original condition from the 2005 to 2006 Italian GT. This is a Maserati MC12.
Yes, based on the Ferrari Enzo originally, and this one is a car that contested the Italian GT Championship in 2005 and in 2006. It won at Hungaroring, and it won at Vallelunga, and the MC12 GT1 was an extremely successful car in that group. It really was superb, very difficult for any of the other manufacturers and teams that were playing a part of it to take it on, to be honest. It very, very effective. Carbon Nomex monocoque, twin-rod suspension, mid-mounted, normally aspirated V12. It's a 6-litre V12, plenty of horsepower.
Yeah, certainly plenty of horsepower. And the sound, the roar of the V12 engine as well. It also echoes between the hay bales and the flint wall as it finishes the run.
So now we're looking at a slightly different version. This is the Ferrari 296 Challenge. This is a 3-litre V6 turbo, and the Ferrari Challenge was a one-make series. It's been running for more than 30 years. This current model has nearly 700 horsepower. It's pretty, it can generate a lot of downforce. It's amazing. You've got that big rear wing, but front end as well. And the design of it, perfect really, isn't it? Just to get a bit of power and downforce as well.
Yeah, it's a very popular car, the Ferrari Challenge. The Ferrari races that you get to see, hugely popular and hugely competitive as well.
Definitely, yeah, wonderful to see. And just having a look, we think this is the Panos, just heading up the hill right
Looks
now.
like the Panos G-Force Toyota, yeah. I believe that's being driven by Dario Franchitti, possibly. He's made his way back down the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're looking at this lovely BMW V12 LMR. We saw Karun Chandhok talking about it a little bit earlier on. A winner at Le Mans in the past, taking the victory in 1999 with the likes of Yannick Dalmas, Pierluigi Martini and Joko Wilhelmshoff, their names on the car. And it was a lot of work from Williams involved as well. Williams designed prototype that sort of created this BMW V12 LMR and went on to that good success in 1999. So it is a lovely car, and it's lovely to hear Karun Chandhok talking about driving it a little while ago and the wonderful noise that V12 engine creates.
Yeah, it's lovely with all the mix of those of you that stood at the side of the hill. A wide variety of cars heading up now as the BMW closes the run. We've got many cars waiting at the bottom. We've got the 106, Annette Mason is driving the Ferrari 512, which has flown past the commentary box window.
And just heading out onto the rise just now. This is the number 181. This is the Ferrari 250 GTO, Holly Mason, Frank Kitty. So this is one of the great classic Ferraris. I mean, this worth massive money, of course. A hugely successful sports car racer back in its day. Before cars started going mid-engined, of course, they're front-engined and but very low, keeping the weight nice and low down. And it had a huge amount of success in that sports car racing world.
Yeah, certainly did. And Holly really displaying it nicely to all of those that have stayed. Now, this is a famous car, and this, I was talking about this earlier on in the day, Max Chilton in the McMurty, and still holds the lap record up the hill here at Goodwood.
And it's actually Alex Summers who's driving it now, who did drive it one time, I think, at that event where Max then went over. Look at the pace.
I wonder if he's still pushing.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got his own stopwatch in the car there as it flies up. Look at the dust coming through, goes through Malcolm Corner. It's still very dusty. Creates a huge amount of downforce, does this car. And an onboard that I could just watch over and over again back when Max Chilton had set his time. The car weighs less than 1,000 kilos. And 0 to 60 in a time of under 1.5 seconds, which is mind-blowing.
It is absolutely mind-blowing, I agree. So now we're looking at the Subaru WRX Air Slayer. Project Midnight, actually, this one is. Scott Speed, very experienced racer. Scott Speed, who's having some fun in this one, and that's lovely to see. And the Subaru is, well, just providing us with. This is an updated version of the 2021 Nitro Rallycross car that Scott Speed actually did campaign. And then we've got this Subaru GL Wagon Huckster. This is one we've seen here plenty of times at the past at the Festival of Speed, and it is always very, very rapid. So it's lovely to see it again.
And we are treated to the onboard as well. Dubbed the Huckster, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
around the world. 1983 Subaru GL wagon.
This will be a contender when we get into the shootout because Travis Pastrana is always very quick with this machine. I love the movable aero devices on it. As he hits the brakes, everything flaps up. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like it's giving us a wave at the end of the demo there.
We'll see how it goes this
is
year.
the slow-mo that we're used to seeing when we see the Subaru GL wagon go up the hill.
Done a lot of stunts with that car over the years. Now this is fun to see as well. The Oil Stain Lab. This is an unusual machine. This is a 5.9 litre V8. If you crossed a single seater with a 911, well, this was built in 2023. It doesn't. You would think it was something from quite a long time ago, but this was something that they've created, like a sort of combination of things. And
well, they say it's a tribute, don't they, to
yeah.
the 1960s and early 70s of motorsport. So that fits in pretty well with the way you just described it there, Ben. How it sort of looks like it should be from a long time ago, when actually it's a fairly new car.
Absolutely. So next up, it's the Ford Performance Supervan. I did mention it briefly earlier. So Romain Dumas is actually driving this, and Romain Dumas, he is one of the fastest here on the hill climb, and this is a hill climb special. So it is full electric, and it has been very rapid at Pikes Peak, as I mentioned. So this potentially could be a very, very quick one that will be doing the shootout. Fascinating machine. This is done by Ford, and they created the version for the Pikes Peak and won classes there. So we shall see just how rapid it will be. More as we go through the course of the rest of the weekend, but Romain Dumas always very rapid.
Yeah, always. Whatever machinery Romain gets behind. And this is a van that I could see you turning up to, Ben, rocking up to work in one of these.
Yeah, it would be lovely. Romain actually has won the Festival of Speed several times here. A couple of times. He won in 2018 and in 2019. He was actually driving Volkswagens then, so he knows just how to be very, very rapid. There's no doubt about it. So Hyundai i20 Coupe now out on the track, and this one has been a very successful rally car over the years. It was from 2017, took its first win in 2017 and competed until the end of 21. Hyundai, they won Constructors Championships in 2019 and 2020. Didn't quite manage to get the drivers' titles. And then the BMW M4 GT3 here with Philippe Eng.
Yeah, and this is the BMW's latest Spa 24-hour race winner 2023. So a 3-litre twin-turbo engine. So it's the M4 GT3. Philippe Eng driving the car, going through Moulcombe Corner, fairly steady, keeping it nicely on the road. All of those that are staying trackside and in the grandstands there at Moulcombe, up past the Flint Wall, heading up the hill. So a very successful race car, this, Ben.
Absolutely, and with a team now, Road Racing, that has made a name for itself. One of the great racing teams. They won Spa 24 Hours last year with Philip driving as one of the drivers, with Marco Whitman and Nick Yellerly. We're seeing Nick actually will be out in other car here this weekend as well. So yeah, lovely machine and very, very rapid up the hill as well. As we're getting into just a couple more, is the Wang Wang U9, and that is...
Looks like it's being directed to Tay Park going up the hill right now.
So that's not going to be going up the hill this time. But we have got, and then we've just got some of the track vehicles heading up. So I think it's the end of that little display. We have got one of the drift cars in that group, but I think that's pretty much it now for this group. And that brings us the last run of the day here on Thursday. So it's been absolutely wonderful to enjoy so many superb vehicles of 4 wheels, 2 wheels, however many, and it has been very, very enjoyable. And of course there's a lot more to come on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, all here at Goodwood. So I hope you've enjoyed the day so far, and I do hope you enjoy the next few days as well.
So here are the highlights of the final batch of the day, starting off with, of course, the autonomous Indy car that went up the hill, managed to navigate quite nicely, and then we threw to the Alpine.
Yeah, some of the speciality vehicles that are so good at, they're built for hill climbing, and that's what we do definitely have a few of them. We've also got some lovely classics from the world of Le Mans, as well as from single-seaters as well, Ferrari and Maserati, all providing fantastic sports cars, particularly in the sort of 1990s and into the 2000s. BMW always a part of everything here at Goodwood, which is fun to see. And the Ferrari Challenge cars that you talked about as well, very popular form of racing, and we've seen some drivers make their way up from Ferrari Challenge right up to the very top level, as we saw at Le Mans this year. So a real mixture of machinery. It's been fun, hasn't it?
It's been fantastic, and I'm so excited. We've got 3 more days after this, Ben. Stars coming through. We've got a NASCAR there on your screen right now. You will still be treated to being able to see all of these cars throughout the entire weekend. So if you are either watching at home or you're here trackside, we have got a fantastic array of cars that you will be seeing for the rest of the weekend, including some F1 stars as well.
Yeah, plenty of F1 stars, which is going to be a big story as well, of course. A wonderful Subaru that will be a part of the shootout, and we will be building up to the shootout a bit tomorrow. It builds up over the next few days as they get their timed runs. We haven't had any of the timed runs today, but tomorrow the timed runs will begin. And then we have various different classes. The top ones from each class will then go into the final stages. And on Sunday, we will have the final shootout run to see who takes the win. Let's now go down to Rachel to wrap up the day we've had.
Thank you very much, Ben and Alice. And I'm joined here in front of the house by Harry Benjamin. Of course, we are underneath the fantastic sculpture that's celebrating MG's 100 years. We've moved away from being literally under the front of the car because when you look up, it's slightly nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking. Yeah, it does put you a little bit off-centre, doesn't it? But I mean, it looks great from the sort of panoramic views that we've been getting on the telly coverage. But then when you're standing right up close, it's a beautiful design.
It is indeed. We've had a fantastic day here today. From the moment His Grace went up the hill in the MG this morning until that last run just now, what's been your highlight so far?
Oh, it's hard to pin down just one, so I'm going to go for two. Okay. Seeing actually in those last moments the McMurty heading up, has the record going up the hill climb a couple of years ago. Just seeing how that sticks to the floor with the huge fan at the back.
It is incredible up close.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And we've got Max Chilton across the weekend who's joining us at some point, so it's going to be brilliant to pick his brains further. And also Alex Albon in the Williams, the FW08A. Considering we spoke to him beforehand and how tricky he found that car to drive, seeing him go up in the hill with that in mind, it was good fun.
Great stuff. Well, David's been at the top of the hill for us all day. David, what's been your highlight?
Well, it's always a highlight to bump into Karun. And Karun, just here, I think you're getting the shuffle on, aren't you, to get down the hill?
Yeah, it's a big shout out to get going, but always nice to see you. Yeah, the first drive up the hill this weekend. It's
not a bad first car.
Not a bad first car. Always a pleasure to drive a Ferrari. It sounds amazing, but it's quite terrifying because obviously it's a very powerful car on a very dusty day one here. So yeah, nice way to start the weekend.
Well, I don't want you to get into trouble. I'm going to let you get saddled up and back down the hill. But for me, being at the top paddock, being in Ed Foster's shoes, it's just been a great car park up here, the Supercar run. When all the cars were finished that run and up here, it was probably the best car park in the world at any given time. And then just seeing Travis Pastrana up there in the Huckster and the van with Romain Dumas, this is going to be some shootout. Just really looking forward to the weekend.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, David. Great place to be up there at the top of the hill as well. Right, we've got another jam-packed day for you tomorrow. What are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to seeing the celebration for Just Racing. Reinhard Just, the former Porsche Works driver. Just the most successful privateer team to run at Le Mans, 16-time winners, 11 times with Audi. They're going to be celebrating 40 years since their first Le Mans win. Looking forward to seeing all those cars out on track.
Well, over your shoulder is the balcony. Talking of success tomorrow, up there we will have the balcony moment with Richard Petty, the king, the Don in NASCAR. He will be here tomorrow, indicted into the Hall of Fame in 2020, the most successful NASCAR driver ever statistically. He will be here tomorrow. We'll be celebrating his career with him. Make sure you come back and join us for that. For now, from me, from Ben, Bruce, Harry, Bex, Tony, Zav, James, Alice, David on the hill, of course, Grace, Karun. Harry, thank you very much. We will see you all again for day 2 of the Festival of Speed from here at Goodwood tomorrow. Bye-bye.